you winning, son? Come on, let me teach you one. Scoot on over in your chair and toss me back that plastic gun. Who is this HasanAbi talking tough? Is this his hobby? Politics? And that's a shame. You're only here to watch him game? I think you took the bait and this is all in bad faith. Log off before it's too late. You should have stuck with Andrew Tate. This guy ain't a leftist. He's got money. He gets pussy. Look at him. He's really cooking. Wait a second. What's a cussy?
In the animated Pixar movie, Cars, if there are female cars and male cars, I'm gaming with T-Pain.
HasanAbi streams, subs with the prime, the whole chat was posting high. Himbo subversive, patriotic, sharp and vitriolic, absolutely brawling. It's 12 o'clock, I'm subscribed to bypass the ads. Top of the hour is approaching and I want none of that. Lashed out and fought the parasocials, only trying to help, but in the process realized I'm parasocial myself. We log in, then shout into the void, joining into the hymn of the oppressed. The powerless can't afford to disengage, a luxury that many don't possess. And I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. Yes, I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. Yes, I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. And I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. And I like to believe. Yes, I like to believe we're a community. We're a community.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is incredible amounts of rain out here in otherwise sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. That's right. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a phenomenal day, a wonderful day, as a matter of fact. We are officially being hit by an atmospheric river here, lashing California with heavy rain and wind. And as a matter of fact, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom has decided to call a state of emergency. We're in a state of panic. Of course, our infrastructure is not available. Our infrastructure is not good enough to handle even a little bit of rain. So that's the situation we're in currently. But let me tell you, folks, I'm live. I'm alive. Nothing is stopping us. We're still going maximum gas, maximum intensity as always. All right. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, as this is a Monday news day, heavy news day, heaviest news day, heaviest rain day. But heaviest news day of the week. It's been raining for 48 hours straight. It's over for us. Yes, it's done. It's the GG's. But anyway, regardless, folks, we are live. We are alive. And we're going to be doing the damn thing. No matter what. The winds in Sacramento have been scared to see. My mom lives there. She's been stuck inside all day. Yeah. Folks. King Chuck will talk about and all of that stuff. Anna Turnbull kindly called you out in our latest. Who the fuck is Anna Turnbull? I don't know who that is. It's so funny. People are like this. I have no idea what this is. People will come in here. I just started. People will come in here and I can't tell if this is like a debate or not. You know what I mean? It's like, are you scared of flooding? Can you swim? Yes, I can. On YouTube. Okay, but I don't know who this person is at all. I don't know what you have found out. And if it's like oftentimes it's like literally just a person with like I can't personally respond to every single person. You know what I mean? I just can't. I don't know who. It's Anya Turnbull, not Anna Turnbull. And what are they? What is this? Like, I can't do this. Okay. I didn't realize Killer Mike was a fake activist. I thought he was legit. We'll talk about Killer Mike's background in a second because he's an interesting person who I'm a fan of. Anyway, this is what chat has turned into on a daily basis. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know. This is where I'm at. I only care about Kaya being safe. Can she swim? Yes. I think so. We'll see. Cardi, Adin, please. We'll talk about all that. All right, folks, listen, I think this is going to happen no matter what happens because I didn't go live for one day. And as soon as I come back, when I take a day off, when one day of hiatus and everyone is like, oh my God, I desperately, and like, I cannot imagine a world where I get a 24-hour situation without Hasan responding to my takes. So I'm very horny right now to get his attention as best as possible. So that's precisely what's happening. It happens every single time I do it. One day out, one day off, and like the next day, as soon as I come in, is just like, dude, this is all of these takes. I'm fine. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it eventually. When we get to it, I will probably cover every single story that you want me to cover. Must be kind of flattering though. No, it makes me want to fucking video game myself, as a matter of fact, because it's incredibly annoying, and it's almost hostile too, and it breeds hostility and toxicity. Oftentimes it's like not necessarily something that people want as far as like my genuine opinion on, but more so just like they want to just like hear me react to it. Anyway, your community goes wild sometimes, but it's out of love at least, or hate actually. No, there's a lot of both. Okay, it's love, but then it turns into hate. All right. At least nothing major happened on your day off. That's a first. I agree. Cat daddy issues are showing. Yeah, well, Twitch chat is a bit like having a cat for sure. Maybe I don't need to have a cat. It's just like hot and cold. I already have Kaya, and I have I already have Twitch chat, which is like having a cat basically. Yeah. Grammys drama. Are you snowed in? No, I'm not. I'm watered in, flooded in. King Charles cancer. SNL. Nikki SLAYLEY. Cringe. Snow in LA. Yeah, exactly. The band Bad Omens is a very parasocial fan base. Could be an interesting YouTube video to watch. I've officially finished Whole Cake Island, by the way. The video the chatter was talking about is nothing. Someone complaining about using the hammer and sickle, nothing to take seriously. Yeah. I think that I'm sure it's in good faith, but if I were to react to every single person that is like criticizing what I'm doing, which I have done before, oftentimes it doesn't turn into a constructive session at all. And it's I just want to cover the news and the drama and have fun. So that's what I'm going to do with all due respect. So that's what I'm going to do. I hope you don't understand I hope you don't. I had a look and she says she respects you a lot. Regardless, I will most likely not be covering that kind of thing at all. What do you think about Louis Gear 4? What do you mean? Oh yeah. Oh, okay. It's Monday, so I think I'm not going to do it's Monday, so I'm not going to do the One Piece react, but I will be this week at some point. I will be talking about all the arcs on One Piece that I have watched so far, because I don't know where I dropped it off. But anyway, as far as personal news goes, I took the day off yesterday, even though I basically did not take the day off. I still shot a podcast. I wanted to actually after Saturday night, I wanted to actually I wanted to
21
stream the next day, but I didn't have time to stream the next day because Austin wanted to push the podcast back first to like 11:30, and then afterwards he was like, "Oh yeah, actually I've decided it's not even just 11:30. It's gonna be at like 1 by the time." Because he was late as well because of the rain and stuff. So typical straight guy behavior, typical selfish top. But yeah, I wasn't able to stream because at that point it was like fucking, it was too late to go live. But I did do a lot. I hung out the whole day with Kaya, got Kaya to work out a lot. That was a lot of fun, I think, for her at least. I agree with Cutie about the thirst trap and fashion shows. I don't know what that means. I will be holding him live, responsible live for the crimes of him making me not stream yesterday. But it's probably a good thing that I didn't stream yesterday overall, though. It's good to take a day off every now and then, right? No stream because lazy Hasan hates us. Yeah, exactly. Cardi Kick stream disaster. We're gonna do that. We will talk about that as well. Why the giant YouTuber Ludwig attacked my channel? What? What the hell is this? Anyway, yeah, we'll do the largest live stream scam just happened. Ludwig is pumping these like kick drama videos out like crazy. Look at this. He knows this shit is like, ooh, this shit is cookie butter, Trader Joe's style. He's pumping them. Maybe I should do more of this shit too. Anyway, but yeah, I feel refreshed. I took a day off. I finished the Whole Cake Island arc, and I have been playing a lot of Infinite Wealth. That's right. The free moments that I've had this weekend specifically, I played Yakuza, also now known as Like a Dragon, the 8th variation of the mainline episode. Yakuza, or not Yakuza, sorry. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth 8, and it's actually incredible. It's turn-based, but honestly, I will say this much. While there have been like 14 Yakuza games, for those of you who don't know, there have been like 14 Yakuza games. There have obviously been 8 mainline ones, and then a lot of side games as well, including like episodic historic period pieces as well, like a Dragon Ishin, which I played and I loved. Almost every single one of them, with the exception of Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon 7, and Like a Dragon 8, have been action RPGs. These last 2 games on the main series, though, have been turn-based, and I totally understand the decision as to why it's turn-based. There's no spoilers. Shut up. The reason why it is turn-based is because, as a beat-em-up, it's a little button mashy. And I love that, for the record. Don't make any mistake. I personally like that. I enjoy it. I think that like the Yakuza straight up fight games, like the action RPG components, are fun, but it lends itself so perfectly to turn-based. I get it, because nobody really plays Yakuza, I think, for the fight mechanics or the fight systems. The fight systems are fun and novel, but inevitably can become a little repetitive, and maybe even can become a little repetitive, and by the end of it can become like a little button mashy as well. So I do think that the turn-based style, the turn-based structure, lends itself so perfectly, because I suspect that this way you can have like multiple parties join in on the fun and fight, and you're just playing it for the story itself anyway. But yeah. So, but the Yakuza 8 turn-based style, at first I thought it was going to be off-putting, but it so wasn't, and I enjoyed it so much that now I'm actually possibly planning on playing 7 as well. Now, neither of which will be done on stream, so you guys are going to get mad at me for that. But of course, The franchise got woke by adding a trans character, so hard pass. Yeah, like the franchise got woke in like 2004 when they added a trans character. But yeah, it's a really enjoyable game. It's really fun. I recommend it, I guess, if you like RPGs. It's like, I would say that until this last game, it is so totally slept on as a franchise in the Western world. Okay, it is so totally slept on in the Western world, I think. Is this true about Yakuza? What? It is a super pro trans, yes. There's a little bit of transphobia, but like there are significantly more pro trans messaging. There's significantly more pro trans messaging. Yakuza's politics are incredible. Not that I give a shit personally about Yakuza politics, but you know, art that I'm consuming and enjoying, and I don't really care about the politics all that much. But good politics I see as an additional benefit, and this game certainly has good politics. So Yakuza showed up, took out the transphobia in the remaster collection, yeah, and kept the non-transphobic, obviously, like the pro-trans the pro-trans stuff in it, and took out a potentially transphobic part from the game. And that was in a remaster, but in the original, it was still like, did bro just release a book? Who? The original Yakuza 3 in Japan didn't have transphobia in it. The Western version had it added. I will say this much. Now that I am post Whole Cake Island and have dove directly into the arc after Reverie, and there is more Revolutionary Army mentions. Yes, I do like it when I see good politics in my fucking art that I'm consuming, in the shit that I'm watching. I love it so much. It gets me so excited to see Gota and the way that Gota portrays like revolutionary actions that are pro the people and anti-monarchist, anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist. It makes me, oh God, I get so hyped. I get so hyped when I see that. So, anyway, Grammys drama, King Charles cancer, SNL, Nikki Haley cringe, can Taylor Swift end wars, and more. Get in now. It's Monday, news day. Your noise gate is so high you keep cutting out like an old ass CD. Is that true? I don't think it's true. I think you're just saying that because you are maybe a little bit of an audio pervert. I rarely ever hear from any singular person about the fact that my noise gate is bad or anything. As a matter of fact, it's probably the industry best in the industry in general. Anyway, audio files. Sorry about that. If you're like an audio pervert, sometimes it's not going to be the best, but you can get through it. I promise. You're probably going to get used to it. That's right. Anyway, here it is, blasting off. Okay, shouts out to Bomb Left for the meme that we're using. Wait, did Tamacy send a playlist? I don't know, but yeah. When I lived in the UK, they would call people like Chars a whiny woos. Motherfuckers didn't last half a decade. Him mom knew. What? I don't know what you're talking about. What did you think about Katakuri? Also, if you like the animation, okay, no questions about the arcs. Thank you, Themasius, for the 51-month subscription and also the playlist. So all I'm gonna say is, can you send this to Will Neff? Why don't you send it to Will Neff? Why are you asking me to send it for Will Neff? I don't understand. Blast off. We're blasting off. I'm spamming because I want you to retweet it. King Charles's reign. I mean, I get it. It's like short because he immediately died. He immediately got cancer. He got into power and got cancer like immediately, instantaneously, just like Aaron Rodgers ran on the field and died. Okay? That's what happens when you don't take the vaccine. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. I will not be rehashing this take, and I will not be describing it to those who don't understand it and demand clarity. Okay. I don't mean to derail, but are you going to talk about the Democratic primary? What Democratic primary? Sheltered Rosebud. There is no Democratic primary. What Democratic primary? You mean like South Carolina, where Joe Biden won North Korea margins, but then like turnout was 16%, which was literally half of turnout last time there was a primary? Yeah, it's bad. It doesn't mean anything. OMA 330, or I don't even know what the Democratic primary looks like at this point. There's nothing though. There you go. I covered it. Dictator Biden arc based. Yeah. MSNBC hyped it up like it's 2020. It's not happening. Guys, there is no Democratic primary. Okay. There is no Warren Bossing say, and there is no real Democratic primary. Don't care still voting jank, but it like doesn't really matter. There's genuinely nothing. There's nothing. Like the Democratic Party has absolutely locked that shit down. There is no politics in the world of politics. Okay. All politics is just genocide. Both parties agree with it. All politics is like killing more migrants. Like, how do we find the most efficient way to drown migrant children on the Rio Grande? Both parties are on board for it. There is no politics in a world where all politics is right-wing politics. I was talking to Austin about this where he was like, dude, I think like a lot more people will come around as income inequality gets worse and worse. I think a lot more people will come around to your understanding of the world, and you will, people will come to terms with like the things that you're saying. And I try to describe to him that it's exactly the opposite of that. Not to be super, not to be super depressing about this, but like the reality is like that there is a growing fascist movement that is like entirely normalized in this country. And I think that is the direction that we're heading in rather than the opposite direction where, yeah, people are either checking out or they're radicalizing and they're becoming like, or not even radicalizing and becoming like hyper right wing. They're not even self-aware right wingers. You know what I mean? They're more so, you're being pessimistic. No, I think I'm being realistic because you're describing the best politics. You should be more inclusive. What do you mean? Heard Joe Biden won narrowly at South Carolina? No, I think like in a lot of, in a lot of Western nations, you are seeing an accelerated slide towards fascism. It's global. All Western liberal democracies are on basically rails headed towards the inevitable demise of barbarism, fascism, and there's not really a counterbalance or a counterweight in that, as there were back in the day. You're being both. Being both what? Why is this not pessimism? Don't change the subject, please. This is not pessimistic. This is realistic. You can resist and you must do whatever you can to inform others, get them on board. I will never stop doing what I'm doing. But the reality is, I do think that we do not recognize, like a lot of people don't understand the small business fascism that they experience. Okay. Like a lot of people do not have the framework to recognize when their voting choices are becoming increasingly more violent, right? If voting is the only thing you can do as far as political mobilization, is voting is the only thing you do as far as your voice in this matter, then what are you voting for? Well, in this duopoly, you have two choices. It's either 99% Hitler or 100% Hitler, right? Well, ultimately, at the very best, you get 99% Hitler. I mean, I'm exaggerating, obviously, but I don't know what the exact percentage would look like as far as like Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. But That's it. That's it. And as material conditions worsen, people will get more and more radicalized. We've seen this before. We saw the rise of fascism one time. What? No, but I think someone did try to someone did I missed it, but someone was like knocking on the door. Like as in oh, someone yoinked it? You looked outside? Someone yoinked the Chick-fil-A? Goddamn. Bro, if you order another Chick-fil-A, can you get like hella sauces? Like the Oh, okay. All right. It's hard not to be cynical when this is a deja vu of 2016 right down to an absolutely incompetent Dem, but throw in funding a genocide this time as well. Yeah. Bro, you're supposed to bring our hopes up so that we know it's not going to be shit, even when it is. Feeling powerless is just the norm. I mean, this is not a thing that I have ever deviated from. Perspective-wise, this has always been my perspective. This has always been my perspective. And what I've talked about, Jank was right about the crime. There has never been a man who has been more wrong about the crime situation than Jank. Like, there have been probably 100 articles that came from mainstream media that have been like basically talking about how like all matter of people talking about crime have been hysterical, and the media is always like, we don't know why people are being so hysterical about the crime situation. And it's like, it literally is a consequence of media articles writing stolen Chick-fil-A is a huge problem. Oh, you were making a joke. Anyway, fair. They threw it everywhere? Yeah, I mean, it happens, bro. It's just like, you know, it's LA. It happens. Crime is out of control. You're right. People really love that homophobic chicken. He says he's going to call the police, but he's joking. I remember you saying there's only two options to stop immigration, improve conditions in their country, so there's no need. Well, you just set up machine guns, and it looks like the latter is more likely. Yeah, I've said this like years ago, too. And we are obviously running in that direction. So what was I saying? Oh, as far as like pessimism goes, no, this is not like being pessimistic. This is still being realistic about the situation in front of us, and I'm going to still mention it to you. The reality is that like obviously the differences between the Democrats and the Republicans have always been marginal when it comes to foreign policy, always been marginal when it comes to like defending the interests of corporations, the wealthy and the like. But lately, as a consequence of the ratcheting effect with the Republicans greatly diminishing material conditions and deregulating aggressively, and then the Democrats not doing anything to fix that when they're in power, has created a world in which, you know, we are accelerating towards fascism. The only way that you can push back against this is continue organizing locally and trying to fix your immediate material conditions. One of the greatest ways that you can do that is by unionizing. And that's it. The Gramsci quote is always important to remember. Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Yeah, I will never stop being optimistic about fixing the world. It gives me great pleasure to try to do my very best, regardless of how bad things may seem. But if you ask me what the situation looks like, I'm going to be honest with you always. I can just, sing a sweet lullaby to you, but it doesn't make any sense. When you think about it, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. We're talking about how Donald Trump is the greatest threat to American democracy. And in some ways, he definitely is a threat to American democracy. And yet, what is the Democratic Party, the counterbalance, the counterweight against the greatest threat to the American democracy have done? We have put forward the only guy, perhaps, that would lose to this fucking hot mess. All right. I mean, that's crazy. If we cared that much about defending democracy, we would be, one, throwing Donald Trump in prison instantaneously, and two, doing everything we can to ensure that a Trump style person, the Trumpian Republican Party, is like completely all jailed, locked up, locked away, mass suppression of some mass suppression of like political mobilization, and doing our very best to make sure that, you know, we're fixing a lot of the underlying problems that cause this kind of fascist mobilization to occur. Now, on the other hand, it's not like we got brown shirts. Yeah, fascism isn't going to come from a dude with a swastika armband. It's going to come from well-kept liberals in suits and ties talking about what needs to be done is the only realistic option to stop the rise of China and Russia. That's precisely what I believe as well. Just like George Carlin famously said, in America, fascism comes with a smiley face sticker and the American flag. It doesn't come wrapped up in the Nazi flag. It's just like smiley face stickers, the American flag, people that wear those buttons. And it's true. It's super true. You know, it's the American dream, because you need to be asleep to believe it, to see it. Oh, God. I don't know, bro. A lot of Nazis out in the open. I mean, yeah. So, my conservative small business fascist father-in-law is now Alex Jones, and the liberals are early 2000s Bush. Yeah. That is where we have gotten to. That's where we have, that's where we're at now. Now, the one saving grace of this is like, will we have brown shirts? Probably not. I feel like Americans are too lazy and too fat to like organize. And like legitimately, I mean, anything beyond like January 6th is not something I foresee happening. So at least there's that. I'm forming a tennis union in my building and we've had amazing turnout. Hell yeah. So, but we'll talk about the immigration bill and how fascist it is in general in a little bit. Before we get to that, let's talk about the real news. Taylor Swift makes history at the 2024 Grammy Awards, baby.
At the Grammys, let's get back to Gail in Los Angeles. Gail, good morning, and it looks like you bought a friend we all know and love.
No, not just a friend. When it comes to music, there is nobody better than Anthony as in Mason. Of course, he had to be here on the red carpet. Anthony, you should know, you were so beloved by the music people. I don't know how many people came to me and said, "Where's Anthony?" I go, "He's around here somewhere."
He was chasing everybody down, too.
There were a lot of great after parties. I don't know about you, because Billie Eilish had one, SZA had one.
We had a 2 a.m. wake-up call, Gail.
How many did you go to?
Zero.
Zero. I went back to the hotel and ordered room service. That was tasty, too.
I have a theory that this is the left in its worst state for 20 years or so, and I think it's down to due to a lack of visible and charismatic leaders. You think singular, visible, charismatic leadership could save the left? Are you crazy? It has nothing to do with like a singular, visible, charismatic leader. No, it's because capital has won so absolutely. Okay? Capital has won so absolutely that like our understanding, even on the left, our understanding of Marxist principles and whatnot. There is no left in America in general, but our understanding of like even Marxist principles is already clouded with a liberal attitude. Even the notion of like, this is gonna sound stupid, but like, Hasan, you're a Twitch streamer and you're super wealthy. What the fuck? Like, people say that leftistly, okay? Supposedly. People think that they're a part of the left and say that. They're not. And then there are actual people who are like anarchists, community organizers, who are, you know, chirping on Twitter that also say that. And they don't even understand, like, that is literally an argument that the right is supposed to make. That's a reactionary argument. Like, that to me is in a very weird and very personal, but like that to me is a microcosm of the way that capital is so clearly dominated. Capital is so clearly and utterly dominated this space that there is basically nothing. Doesn't support you equals not left. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Like there's a reason why you see, for example, so much labor momentum in the news. Also, the dude you called Hitler a German twink recently, and I just want to point out he's technically and actually an Austrian twink. Okay, fair. Anyway, like we've seen leftist mobilization and momentum in the union side, okay? And we think that there's major gains happening on the union side. For the individual unions like the UAW and the Teamsters, there are major gains being made. However, unionization across the board is at an all-time low still. We haven't been able to put a dent through that 10% unionization, union participation rate. Why? Because it has nothing to do with charismatic leaders at the end of the day, and everything to do with Supreme Court decisions like the Janus decision or many other Supreme Court decisions that preceded the Janus decision that absolutely eviscerated union participation and like union fund collection, for example. So there is nothing that you can do. And unions aren't inherently revolutionary. I understand that, but I'm simply utilizing unions, trade unions, which are supposed to exist and very much do exist under neoliberal capitalism, even in other social democracies, for example. We don't even have that here because America is a capitalist religion. Okay, it masks itself as a secular society, but it is, our religion is capitalism. And we were a proto-capitalist nation pre-industrial revolution too. So it is so perfectly designed. And America's like nation state development was so perfectly designed to be run by a bunch of small business owners that this is like the greatest capitalist country on the planet. A lot of people like to point to like Ronald Reagan or whatever, but that is just a simple acceleration of the demise. We've been there since day one. So all of those systematic issues are far greater. All of those, the entire system is designed in a way to like absolutely gut and eviscerate any kind of leftist momentum, mobilization, destroy unionization, any kind of attack against capital owners or any kind of attack against profit margins diminishing at the behest of workers. That there is, it's hard to think that like it's simply a lack of charismatic leadership. Charisma doesn't fucking move the needle as much as you think it does. The reason why you think a singular force or many charismatic leaders could move the needle and push for all of these changes is because your only consumption of politics comes from watching my Twitch stream. Okay? I think that's where it is. Because, like, guess what? I have profound clout. You know what I mean? I have a shit ton of clout. That I think is why so many people, even on the left, will go, wow, dude, why don't you, like, you know, build the vanguard and do a proletarian revolution in America? Pff, fake, phony. All you do is sit around and, you know, talk about dumb shit and eat Turkish food with like girls that you have on stream. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't really work that way at all. That's why I've never presented myself as like a Che Guevara or anything like that. Anyway, the Red Scare was so successful that most Western leftist theory has a huge tendency to be constantly self-hating and self-defeating, falling over themselves to not seem pro-USSR and now tanky. Yeah. No, absolutely. And the hilarious part about it is that even if you're not pro-Russia, like I am not pro-Russia by any means, right? I'm certainly not pro Vladimir Putin, for example, people still are very easily susceptible and very malleable to be like, oh, well, here it is. You're fucking pro Russia. I got you. Hasan, you were clouded up, but you were nowhere near leaders of the revolution levels of clout. There is no revolution. That's my point. I also don't believe that a Twitch streamer will lead the revolution. That's ridiculous. Okay? I am a propaganda apparatus. All I can do is highlight those who are actually doing the work. And I do my very best to do that. And I will continue doing my very best to do that. But the notion that I am like a singular force that's going to revolutionize the country in any meaningful way is silly. It's like even sillier, in my opinion. We all play a role. We're all a part of a collective, okay? We all play our own individual roles. And that's what I'm doing, right? I'm trying to do my very best with the limitations I have. The idea that like the idea that like a one person can fix this problem when it's a systemic issue is silly. Anyway. Now there are a Twitch streamer won't lead the revolution, yet one orange year fired man is going to lead the dictatorship of the world. Yes, because fascism doesn't matter. Like who is running the... In fascism, especially in a capitalist structure, fascism is a mechanism to maintain order when capitalism is in crisis. This has happened already before with Adolf Hitler. Okay? Literally, this is exactly what happened. Industrial revolution occurs. A lot of people are pissed off about their material conditions. All of a sudden, you got some thinkers being like, well, we got to have unions. We got to have some level of welfare. There's global war, okay? In the aftermath of that, you have a lot of pissed off dudes. You got veterans. You got fucking dudes without a job, dudes that are like genuinely messed up, don't know why they fought. They're angry. That volatility is really, really perfect for a fascist movement and a fascist leadership to just like take over the reins and promise to the capital owners that like, hey, guess what? Like, I'll put this shit in control. You know, this is what I'll do. This is precisely what I will do. I will turn around. And bring the enemies to heel. That's precisely the reason. That is precisely the reason why Donald Trump is able to take over the Republican Party so perfectly. But there is no way that you can have someone like even Bernie Sanders, who is a social democrat and all the policies he advocates for, take over the Democratic Party. Because the left, especially Marxist or socialist or any kind of movement that harms profit margins to protect workers, right? Whether it be free healthcare, free education, or even improving wages, but also ensuring that you're improving wages while limiting profits and not actually increasing prices, right? Because there's a key distinction there. All of that is technically anti-capitalist. The reason why a Bernie Sanders figure can never take over the Democratic Party, at least at this stage, whereas a Donald Trump figure can always take over the Republican Party at this stage, is because Donald Trump's viewpoints are not antagonistic to capitalism, and Donald Trump's viewpoints are not antagonistic to the Republican Party in the same way that any real leftist, any real leftist candidate is going to genuinely be antagonistic to the Democratic Party's actual goals. There's a reason why the Democratic Party, with no power, under Donald Trump, is so powerful. Like, they're so radical. They're so revolutionary. Kamala Harris is like, I love Medicare for all. They can get away with saying all of that stuff because they know that they have no power to actually push for that kind of thing when push comes to shove. Or even if they write those bills, it's simply, No different than a messaging bill, because they know it's going to be dead in the water in the Senate, or it's going to get vetoed by Trump. Democrats, when they're in power, have their own internalized rotating villain. This rotating villain of the Democratic Party is always the spoiler, plays the role of the spoiler every single time. Worse spoiler than the top of the hour ad break spoils your experience at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Okay? People are so brain broken from horseshoe theory bullshit that I think that the left and the right are just the same thing with different areas of concern, when in reality, leftist politics and right-wing politics are operating in a fundamentally different way. Yes. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But what force has the greatest revolutionary potential? Is it the workers? I worry that capitalism is advanced where that's not the case. First of all, it's never just the workers. At least if you look at historical revolutions, the ones that are relatively successful have always been bourgeois revolutions, including the French Revolution. It's always just a mass mobilization. I will never discount. I will never, ever discount the momentum and mobilization of those who are a part of the wealthier classes that aren't immediately, for example, in the peasant class, that also play a significant role in both communicating the ideals and also having the time and having the free time and also the logistical support. So you're saying we need Elon on our side? That's not what I'm saying. It wouldn't hurt though, but that's not what I was saying at all. Revolutionary middle class white woman axion ass take? Sure. I don't think that this is a carbon copy of history. I'm just saying, like, but you can look to history to get lessons of what might happen right now. But yeah, no, obviously someone whose like direct existence is reliant on the genuine hyper exploitation of the global South, and also domestic exploitation of the American labor force, is never going to all of a sudden take all of its capital, all of his net worth that is directly tied to said structure of hyper exploitation in the global scale, and undermine it willingly. That's not going to happen unless he gets into a fucking car accident, okay, and has like the reverse John Fetterman brain transplant. There's no fucking way that a billionaire is going to magically decide, you know, this is where my bread is buttered, but I've decided that like I am, you know, throwing it all aside. Matt Crispin once said every good revolution is actually enacted by educated and radicalized upper class actors who work on the behalf of, alongside the working class. 1000%. Anyone who has read history will recognize that. And I'm talking about not for once in your life, Hasan, workers are so dumb, no backbone, only hollow aggression. Or it's going to be preaching people's ears off. Hey, remember how people, what? For once in your life, Hasan, do something, says Wolfborn SA. You're in here. My job is to communicate these things, and I'm basically communicating the things. I'm doing the thing that, you know, I'm supposed to be doing. But yeah. I think that, I think that people don't recognize that, historically speaking, a lot of the leadership structure from these kinds of movements have come from genuine, well-intentioned individuals who understand the structures of oppression and want to undermine it, want to destroy it, and are able to mobilize the working class. That's it. That's how it works. Anyway, so the French Revolution was made possible by the traitorous nobles and the bourgeois with connections, wealth, and military training. Yeah. I think that as wealth inequality is not shared by the upper middle class in the same exact ways that it once was, or ostensibly the American dream was accessible for them, class mobility was accessible to them, you will see more and more radicalization in either direction. Either the children of the upper middle class, many of you, as a matter of fact, that are in here, recognize that the conditions are worsening for them and want to do something about it, okay? Or just like their fathers, they fucking get more and more angry and become more and more fascist, okay? That's it. That's how I foresee this playing out in the United States of America, which I don't believe has like great revolutionary potential regardless. Because the entire system is designed to prop up our labor aristocracy. The entire system is designed to prop up our, our situation here, so that our psychopaths can get their $5 jalapeno poppers still. Maybe it's $7 now, and that's frustrating, but it's ultimately still like relatively affordable. You still have access to it. Hasan was born rich. He will never be a revolutionary. This is true. This is not something that I hide. I come from very affluent beginnings. However, in those affluent beginnings, I've also seen the exact opposite side, because as I've talked about before, my dad, by the time I got to college, lost all of his fucking money. And I also went to the United States of America to study and do my own shit. But regardless, imagine using news to discuss drama and music. Fuck this shithole country. Do you think the left goes from here to reestablish a larger base following the U.S.? For me, I do find it very funny. As a labor organizer, I always make sure to make it clear that don't lead workers to organize. I teach them how to organize themselves. The leftist world doesn't need revolutionary leaders. It needs revolutionary teachers. I think at this moment, one of the fundamental problems that is missing from especially the Western world is their class position and class awareness. If you have zero class consciousness, you don't even know where to begin the story. So my goal is always to play a role that is necessary in the structure that I examine. And there's always going to be people that angrily get mad and try to kill the messenger. I'm simply telling you how things are. I'm always going to be honest with you. I'm always going to tell you. I'm so honest that I will tell you when I have my own personal biases on an issue. And this is one of those circumstances. The reality is class consciousness is an absolute must, is an absolute necessity to even get the ball rolling in any circumstance, okay? And Americans do not see themselves as the hyper-exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. One day, I too will become a millionaire. The American dream is the fundamental, the prosperity gospel, the American dream. These all play fundamental roles in the way that Americans view themselves. They believe in meritocracy. They believe that meritocracy is a real thing. They believe that poor people are poor as a consequence of some moral failing and not because of the systematic setbacks that they are supposed to, that they experience for no particular reason. Part of the reason why I am profoundly successful and wealthy now is a consequence of, I think, a tremendous amount of luck, okay, but also the very same affluent beginnings that gave me a decent understanding of the world and the opportunities that other people would not be able to have. This is not something that I avoid. This is not something that I deny. As a matter of fact, I'm very brutally honest about it all the time. Okay? Anyway. But it's funny to me that people will go, "Oh, dude, like you're rich. Okay, what do you want me to do?" It's always interesting when people are like, "No, I expect you to crush me with your boots." It's like, if that's your kink, if you want to be cucked, if you want someone to tell you the exact same thing that every other dumbass is telling you, I can also feed you the lie. I did it. You can too. Don't worry. Yeah, that's right. You can also get rich. and be successful, and the system is designed in the way that everyone can. And if you're not, then it's your own moral failings, and you should just nut up or shut up. Okay? Yeah. Don't tell chatters I have the leading revolutionaries of the Philippines against Spain were rich college kids who never worked on the farm. They knew where the colony was going, and they showed solidarity to the oppressed. Yeah, that's everyone plays a role in this. I also don't personally know how to like respond to this kind of thing, because it's like, what do you want me to do? You want me to fucking like tell you shut the fuck up, broke boy? Like you want me to, you want me to do some Andrew Tate shit? Like, is that what you want? I don't understand. Anyway, we'll continue. The reason why people reflexively get mad though, doing my part by watching Hasan? No, I've never said that. Okay? Give your money to me, you can trust me. I've never said that either. And I've also never said that you do your part by watching me. As a matter of fact, one thing that I regularly explain, one thing that I routinely explain, as a matter of fact, is that watching me is not praxis. Okay? I can only simply spark a light in your mind. And many people have seen that. Many people have experienced that. But beyond that, this is supposed to be a place for a little bit of education, but mostly entertainment. Okay, that's why I talk about a lot of silly, nonsensical things. Okay, but you have to do it on your own. Well, not on your own. You have to unite and you have to organize, but you have the power to improve your material conditions. That's it. Did you go to Equinox again? No, I did not. I went to a different gym today with Austin, as a matter of fact, this morning, and we worked out. But I didn't get to talk about it, but it's fine. I think the only reason why a lot of people think this way though is like the expectations that people have about like Twitch streamers leading the revolution or whatever is because they're permanently online and they're powerless in general, and that's why they think like this is the only place where we have some kind of movement, some semblance of movement. It's not. Anyway. So yeah. The cultural understanding one gets by being born in the upper class, the reason why people pursue higher education, but the issue we witness is that those methods of social mobility are long gone, and now we have a ton of people who understand they have the social capital to be wealthy, but none of the wealth to back it up. Bordeaux calls these people the intellectual or academic class. Anyway. You have the ability to have your voice be heard by hundreds of thousands, so why not call for seizing the means of production? I think it's because you talk about seizing billionaires' means of production. So a propagandist, like you said. You want to know how utterly irrelevant of a person I am? This is part of it. You know what I mean? I am so incredibly accessible to someone like you, okay, that you can come in here and just like try to fucking debate me and completely just mishear any point that I made, refuse to understand anything that I'm saying in a fucking Twitch chat, and think that a Twitch streamer has this capability. Like, that's how utterly irrelevant I am, because you're fucking irrelevant. We're both irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. You think you can have this conversation with Elon Musk? Get the fuck out of here. Even Elon Musk, who was like hyper online. That's not how this works at all. Okay? I literally work under Jeff Bezos. Okay? I'm Jeff Bezos' soldier. The major reason as to why Jeff Bezos doesn't shut this down is because it is not even remotely threatening to the existence of capital. What I do is antagonistic, but it's not threatening enough to the existence of capital. Anyway, 100,000 against 300 million, with the richest being the 300 million, except you, Hasan, you're rich. What do you mean? They're in a Discord taking pot shots with sock accounts and wasting your time for 1 hour a day. Why do you do this? Because there are other people who are coming in here with I think there are other people that are coming in here with like legitimate points. So you're compromised. You're not allowed to subscribe to the revolutionary Marxism on stream because of Amazon. HasanAbi. No. Here are a couple things, okay, that you must understand. The reason why I'm not threatening to capital is because, well, two reasons. One, because I make money for this platform, okay? I stream and I earn money for this platform. They take a percentage of that tippy top. The classic take is capitalists will sell us the rope in which we hang them, right? So that's number one. Until the very last moment, those who are interested in the profit motive will always push for it, regardless of who is regardless of what you're doing. The second reason is because there is no real, genuine, ever-present danger, because capital is won so perfectly in this country and in the Western world especially. It has dominated unions and dominated anti-capitalism so hard that it does not matter if there's a fucking Twitch streamer who is relatively popular. And beyond that, okay, beyond that, there are people in here who do the attacks for free on a daily basis. There are people who spend every waking moment of their day working as little drones for the same structures to make sure, because it makes them feel scary. It makes them feel it makes them feel very upset to know what the underlying conditions look like and how devastating their lives are, that they come in here and they operate like little bots. Nobody actually even has to direct attacks. No wealthy person has to even know I exist. The system is like self-defeating in and of itself. Okay? Anyway. No offense, but you're like a D-list celebrity. I don't know why chat wants you to start a revolution or defeat capitalism with all your power. There is not. This actually leads me to my Taylor Swift argument, which I'm going to talk about in a second. So that's kind of why I talked about all of this. Okay? Because I have some opinions on like where people can move the needle and how. But yeah. So if you lean into the pre-existing structures, capitalism being one of them, even imperialism and capitalism being one of them, imperialism being another, or fascism being another, you can be very successful. There is a way, in my opinion, as far as like art or culture or media, moving the needle in one direction is possible. It just has to be in the direction of the pre-existing material conditions that have impacted our cultural understanding, that have impacted every aspect of our lives. Okay? The superstructure. That direction is not anti-capitalist, however. That direction is only in the direction of capital and capitalism. That's why no such example of, for example, the movie that was very famous that like revitalized the Klan, right? What was it called? Was it Birth of a Nation? Birth of a Nation genuinely improved like the Klan's image and actually led to more people joining the Ku Klux Klan. However, there is no such equivalent on the leftist anti-capitalist side. Why? Well, because Birth of a Nation is upholding the pre-existing cultural norms and maybe greatly overemphasizing it. That's why Ben Shapiro is so successful. And there is no left-wing equivalent to Ben Shapiro. Okay? At most, you can have a liberal equivalent, but never a left-wing equivalent to Ben Shapiro. Do you understand? Because it only goes in one direction. You cannot overcome material conditions simply by simply by making good art. Okay? You just can't do that. You need mobilization. You need real human beings to be impacted by it, and you need them to unlock their revolutionary potential, maybe understand class consciousness, see their position in society, but then do something about it. Start actually impacting capital. And by that, I don't mean like fucking make Molotov cocktails or like kill billionaires. I'm just simply talking about like taking back a little bit of the profits that you generate. Okay? That's it. That's all I'm talking about. And that is infinitely more threatening to the structures, that's infinitely more threatening to those who are powerful, those who benefit from capitalism than anything else, really. So, as far as art goes, as far as influential figures goes, obviously you can only go so far with your influence. It's just a matter of like mobilizing and organizing. Okay? Would you not say that pop culture has been in general shifting left in the past decade? I'd say you're the left-wing equivalent of Ben Shapiro. The problem is the left is stratified and the right is homogenous. Every right-wing talking head promoted a stupid song, whereas the left can't agree whether or not you're a positive influence. Yeah, no, we're also tiny, though. You're ridiculous. I think the entirety of the left does not come near the cultural impact that the Daily Wire can have. And the reason for why that is not because the left is stratified and is constantly engaging in purity spirals, even though they do that, and that's unproductive and that sucks. But like you're missing my point. You're missing the point that I'm making, which is that Ben Shapiro can lean into the pre-existing oppressive constructs and always go, look around. This is the truth. I mean, come on. We need more of this. Ben Shapiro does not ever have to combat something that isn't already baked into our societal understanding. That's why police is one of the most like trusted institutions in this country, even though they are literally objectively the worst. Okay? Do you get it? I think a lot of people don't understand that. That is because every orifice of society is upholding that cultural norm that police are there to protect you, that police are actually not protecting the interests of capital, but genuinely protecting the interests of the population. So Ben can get away with just simply saying police are good, and actually when they're bad, it's because they're not funded enough, and we need to, be nicer to the cops. He has all of the hegemonic cultural attitudes backing his perspective. When you are anti-capitalist or you are critical of capitalism, you are trying to constantly engage in a never-ending battle of like trying to explain what your worldview is, what you believe in, and what the current existing structures have to change for things to be better for people. And when you do that, people immediately go, well, I don't like change, so fuck you. And then they will turn around and just be like, well, you don't fucking, I actually have a different opinion on what socialism is than you, and I've decided you don't fit that bill. You can't do anything about it. There's no way to combat that. That is such a pervasive and such a powerful message. There's nothing you can do about, fighting against Red Scare propaganda that has been a staple for the last 100 years in this country. Anyway, that's why I always say, it takes 1 second to lie, but it takes an hour to correct that lie. It takes an hour to tell the truth. Okay? So, that's where we're at. That should not stop you from obviously maintaining optimism and doing your very best. Having said that, let's get to the Grammys and Taylor Swift.
But it was such a great night. But Taylor wasn't the only female that had a good night yesterday.
Women really owned the night, Gail. That was clear. The big winners included SZA, Miley Cyrus, Billie Eilish. 7 of the 8 nominees for Album of the Year were women. And when that award was announced, it provided a record-breaking moment as one icon, Celine Dion, presented it to another.
Wow.
As the first artist ever to win Album of the Year 4 times with Midnight.
Mind blown. Thank you so much.
Swift, who also won Best Pop Vocal Album, proves she's a music industry mastermind, shocking fans by announcing a new album set to drop.
I just won my first Grammy!
Miley Cyrus finally got her flowers, winning Best Pop Solo Performance. 9 nominations, came away with 3 Grammys, including Best R&B Song.
You don't really understand what's happening.
The Recording Academy crowned Victoria Monet Best New Artist, and Blue Ivy, and called out the Recording Academy for its repeated snubs over the years, including to his wife Beyonce.
I don't want to embarrass this young lady, but she has more Grammys than everyone and never won Album of the Year.
The show was packed with powerful performances.
This is such a sick song. Oh my God. Why is my audio so low? What the hell is going on, dude? Here, let's crank it up a dial. Let's crank it up a notch. Hopefully it's not going to be like, if I crank it up this much, it's not going to, it's not peaking, right? Anyway, let's continue.
But clouds got in my way.
And Joni Mitchell giving her very first Grammys performance at the age of 80, bringing the audience to tears.
I looked at love from both sides now. It's the Grammys, baby.
Trevor Noah delivered some big laughs while hosting for the 4th time.
That was a
I suspect that they're not going to show the tribute or the ceasefire, Artists for Ceasefire moment that occurred. They didn't mention that, right? While I was pissing. Interesting.
It was, now while Taylor Swift dominated the headlines, the big winner was actually Phoebe Bridgers, who took home the most awards, 4, 3 with her band Boy Genius, 1 with a performance with SZA. Of course, we saw Billy Joel's first new song in decades.
Yes.
And I also wanted to mention that Brandy Clark, who we profiled on Friday, won her first Grammy. And one other shout out, Gail, to Jack Sussman, who for CBS has overseen the Grammys for, I think, over 20 years.
And a really good job.
Amazing
Jack,
job.
A round of
Thank
applause.
you to Jack
You know
for
what I
everything
like?
he's done.
Yes, Jack, we love you over here.
It's kind of funny to have a South African dude host the Grammys in the middle of like an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign where the South African government has successfully sued the genocidal government of Israel in the International Court of Justice, and there is very little mention of it. Okay? Very little mention of it, if at all. Not even like any kind of relevance. No mention of it. Now, this is what I mean, by the way, when I say like, this is the prevailing cultural attitude. Okay? There's no changing that. And ultimately, the best you can do is just like have people talk about it and have people mobilize about it. make it so that it is a politically untenable position to continue defending Israel. Okay? That's the best you can expect, because at the end of the day, you just gotta keep pushing, which is what I do. That's why I tell you all the time, like, regardless of what I'm talking about, regardless of the realistic our realistic chances, like, it's not gonna stop me from still advocating for the things that I advocate for. Okay? Why did BLM have more sway in the media than Palestinian rights? It's because Black Lives Matter was co-opted and corporatized by the Democratic Party, and also became like the normative position that was anti-Trump. As a political commentator, I talked quite a bit about Black Lives Matter. I, of course, started talking about Black Lives Matter under the Barack Obama administration, where BLM started. It was in Ferguson that Black Lives Matter officially started. Okay? Before the Donald Trump administration, and Barack Obama was anti-BLM, and as a matter of fact, at the time, the Democrats were anti-BLM. The liberal position was actually anti-Black Lives Matter. Many people have retconned that. Many people don't recognize that. They don't even realize that there was a tremendous amount of antagonism towards Black Lives Matter. Okay? Under the Obama administration. Okay? What is this? Anyway. Yeah, the Podjoms themselves actually openly acknowledged, admitted that they were anti-BLM, and turned around and apologized for it even. It started in 2012 with the murder of Trayvon Martin. That is, yes, that's the original. But BLM as a movement that got its name, I think, was Ferguson. Because Barack Obama was like not anti-Trayvon Martin. Even famously, he said, Trayvon Martin could have been my son. But Barack Obama called the protesters in Ferguson thugs. And I think like something like uppity or something. Like he said something super racialized towards the black people that were protesting police brutality. And Trayvon Martin famously was not an instance of police brutality, but instead was a continuation of white supremacist police action in the hands of not a police officer, but someone who had basically been deputized as a consequence of the way that the castle doctrine works in a lot of these states like Florida. So anyway, my point is, yes, it wasn't Trayvon Martin and Ferguson. It was Mike Brown. Chatter, I know. I'm explaining it. I was literally not directly physically there, but I was in the media space covering it regularly. Okay. Freddie Gray in Baltimore, I thought was a coining of the BLM movement. Freddie Gray as well. Yes. Okay. Listen. At the time, many liberals thought that these guys were actually, I wasn't at BuzzFeed, no. At the time, many liberals thought that this was a spoiler. Okay, that was like, it was like fucking things up. Do you understand? And then when Trump became anti-Colin Kaepernick and anti-Black Lives Matter, a lot of liberals were negatively polarized to be pro-BLM. And after that, what came next was very predictable. Okay? It became a political culture war issue, basically. It got commoditized. And it turned into a liberal versus right-wing situation. Okay? Like a liberal versus conservative situation. Liberals co-opted it. That's it. What good did the Black Lives Matter protests and mobilization bring as far as material changes? Nothing. Liberals immediately turned around and were like, okay, well, we are going to create our very own, regardless of what the people on the ground are asking for, what the activists are asking for. We're going to create our own version that softens what the liberals are asking for. We're going to do 8 Can't Wait as a campaign. And then 8 Can't Wait also was cast aside by those very same liberals once they were in power. So it was softened. This impact was not real. There's no real moment. There was real mobilization and it went nowhere. Okay? What's stopping liberals from doing the same thing for Palestine just because it's not domestic Islamophobia? No, if Donald Trump was currently president and I believe that he would be doing the exact same things that Joe Biden is doing in terms of like what to do or what the allowance is for Israel to conduct its genocide, liberals would be genuinely reacting to it in very aggressive ways. I think liberals would be negatively polarized into being pro-Palestine in a country full of Islamophobia. Okay, just like this is a very white supremacist country, but you saw a shit ton of liberals advocate for Black Lives Matter. That wasn't true for Afghanistan or Iraq. It's a little bit different. There would be significantly more liberals. There would be significantly more liberals that are advocating for Palestinian rights and shit, in my opinion. Now, would that mean anything? Do I believe that that would change the outcome under a Trump administration? Absolutely not. Okay. Anyway, look at this. So, Sinead O'Connor is a very famous pro-Palestinian rights activist, as a matter of fact, and this was her tribute.
Justice for ceasefire, peace.
Annie Lennox throws up the fist at the end of it, says "Artists for ceasefire, peace."
In the world.
And immediately Grammys cuts away to Burt Bacharach, which I think is funny. Especially because like Sinead O'Connor like is one of the greatest examples of a person who is literally who has been an artist activist her whole life. So yeah, and was like legitimately canceled. Anti-Catholic Church due to child sexual abuse scandals, genuinely very anti-Israel. Here's Sinead in 2014, by the way. Annie Lennox finishing Sinead O'Connor's song by calling for a ceasefire was perhaps the most meaningful and honest way to honor Sinead's memory. Here it is. In September 2014, only a few months after a bloody Israel war on the Gaza Strip, the Grammy Award winner canceled the concert in Caesarea, a town located halfway between Tel Aviv and Haifa. Speaking with Hot Press at the time to explain her stance, O'Connor said, "Nobody with any sanity, including myself, would have anything but sympathy for the Palestinian Sinead." Sinead. Okay. Sorry. Fucking Western words are so hard. Okay. Nobody with any sanity, including myself, would have anything but sympathy for the Palestinian plight. There's not a sane person on earth who in any way sanctions what the fuck the Israeli authorities are doing, she added. It's not Western, it's Irish. It's still Western. And Irish names are extra difficult. So, Lorde did something similar in 2018, and that surprised me as an Arab. I'm used to white people assuming that we're all monsters. It's nice to see. So, yeah, this is a touching tribute. Austin Show endorses Donald J. Trump for president. Yeah. But of course, it got, it's not going to get a lot of coverage. Yes, Sinead O'Connor reverted to Islam in 2018 and also went by Shahada Sadakat. Okay, she did. She reverted to Islam. So one thing I must mention is this. Obviously, tweets and social media clout doesn't really translate all too significantly to real on-the-ground mobilization. And real on-the-ground mobilization doesn't necessarily always yield positive. Wait, hold on. Doesn't necessarily always yield. What the fuck is this? Yield genuine change. Okay. Sorry, I just like on the second screen I'm seeing all this weird nonsense on Twitter. Okay. But I made a take because the moment, one of the biggest moments of the night was Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift won, I believe, revert. You mean convert? No, in Islam it's revert. That's what you say. In Islam, you say revert, not convert. I said Taylor Swift, of course, won, I think, album of the year, right? And she went on stage. Some say she snubbed Cher. This was her 4th album of the year. This is a historical moment. People are saying Lana was robbed. I don't really care. Anyway, this is the 4th time. Or was it Cher? No, Celine Dion, not Cher. Sorry. Celine Dion was on stage. People say that she snubbed her. All that kind of stuff is irrelevant, in my opinion. I have no opinion on like Taylor Swift winning album of the year either. But what one thing I thought that was incredible and kind of crazy was the fact that she used a music event, like an industry-wide music event, as a jump-off point to literally promote her next album, her upcoming album. Okay? Which I think is fucking nutty. Like, this is personally a moment for all music. Okay? It's just it's a night to celebrate all musicians. Okay? And she turned around and used it as a hashtag ad harder than I debate you at the top of the hour. Okay? Just think about that. That's kind of crazy. Okay? She did this before at the EMAs, I think. It is a mogul move, 100,000%. It's a major mogul move. Okay? That's like Nolan showing a trailer for his next movie if he won Best Picture. Yeah. And the funniest part is she would have gotten as much eyeballs just posting the reveal. I agree. Now, dude, the Grammys are all just a marketing ploy anyway. What are you on about? No, it's just like you have every musician in the room. Every single person is basically like people that care about music are watching this. This is probably, I would say the Grammys are the most important night in music. It's the Oscars for music, okay? And the level of utilizing this as an advertisement, as a jump off point for her platform is like pretty fucking big. Absolutely incorrect. I love music but hate the Grammys. Oh, it is as far as Grammys being dog shit, I agree. I don't care. Okay? I'm simply stating that this is the Oscars for music. That's it. We get it. You guys are music nerds. You get all your opinions from Anthony Fantano. But for the normie persons that are out there, yes, it is the most important night in music. It's for the music industry. This is the most important night in the music industry. It is one. There is no equivalent. Like the VMAs or the Country Music Awards or anything like that doesn't come near the importance of the Grammys for musicians in general. Okay? Now, this isn't to say that it's like, show us your teeth? What? Here. Why? Why am I responding to this guy? Anyway. Oh, it's a melon joke? Oh, best teeth in the game? It's from the industry to industry. Not a single normie would give a fuck if the media would not force feed us that bullshit, but they do. Anyway, so she used it as a jump off point to like add to the momentum and promoted her album in front of all these other celebrities when she is like the superstar celebrity, the it girl. Everyone's talking about her, right? So ultimately, it blew the heck up, right? And at the time, in 10 minutes, it had 400,000 likes. In 10 minutes, her album release reveal on her social media. So I tweeted out, this is sitting at 400K likes in 10 minutes. Taylor Swift would end global conflict. Now, it's like half joking, obviously. But having said that, it is genuinely important, especially as it pertains to getting the word out on the endless occupation and the ceaseless genocide that is going on in Gaza. Okay? Taylor Swift dominates partially because she has captured the attention of the damn near entirety of the white women market, which is very important for consumer products, for commodities in general. What do I mean by this? Women purchase 85% of all commodities purchased in the United States of America. 85%. America is the commodity consumption engine that runs the entire global economy. Okay? And in the United States of America, yes, women be shopping. 85% of consumer purchase decisions are made by women. 85% of consumer purchases are made by women. Sorry. White women being obviously on average the most with the most disposable income in all of those demographics. So that is precisely the reason why Taylor Swift's notoriety and popularity is propped up by capital owners as well. That's why she's in front of every fucking. That's part of the reason why she's in the cover of every magazine. That's part of the reason because she's like profoundly popular. Okay. When she says this is cool, this is a thing that I'm interested in, people pay attention to it. People buy things. There are actual people that are tasked with seeing the impact, like with genuinely and mathematically trying to figure out the impact of Taylor Swift on certain things like the NFL. Okay? Like Taylor Swift has a notable impact on the economy as a standalone figure. Now, having said that, part of the reason why she is this popular with as broad a demographic of white women as possible is because she doesn't talk about politics. Because when you do talk about politics, you might get recognition after you pass away, like Sinead O'Connor. But while you're alive, you're very much not going to be as marketable of a figure. That's it. So part of the reason why she's so popular is the same reason why Trevor Noah, despite being South African, is never going to fucking talk about Gaza when he is hosting the Grammys. That is a major brand risk. And I say this as someone who has personally been, quote unquote, warned by, people that I work with on this issue. Okay? This is a very real thing, especially when it comes to Israel-Palestine. Okay? That's why, yes, in her Netflix documentary, there's a scene where she's arguing with her management team and her dad about wanting to take a stance against Trump and Marsha Blackburn, as a matter of fact. And her manager's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't do that. Michael Jordan very famously said, conservatives buy shoes too. Okay? So we've seen this. We've seen Melissa Barrera, who is nowhere near a figurehead in the same way that, or a cultural force at the same way that Taylor Swift is, get punished relentlessly for having the most normal approach to the ethnic cleansing that Israel is conducting in Gaza. Okay? Elizabeth Barrera was dropped from Scream 6 specifically because she had the audacity to post an article from the Jewish Currents magazine, an article written by Ross Segal, a famous Israeli genocide scholar. Okay? That was enough for Scream 7, sorry, not 6, to drop her. And then she also, after UNRWA funding was cut, okay, after UNRWA funding was cut by the United States of America and our allies in the immediate aftermath of the ICJ decision to continue the court case against Israel, okay, because America is disgusting and monstrous and freak-like. We are the bad guys. She posted a link to fundraise for UNRWA, the most important, most significant refugee relief works agency that the UN has specifically designed for Palestinians so that Israel can continue, in some ways, doing its ongoing genocide. And it's like one of the only resources the Palestinians have. Okay? And now WME is considering dropping her because she posted a link to fundraise for UNRWA. That is unacceptable. Okay? That's insane. That is absolutely insane. And that's why Taylor Swift is not saying anything about Israel anyway. Making political statements at award ceremonies is idiotic anyways? No. Making political statements at award ceremonies is idiotic if you are making a statement that is already like very much broadly accepted in mainstream culture. Okay? Like, for example, going into an award ceremony and being like, Slava Ukraini, okay? Saying that, everyone's already celebrating you. You are in line with the American State Department. Now, you might be correct in saying Ukraine should be liberated. I certainly agree with that. Ukraine should be liberated from the Russian invasion. That much is true. But you're not making a brave take as it pertains to like the American culture. And that's why you had 20 minutes of fucking, like Zelensky would personally show up and shit at these places, right? Whereas when it comes to Gaza, nobody wants to fucking talk about that. Very hush hush. The Grammys itself literally also paid tribute to October 7th victims of Supernova Music Festival massacre without mentioning the ongoing genocide that followed. I guess Palestinians don't listen to music, so it don't matter. So it's not profitable to mention it. And it is not it's not pop culture to mention it. It actually does require some level of bravery. It requires some level of bravery to mention something like this. Because you do stand to lose. You stand to lose some fans, and you stand to get placed in the crosshairs by mainstream media. You know? So the reason why I said that Taylor Swift does have the capacity to end global conflict in somewhat of a lighthearted way, as a half-joking measure, is that she does have a mechanism to actually extract concessions from the Democratic Party. Considering that the Democratic Party is profoundly unpopular at this moment, in a lot of the demographics that Taylor Swift is actually popular with, specifically younger demographics, and the fact that the Biden administration is genuinely trying to court her, okay, to push to vote for the Democratic Party, she could extract concessions out of the Democratic Party, or at the very least, mobilize her base of support in some ways, and maybe even move the needle. Okay? The Democratic Party is popular. It's Biden that isn't. Yes, that's what I mean. This would not actually, change the outcome. I don't think that's not what I'm saying at all. But I do believe that. That even the lightest version of pushing in the direction of a ceasefire could most likely get a lot more people to start questioning things. Okay, it would be somewhat of a shift in the public attitude, mostly because a lot of secondary coverage would be hyper focused on what she is saying. Because when a celebrity actually does any kind of protest, the media covers it. Okay? That's the difference between me fucking tweeting about Gaza or Israel every goddamn day for the past 3 months, 4 months, and even covering it for the past 10 years doesn't move the needle in the same way that like Jacksepticeye tweeting about it, gets a shit ton more interest, because it's like, whoa, even Jacksepticeye has something to say about it. You know what I mean? Yes, Jackspedicey. I think that it comes from the unexpected places, and it genuinely moves the needle a little bit in that direction, because like when normies come out and say something about things like this, when regular celebrities, like real celebrities, come out and say things like this, ultimately they have a lot more normies in their audiences, and a lot more normies in their audiences pay attention to what's going on, and they get excited. And there is more mass awareness. Okay. My streamer is washed. I mean, kind of. Yeah. Look at this. Now, obviously, social media does not fucking move the needle. Don't misunderstand me. If that was the case, then Palestine be free. There's a lot of momentum that is pro-Palestinian in both TikTok and even on Twitter. Okay. It's, you get it where you can. It's like what you said about yourself. If you would have just called yourself a liberal and kept your head down, people would have listened to more of the same takes in a much better light and a way bigger audience. Yeah. Anyway, it's truly horrifying what's happening. And it wouldn't be directly because Taylor Swift says like free Palestine or some shit. It wouldn't just be her fans that immediately mobilize or whatever. It would also cause a lot more attention. It would also shift the media's attention to what is going on a lot more. That's why people do ask to never stop talking about Palestine, because like what's happening there is so unimaginable, and given our attitude towards those things, is so horrifying that right now even getting the word out is important. So that's it. Another thing that happened in let's move on from Taylor Swift saying free Palestine potentially and what the impact of that might be. I jokingly talked about this on the Fear M podcast on Behind the Paywall, I believe, but where I said, like, judging by what is going on with like the AI situation, many people have been impacted by it. Many normal people have been impacted by it. Streamers have been impacted by it. And now that Taylor Swift has been impacted by it, and now the Swifties have actually mobilized against it, you might actually see some real legislation come as a consequence of Taylor Swift mobilizing against it. I think people do need the confidence to be able to talk about it a little bit more about Israel, Palestine. And that's why it's important for celebrities to put their money where their mouth is and actually come out and support Palestinians. But yeah. Now let's talk about Killer Mike.
Other news now at 11, rapper Killer Mike won 3 Grammys tonight, including Best Rap Album. And then this happened. This video from Chris Gardner of The Hollywood Reporter shows the rapper being escorted out of Crypto.com Arena by LAPD officers. Police say Killer Mike, whose name is Michael Render, was handcuffed and arrested after a physical altercation.
This is such an interesting story because, one, as far as I understand, like a lot of people were mad at Killer Mike for like winning. Especially a lot of like Zoomers, I guess, don't really know who Killer Mike is. But yeah, I mean, he is as a black man, I'm glad he got arrested. Okay, stop. Bro, those people are mad are like 14. Yeah. Killer Mike is a legendary rapper who's been around forever. Reagan is probably, in my opinion, his best song. But of course, a lot of people in this community who were most likely big Killer Mike fans saw his like attitude shift. He was a big Bernie bro in 2016, but post 2016, he came out and he came out and had a lot of takes. Now, obviously, nobody fucking deserves to be embarrassed like this. Okay. And I think that that's like really fucked up. But here, a couple things I will mention, of course, as I've covered Killer Mike quite a bit, is that he is a firm believer. Killer Mike is a firm believer that black capitalism will save black people in America, and had a Netflix special where he basically dedicated an entire episode to specifically that. It's ridiculous that like the Los Angeles Police Department did this to him. Killer Mike has also stood alongside Atlanta mayor as a London Breed. No, not London Breed. Who's the Atlanta mayor at the time? London Breed is San Francisco, right? It was yeah, here he delivered an emotional speech side by side with police and also the mayor during the George Floyd protests. Keisha Lance Bottoms. I don't know if he's actually pro Cop City or not, but he went on Kalayan O'Nore's NRA podcast to talk about like he was literally, the irony is insane because he's wearing a Kill Your Masters shirt. Okay, while simultaneously like defending Masters or whatever is the closest to Masters. He is he's working on their behalf. He is his dad's a cop. His dad was a cop. So it's just like you can't, I think that plays a big role. Okay? I mean, think about his lyrics. Okay? Think about his lyrics on a lot of his earlier music, but even like his recent music, talking about how the Bloods and Crips need to get together and like kill cops. Okay? It doesn't really match up in the same way with like what his actions look like in the real world or what his advocacy looks like in the real world. Okay? Yeah. Teaming up with the NRA and going on Kalayan Noir's podcast and basically like putting himself up as almost a puppet to white supremacist right-wing agendas. Like that was another thing that he did that I didn't like personally. But overall, this is the reason why a lot of people are not very fond, I guess, of him. It doesn't really matter. I still don't think that he deserved to be like arrested on the high point of his life. Apparently, he was arrested for for a misdemeanor, for an altercation. It seems not entirely certain as to what was happening there. It immediately seemed like something ridiculous. He told us that Cop City is going to be built so that we need to be in the conversation of how we want to shape it. Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway, he shoved the security guard. That's it. Yeah, that's insane. It's still insane. I do see the irony, however, of him like saying a whole lot of pro cop things and then being arrested by the white supremacist forces of the Los Angeles Police Department.
He was booked at LAPD's Central Division for misdemeanor battery and released.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC 7.
What is this interesting discourse on Killer Mike?
One thing that has been missing in this whole Grammy discourse is the fact that Killer Mike sucks. That nigga sucks. He's the worst. This man went from making music with his little white boy about how much he hates Ronald Reagan, how much he hates the government, to being a lapdog for the DNC, to switching to maybe this whole capitalism thing isn't crazy. Maybe if we do black trickle-down economics, it'll work. To literally defending Cop City, and we're wondering how he won a Grammy the next year? Pretending the Grammys matter. Stop pretending that the people who win these Grammys didn't buy their way onto that list either with literal money or with like favors. Like it's the 30 for a 30. All right. I love Janelle Monáe. I'm happy that she finally got the recognition that she deserves, but she's not the same person she used to be. She's in a lot more ads than she used to be. This is some conspiracy theory, okay? I'm not saying they sold their souls to win awards. Maybe with
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with like him being cuffed up and made an example of as yet another black man in a night of like, for the most part, white celebration in the music industry. Okay, the Grammys has always been notoriously very white. Not in the Oscars so white type situation, because like obviously a big chunk of the music industry and music culture is literally the commoditization of black experiences. So like even more so than the movie industry. I think the movie industry does a lot of that too, but like music is ridiculous. Okay? Like I would say music and sports, like the most popular music, the most popular genres of music is completely gentrified and watered down versions of music and culture that black people make. Okay? It's like having, it's like only giving awards to white people for the NFL or basketball or something. Like that's just how it kind of feels like with the Grammys, and that's part of the reason why a lot of people get mad at the Grammys. And it's not considered. I mean, it's considered an important night. It's still considered an important night in the music industry, but like as far as like rap music goes, it's very it's understandably very people are very opinionated about it, let's say. So it's like if Luka Doncic, however you say, is won every NBA award. Yeah. So ELP was one of the best dudes, man. Why is he catching strays? I don't know. Well, because Run the Jewels. But yeah, I mean, if you want to understand it, it's like Macklemore winning over Kendrick Lamar is like a perfect example of this. So, So that's it. That's part of what I was saying. But like, it is really interesting to experience this. It's really interesting to watch someone who like otherwise has kind of defended cops a little bit and a lot of the oppressive structures that he railed against in his art in the real world, you know, being victim to the same structures. You know what I mean? So that's it. What else was I going to talk about? So that's like the thing I had about Killer Mike. Before we get to the SNL things, let me do some more wrap ups. This is really funny. People are just like making fake posts about Taylor Swift. Oh, as far as Grammys goes, sorry, yeah, that's right. Jay-Z won his Dr. Dre award, and then like the lifetime achievement thing, right? Whatever, and literally said like Beyonce's never won album of the year. It's fucking bullshit. When she's won a shit ton of other awards, like the fuck's going on? And it kind of makes sense. Beyonce's overrated. Okay. I mean, come on, guys. She is a phenomenally talented. She's a phenomenally talented artist. What are we talking about, dude? That's an insane thing to say. Like, I do feel like that legitimately comes across as like just pure misogynistic, I think. Like that's nutty, dude. Like, come on. Yeah, Beyonce has won 32 Grammys, more than any other artist in the world, but no album of the year. Like, I don't even listen to music and I fucking know that. That's insane. Beyonce's overrated isn't a crazy take. She's very highly rated. Okay. So this is right. Here's why we have 6% of the black population in this bitch. Yeah, I mean, that's not the only reason. Let's be for fucking real, okay? Like, come on, dog. It's not the only reason. Twitch is a very white platform in general. And I don't do a lot of the stuff that like black Zoomers are into as far as like being interesting and dynamic. Speaking of stuff that black Zoomers are into, Adin Ross got fucking owned again, which we are going to talk about. Okay, first let's do this. 21 Savage, after scamming Adin, calls him to talk about Cardi. Or actually, you know what? We'll do the Cardi conversation afterwards. Here, let's go to our right-wing white correspondent. Largest live stream scam just happened.
Days ago, I made a video about the largest ever attempted scam live on stream because Adin Ross almost got scammed out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But yesterday, we definitely saw the biggest ever scam. And it's not an attempt. They actually scammed the guy. Who's the culprit? Who's the person who got scammed? It is Adin Ross again. We share something in common, Adin. All right, we keep getting scammed left and right. You, I will say, out of a higher amount of money because Adin got scammed out of millions. Well, allegedly millions. We'll get to that in a moment. Now, what was the scam? Who scammed Adin Ross? Believe it or not, it was another artist. It was Playboi Carti who scammed Adin Ross because it was announced that Adin would do a stream with Playboi Carti after the Grammys. Because Playboi Carti was in town for the Grammys. It happened in LA last night, and Adin flew in just to do this stream. And he allegedly paid $50,000 for the stream, which isn't weird at all to pay a big artist to come on to your stream, right? It's not too different from that football kicker who's got a show who...
Yeah, it wasn't Adin that got scammed. It was Eddie from State that got scammed, who was willing to shill $2 million. Apparently only paid $1 million, but it went dumb viral. What's the problem here? Well, the problem is everybody wants a piece of the clout, myself included, which is why we're all covering the story. I mentioned this as well before when I was replying to someone's take on this, but the entire point of this is like Adin. It's a win-win-win-win-win situation. Okay, it's a win-win-win-win-win situation. Secondary markets eats, myself and Ludwig included. Adin eats because he gets a lot of clout. There's definitely a little bit of clout that is associated with Kick too, I guess. This seems so fake and staged. 21 Savage thing too. I think that I don't know if it's like fake and staged in the sense that like I do legitimately believe that it can be read as a marketing stunt because like you got a lot of real-time media and it's something that is so massive that it would be stupid if I didn't talk about it. As far as like pop culture goes, in our generation, this is a important story. Whether you recognize it as such does not change the reality that like this is something that everyone that has a TikTok account, for example, is going to be fucking talking about non-stop. So as my job is to get you to understand the world and what's going on and what people are talking about. So of course I'm going to be talking about this as well, regardless of the real world impact. I can move from fucking Israel Palestine to some dumb shit like this. So yeah, I was there waiting 2 hours for Cardi. Plenty of people apparently were just like sitting there waiting for Playboi Carti. Understandable. And then Playboi Carti did the exact same thing that he's done with like many of his albums. It was a no-show. Okay. It wasn't necessarily a no-show. It was a little teaser. As far as I understand it, he won. Anyway, here let's listen to what Ludwig says, and then I'll tell you what my take is.
Come on and pays him $150K. You know, it adds viewership, it builds hype. You can talk about stuff, release stuff. It makes sense. It's a good business decision. However, Adin followed up and said, "I did not pay $50K. I paid a lot more, $2 million cash to be specific, and a Ferrari. 2024 music is coming from Playboi Carti. Ooh, $2 million. Now you might be thinking to yourself, Ludwig, $2 million is absurd. There is no way it is worth that. And
Playboi Carti was literally playing video games while Iggy Azalea was birthing his child. So I don't put it past them on that.
Point, I would agree. $2 million is a lot of money. However, let's look at the context. Playboi Carti is a massive artist, right? 45 million monthly listeners. A lot of his...
No, $2 million appearance fee is fucking insane. And it is absolutely insane. And it's so insane that is the reason why I think he's just like fucking these dudes up. Okay? DJ Academics was 100% correct when he said rappers and celebrities actually like and only respect Adin's money. I think it's the clout aspect of it too, but they can get the clout from Kai, but they also get clout and money from Adin. So I think that's what it is. But and if Ferrari makes it feel fake, I don't think it's I don't think it's like, oh, you meant Kai and Adin? You said DJ Academics was 100% correct when he said rappers and celebrities actually like Kai and only respect Adin's money. Yeah. But they also like the clout too. They like Kai, but they also like the clout that comes along with it. But with Adin, there's like money and clout associated with it. So it's like more compelling. Otherwise, I don't think they would do it. Bro, he was in your hood the whole weekend with Luka Sabat. This could have been you. No, it couldn't have. I was in France with Luka and I talked to him and we didn't even link up when we were both in France. So it's not going to happen, especially now when he's like hanging out with fucking Playboi Carti. Let's be for real. So, you know, Adin's, it's, I would say Luka Sabat is the son of like famous photographers. He's like a model guy. He's like a fashion kid. The whole Carti persona did not translate to a live stream, and a lot of the W community is realizing how weird he is. I've said this before. Anyway, listen. No, it's not Adin's parents' money. What the fuck are you talking about? Adin has a lot of money due to Stake.com, the online casino. That's what Kick is owned and operated by, and the stake owners have a real legitimate invested interest in making Adin a more notable figure because he is the face of Kick.com. So that's where a lot of this comes from. Okay. That's where a lot of this comes from. So he has the capacity, and Eddie has the capacity to basically fucking do things like this because they have a lot of money. They have a lot of, even Adin was saying it's literally Adin's money. I don't believe that. I believe it's Eddie's money. I don't believe that it's Adin's money.
Songs have over 500 million views, and he hasn't dropped an album in over 3 years. And he's been talking about releasing music this year. Specifically, he was supposed to drop an album in January. It didn't come out. So maybe, you know, with Adin's tweet, 2024 music, there was some hype that he might announce something on Adin's stream. Wouldn't be too weird. It'd be a pretty good marketing opportunity. Not too different from Taylor announcing at the Grammys, albeit to a smaller scale, but you get the idea. And for some more context, he got a lot of viewers. I think it was the most viewed kick stream ever by peak viewership if we exclude botted streams, because I'm pretty sure these are all botted streams. He had 500,000 people.
I mean, that's also botted. Let's be real. but still, he probably had a lot of real viewers. Like I would assume that there was a lot of like maybe 200K real viewers in there
watching the stream,
which is a lot.
And the stream did not go according to plan. If it went well, I imagine that number could have gotten a lot higher, and the clips from it would have also been.
Hasan had 130K. Okay, then I think like probably around. Adin said it was 400K of Cardi's fans. No shot.
Massive. All right. I paid $1.6 million to put on chess boxing, and that peaked at like 300-something thousand viewers. So, you know, if you pay $2 million and you get like almost double what I got, you're doing pretty damn well. You're up there with some of the biggest Twitch streams to ever happen. Anyway, why was it a scam? Well, Adin initially thought that Playboi Carti wasn't even going to come. And he spent 90 minutes live just sitting in this like warehouse situation, which he didn't pick, to his credit, by the way. This was chosen by Playboi Carti's team because they liked it. But it was just, yeah, a giant open warehouse, and Playboi Carti was supposed to show up and then didn't show up. In fact, for a moment, someone from his team showed up and Playboi Carti was in the car outside, never came in, and then they left. And Adin was pretty upset because he had flown all the way from...
Yeah, the entire stream, as far as I understand it, is basically people waiting. Adin goes live. It's like he comes in, he dances a little bit. Playboi Carti comes in, dances a little bit. He's like kind of weird. Like it doesn't translate well to a live stream alongside Adin because it only works well when Adin is like playing the role of the L taker here, and the rappers usually have to be... He kept live up after just for protection, I'm sure. Wait, what do you mean? I think that it is we are waiting for you to move on. Hasan, you're the only one in here who this scam could impact. We don't care about this. Who cares? Boring. Okay. I think I need to be a little bit more vicious about my, you know what? I won't perma you, but I'll give you a week off, okay? Just shut the fuck up. How didn't people expect this to happen? Cardi's aura was off the charts, man. Adin couldn't keep up, says Slatty Matty. Yeah. XSL Magazine's Twitter has a whole 6 minutes of Cardi being there and then leaving. Yeah, he comes in, dances a little bit, fucks off. Okay. And then the rest of it is just like Adin Ross losing a little bit, which is understandable. Okay, this is supposed to be huge. I see. If you see, he keeps talking about needing more security and he's actually nervous that something might happen when he was arguing about the jet. Wait, what? Here's the thing. For Adin Ross, like, that's a massive moment for Adin Ross. Okay? Playboi Carti is a huge artist, okay? He is a very popular artist. He's a huge artist. He very rarely ever does like media, especially never this accessible. So it's perfectly understandable that there's a tremendous amount of hype. Okay, there's a phenomenal amount of hype surrounding it. The thing is, because of who he is, or because of how I guess he has like portrayed himself in media, and because of his personality, I would say that like it doesn't lend itself well to live streaming, and you can only make something like that work if you are in a completely controlled environment and not the chaos of a live stream. He's not going to sit there, kick back, smoke weed, and be chill. Many rappers that you see on camera are also not very good on camera, especially in a live stream style situation. I've talked about this before. A lot of people think that like a lot of people think that rappers are like really scary because they present themselves in such a way in their music and whatnot. But in real life, like even the rappers that make it are almost always the music nerd of the group. So no matter what happens, there's like an element of like awkward band geekness to it all in many circumstances that people don't even fucking realize because they see someone being black and talking about fucking robbing people and then literally go, oh, scary. They're cool and scary. That's why they're always like silent. I brought this up before and people even yelled at me. They were like, nah, you're fucking wrong. It's like, no, they're very timid, I think. A lot of rappers are very timid. And they get very awkward in a situation like a live stream, okay? Now, that doesn't mean all rappers are like this, but, you know, overall, I think like, overall, I think that is just the vibes in general. And for someone like, and I would say for someone like Playboi Carti, like you can't just be in that, you can't just be in that situation. Like very few people have, I guess like 21 Savage's level of comfort on camera to like crack jokes. You know who would be phenomenal, for example, for a live stream? And I want it so bad. It'd be so sick. I think Vince Staples would be phenomenal. He has a new Netflix show coming out. He would be great. He's very funny. He gets it. He knows online culture. He's like constantly vibing. But regardless, or Tyler, the Creator, would be good at that sort of thing too. But here's the thing. It would still have to exist in a world where the person is comfortable with the stream, knows the culture, and knows the streamer. And I think with Playboi Carti, like, he doesn't know who fucking Adin Ross is. He like knows of Adin Ross, but he doesn't know Adin Ross. So it's not going to fucking happen. It was going to be like incredibly awkward no matter what. Made even worse by the fact that Playboi Carti is like upholding this image of himself. Okay? So it was the worst of all worlds, I think, in that regard.
Florida to LA to do this stream. The guy wasn't even showing up, and you might think, oh, this is the scam then. But it's not, because he didn't pay at that point.
He went nonverbal.
What he did is he showed that he had a big old bag of money, and he said, Carti, if you come here, this big old bag of money is yours. Just come here and hang out and let's talk.
Somehow Nicki Minaj with Kai work fine. I think because, well, Nicki Minaj is Nicki Minaj. Like, it's not Playboi Carti. She's like, she does live streams on her own and shit. You know what I mean? And she also probably like had somewhat of a established relationship between her and Kai Cenat too. It's a little bit different when like Nicki Minaj rolling up randomly to a fucking live stream would still not go as well.
And that worked, because after about another 20 so minutes, Playboi Carti came through and requested a specific entrance song. Now, I can't play this because of the music. I'm just going to play the video of it, but this was the entrance. All right, this is Playboi Carti walking in with some people from his team, and then dancing around. And if it seems a bit awkward or hard to see because it is pitch black, you would be right. That is exactly what it was. It was pitch black because of the place that Playboi Carti's team picked, and it
the full Adin Ross stream is 17 minutes. That's so funny.
It was awkward because they were just kind of like mildly dancing to music, you know? And this went on not just for one song, but for about like 10 minutes. The vibe was kind of like you got invited to a party that you thought was a party, and then you show up, and then it's actually like a...
Bro, Playboi Carti got paid, okay, $333,333 for each minute that he was on the Adin Ross broadcast, okay? He got paid for 6 minutes. He got paid $2 million for a 6-minute appearance, which means he got paid, and I'm repeating it one more time, $333,333 for each individual minute. Okay? That means that his hourly rate his hourly rate of $20 million. I'm just saying. And a Ferrari, but I'm just talking about specifically. Playboy did $50K a word. Okay, let's continue.
Kickback, and so it's like, nothing wrong with a kickback, but I expected a party, and his 5 people who all have drinks who are just kind of like dancing to music as if it's a party, but it's not a party, it's a kickback. That was kind of the vibe that I got watching this stream. But eventually, the music shut off, and they were able to chat.
Yo, if you guys want to, actually, matter of fact.
And you might be wondering, well, how did he get him here in the first place, right? How did this even happen?
I got you, bro.
Aiden, to break the ice.
Bro, I got some cash for you. Yeah, a little gift from me to you.
Gives him this big cartoon bag of money. It is a cartoon bag. I don't know how much money is in this bag. It is a fuck ton, though.
That's a good amount of money in here. It's a lot amount of money in here.
That's the most money I have seen somebody physically hold. All right, I have had the fortune of holding $100,000 after playing a poker game against Mr. Beast and mainly Alan Keating. Thank you, Alan. And that was like this, and I felt powerful. Dude, this is a duffel bag. This is what you steal in GTA. You might have also noticed that Playboi Carti is wearing a mask and then mostly speaking in like kind of moans and mumbles. That was him the entire stream.
I got you, bro. From me to you.
So he accepts the money.
Oh, you do hugs.
And then kind of like No Face from Spirited Away just goes, huh, and then they do a hug. And then I'm just gonna play you guys the most awkward part of the stream.
So how was the Grammys?
That's so funny. Yeah, this is God.
Dude, I'm sorry. Look, man, Aiden was trying here. Okay, credit to Aiden. He was trying. He was trying to get something out of Carti and trying to, get some conversation going. I think at one point he said, "Let's come sit, we'll talk." And then Carti said, "No, you stand." And then they stood together awkwardly. And then Carti did this.
How was your day today? What'd you do?
Yeah, thank you so much. Pleasure. Back to the studio. 2024 music.
You leave right now?
And then he left. This is the entire VOD excluding the music portion of Aiden and Carti's stream. You might notice it is 6 minutes long. 6 minutes, bro. He paid $2 million. We're talking $100,000 a word out here. It is impressive what his day rate is. And I looked at old interviews of Playboi Carti. He wasn't normally like this. Like he spoke normally and he did normal interviews. Here's just the most basic question you can ask him, man.
And how long have you been at it music?
I've been doing music all my life, but I got serious around like end of high school, like senior year.
And what kind of music?
Like he does full on interviews. This is, to be fair, from a while ago, but he converses totally normal. But for the stream where he got paid millions to show up, that is a performance he gave. And I can't encapsulate how bad and awkward it is.
Yeah, the difference is like he wants to be on that. he wants to do an interview there. That's like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And he doesn't want to be on the Adin Ross. He doesn't want to be on the Adin Ross broadcast, I think. That's what.
And I don't want to play all 6 minutes. So I'm going to play 30 seconds of Kai Cenat impersonating it. It's really accurate.
I love you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. I love you. Everything you did. I love you.
And look, some people might be thinking maybe it was a bit. You know, maybe Adin Ross set this all up for publicity. I don't think that was.
Dude, why do we always think that like internet celebrities are like we always think that there's got to be like, it can't be what you see is what you get. Like there has to be like a secondary thing here. It has to be scripted because it's so embarrassing. And I feel like, nah, it's probably not. Like, I think, I'll be honest, I think Playboy Cardi is a little bit awkward. Maybe he's fucking zooted. Who knows? Okay. And he just wasn't feeling it. And he just fucking left. He left with a duffel bag of money, which is, it's $2 million. Like my mind goes to it's fake, right? No, I think, no, it's not just like, look, I don't think it's because Adin Ross is a bad interviewer. He is, but it's not just, yeah, he went silent, dude. He was, he couldn't mask any longer. Playboy Cardi, I mean. Yeah, he went nonverbal. But no, I don't think it's like I don't think it's a 4D chess moment. I think he's just like, he's just awkward. But as far as like Adin's situation goes, everybody's saying like, oh, he took a L, he took a L, he took a L, he took a L. But like, not really. There's so much coverage over this. Everybody's talking about it. It's all over TikTok. It's like a big deal for at least our demographic and younger. We're probably the oldest people that know what the fuck's going on. Okay. I don't think it's an L at all. I think it's a major W. It's a win, 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 win. Okay. Maybe an L for Eddie, who probably should think twice before spotting someone two entire whole ass stacks. Okay. But here, this is what Caleb Oompaville said. Adin Ross is so stupid. These fools he pays to chill have negative respect for him. Law sucks to watch, which is the attitude that a lot of people have. To which I said, I think he still farms even if he's taking an L. So maybe we're the stupid ones. That's what I think. I think it's a win for Adin. A lot of people are talking about it. And people even, dare I say, feel bad for him. Okay? I think people feel bad for him. Think about that. They went from like, a lot of people are paying attention and people now feel bad for him. They went from like making fun of him for smelling Andrew Tate's chair to being like, yeah, he's getting cucked. It's like kind of fucked up actually.
Adin, no more offering these. Adin, no more paid guest appearances. Stop. None of that. Because then everybody else is going to think they got to get a bag to be somewhere else. And it was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's also right about this too. Now you're like monetizing this so that like other fucking other streamers that want to bring celebrities on have to like also pay them? Like that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I give you $2 million, bro.
I got some cash for you.
Back to the studio. 2024 music.
You leave right.
Shouldn't people be paid for being part of content creating? Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous, dog. This is media. What are you talking about? Like, there's a difference between like getting paid to do a feature versus going on a media appearance. Okay? Like, what are you talking about? Like, yes, this is exposure. You guys are thinking about this with normie glasses on, thinking that that's how it works. Yes, artists get paid by exposure. Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucks. Yes, dude, your accounting and your Excel spreadsheets are not going to get you paid with exposure. But if your job is being an artist, you do get paid with exposure. Fuck. Yes, dude. Yes. That's why artists go on fucking Good Morning America and shit. Why do you think people do that? Dog, those of you who don't understand how any of this shit works, there are PR firms that you hire on retainer, okay? You spend money normally leading up to an album release or even after an album release, specifically so that a group of individuals that you have paid usually more than $10,000 a month to will turn around and put you on placements inside of other media operations. Like, they'll put you on all of the fucking shows. This is what actors do. This is what movie studios do. This is what celebrities do. This is what the record label industry does so that you can get this kind of fucking exposure. God damn, dude. You guys are so fucking stupid. I feel like the React Gate shit broke so many dumb motherfuckers' brains where they literally think like, whoa, you should get paid for this. You're so dumb. I'm sorry. You're so stupid. People literally do pay. They pay to appear in media. And yes, Adin Ross's situation is equivalent to the fucking media. Going on Kai's broadcast is probably more worthwhile than going on Good Morning America. Okay? Hasan, you brained it on the shit? No, you're wrong. Just because it's mutually beneficial for Adin doesn't change the reality that it's very beneficial for Playboi Carti. Fuck! That's so dumb. Hasan, Carti should do labor without financial compensation. Also, Hasan, I'm a socialist, a pro worker. Okay, that's the last troll, I think. That's the last straw. Take a week off. Oh my God. Oh my God. I feel like I'm literally 95% of the time when I have these kinds of conversations with fucking baby-brained weirdos, I feel like I'm trying to play chess with a pigeon, okay? Like, just at a certain point, you have to just trust my word on this. I'm 100% right on it. I don't know how else to describe it to you. You're just like trying in your way, in your weird way, to be like, oh, well, you know, these are like, this is ridiculous. Like, Twitch streamers get paid by massive media companies to sometimes watch shit. They get paid to play video games. Okay? Why do you think that is? Does anyone ever think about that? Do you ever comprehend how this works? Exposure is how this works. It's called marketing. It's called public relations. Okay? Fuck me, dude. Holy shit. I don't think that's the case with Playboi. It absolutely is the case for Playboi Carti. You are wrong. It is the case for every artist. Dude, it is not an accident. People do not go on Kai Cenat's stream just purely based on vibes. I'm sure that plays a role because, you know, Kai is cool and all these artists love him. But it is literally now a dedicated part of an album release schedule to go on like Twitch streamers like Kai's streams so you can get some media, get some momentum. It's like, it's a part of it. Okay? It's a part of a comprehensive marketing strategy. Any smart public relations professional and any smart marketing person knows that that is definitely a good opportunity to put yourself out there. Okay? That's it. It's so dumb that people go, exposure. My day job is literally in PR. Please stop telling everyone what we do. We like to be invisible in the background and get placements for our clients. Thank you. It's just so dumb, though. But like, it's so dumb. People literally think that at the top of the hour, there isn't a 3-minute ad break. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm telling you, there is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay, you're gonna see it. It is a entire multi-billion-dollar industry dedicated specifically to marketing and PR. And motherfuckers go, I read a Twitter take, and I'm going to try to spear dick it into a situation that it doesn't fucking fit. I read a Twitter take from my favorite artist. Oh, getting paid in exposure. It probably fits the bill here too. It doesn't. There are circumstances where, yes, getting paid with exposure is fucking ridiculous. Like if you are a visual artist and are being duped and having your design stolen by a massive conglomerate, you're not getting paid with exposure there, okay? But if you are the massive conglomerate-backed artist, you are definitely benefiting from the exposure. That's like part of the media strategy is to put yourself out there as many times as possible. Ugh. Stop comparing apples to fucking oranges and subscribe so you don't see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay? Like Stavi coming on is a great example. Okay? Stavros, love him. Good friend of the show. But he also, of course, will like hit me up before a release and be like, yo, I want to come shill. And I'm like, yeah, of course. Come and shill. That's how it works. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Right now? Nigga, I give you 2 mil, bro. But they violating Adin, bro. Niggas is violating this nigga, bro. Niggas is violating this nigga, bro. Nigga just got the... Nigga, I thought I was the method. Adin's the method. What the fuck? I'm supposed to be the method, nigga. He just got 2 million walked off, nigga. Same week is crazy. The rappers is up 2-zip. Throw them a muffin, bro. Nigga, I give you 2 mil, bro. You can't leave, bro. Please, I give you 2 mil. Bro, you can't leave. You gotta do something, bro. Get sturdy or something, dude. Just get sturdy one time, dude. Please, dude. Something, bro.
Anyway.
Bro,
but this was a funny moment afterwards where 21 Savage called Adin after the stream.
Literally, like, they were like, fuck it, call him at this point. Yeah, they forgive you. They forgive yeah. They love you, bro.
You told them you got your money, bro?
I did, I swear. They thought it was fake, but I did.
Did you told them that the card sold out?
Yeah, yo, chat, his cards and his dice that he was selling on his fucking website, they sold out, yes. There you go. There you go.
Why? What happened, though? Why they love me again?
Oh, you'll see. Oh, you'll see.
Saying, fuck me.
Huh? What'd you say?
They was just saying, fuck me.
I know. Trust me. After tonight, they're gonna love you. Trust me.
Bro, tell me, bro. What happened?
Oh, you'll see. I'm not gonna talk. Oh, you'll see. Don't worry.
It's bad?
Oh, it's bad. You'll see.
Like, bad?
Yes.
Damn, bro. I feel sorry for you, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, bro. Like, do you rappers, like, not fuck with me, bro? Like, what's going on here?
No, bro. I fuck with you, bro.
So, like, what the fuck is going on here, bro?
What happened?
All right, just
another rapper came on there?
You're gonna have to just go figure it out for yourself, bro. I'll talk to you off camera. I'm gonna call you off stream.
All right, call me when you get off.
All right. Bro, what the fuck is going on, Tat?
Can't have 21 Savage on the show because apparently he reached chat. Isn't Adin's whole shtick playing the heel? I agree. Which is why this like kind of works in his favor. It's like, oh, his guests are fucking his sister, jerking off to his sister. His guests are coming in and I guess like the heel or as the guy who like gets owned, like it's been elevated. You know what I mean? I love Cardi's music, but it's still kind of crazy that people didn't start coming for him till now. The man has allegations of beating and choking a pregnant girlfriend. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, as far as the Cardi stuff goes, I think the thing that people will be getting mad at is not that stuff that chatter was talking about. Because I don't think anybody cares about that kind of thing in general. Not to say that I don't, but it's just the fans don't. Okay. Shit. By the way, this is why I will never have any real celebrity come on the stream like immediately, because any celebrity that comes on the stream is going to have not a single moment of like opportunity to be like, this is my new thing coming out. It's going to be literally every single, the whitest chatters you have ever encountered coming in to be like, here is the documented evidence that the person that you brought here is actually secretly a fascist. Okay. And arming the fucking Contras or something. Like, chatters think that the only interaction that they can ever have is like literally just by being like every celebrity is fucked up. I'm literally doing they did that. They did do that. The whitest Ohio living Maoist. Yeah. That actually happened, but not with the Contras, of course. So that's the other part of it. You've had multiple real celebrities on the broadcast. I know. Anyway, as I was saying, as far as this goes, I think like Cardi fans are, they don't give a shit. They think it's cool that he, basically did a highway robbery. And as far as Adin's fans goes, like there's more support and more attention and notoriety on Adin. So that's it. It's like a win-win. That's why I said it's a win-win-win-win-win. Cardi hit a lick. Adin Ross got a lot of popularity out of it, and people feel bad for him. I guess like the only thing I can think of that this actually is like frustrating is that there's probably a group of Cardi's fans that are mad because they fucking have to sit through an Adin Ross stream and they got fucked a little bit, kind of like a Frank Ocean situation where you think he's gonna show up and then he doesn't, or if it's like mid and you're like, well, what the fuck is this? Like, what do you mean? You fucked me now? Like, you didn't just fuck over. Like, you didn't just fuck over the person that you got the bag from. You fucked me over. You fucked me. I'm your fan and you fucked me. So I think that's probably what I suspect is happening a little bit as well. So I guess there's like a little bit of L on. Yeah, Cardi fan pages on Twitter are all on Adin's side. Yeah. Bro, you just tried to tell Chad it was a loss for 21 though, Lamau. Yeah, because 21 Savage looked not good in that situation. That's the difference. He got caught and it was embarrassing. If 21 Savage went in, robbed Adin, and walked out, I would not have the same exact opinion on the matter. Okay? He got caught scamming. That's not a good look. Especially like when you got a white dude like Adin bitching you out and you just kind of have to sit there. That didn't look cool at all. And people are just coping. That's why even Adin was like, they're going to love you again after tonight. But overall, my roommate didn't submit his paper for this Adin Ross shit. That's awesome.
Then they gonna think it's a performance thing, okay? They gonna get the bag and they gonna dip, just like how they do on their regular day-to-day life. They get the bag, leave the stage. No more of that, gang. Them niggas is violating you, bro. What am my mother, bro? Them niggas is violating you, bro.
That's right.
Crazy. What am I, bro? Oh my God, bro. This is crazy. I'm about to have no job tomorrow. Oh my God.
I mean, he's exaggerating and he's joking, but like he's also kind of right as far as like paying people, as far as like constantly paying artists to show up on your stream is it's kind of shitty because it's like, the fuck? Like, you think like this is good for you. What are you doing? Like, you should just want to show up here for as a media opportunity.
God, bro.
Life like this sure is sweet, huh? It definitely is.
Bro, that said, bro, all the niggas, bro, I would literally be like, ask me, oh, how did Cardi and Adin stream go? Oh yeah, he paid $2 million. So what did he do?
We watched this part already.
TayTay, he bought new music.
I think if it was you, the stream would have gone a lot better. Y'all could have chopped it up and talked politics. You feel? Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, I think Playboy Cardi would love to talk about politics. Anyway, it's only a deal, I guess, quote unquote deal, because like it was so awkward and the price point
was the case. All right, I've seen some of Adin's acting because he's done some planned bits before. It is not that good, and I don't think Playboy Cardi was trying to go along with all of that acting. I think this actually happened. What I don't think necessarily happened is that it cost $2 million, and we'll get to that in a moment. But something extra to add a little bit of fuel to all this is what Adin Ross sacrificed to get the stream going. Because we know about the $2 million, which is already a lot, and that was supposed to be paid directly from the CEO of Kick, who Adin directly asked for that money, because apparently the CEO of Kick, Eddie, likes Playboy Cardi. So you know, that's not really on Adin. But Adin did travel across the country.
I have real life family shit going on.
During family emergencies.
I flew to Miami for one day, flew right back here, slept all day because I was tired and jet lagged. Woke up, worked out, came here, sat here for 6 hours, streamed for an hour and a half. He was here, he leaves. Someone's got to, I'm not gonna say who, someone's got to call him and convince him to come back. He comes, listens to two songs, says 2 things, and leaves.
That's a scam. I don't know what to say. This is the biggest scam.
It is a scam
I've ever seen in my life. $2 million for that. I keep saying, is it actually $2 million? Well, here's why I think not. Because during the stream, Adin called 21 Savage to tell him about what happened, the guy who scammed him for hundreds of thousands of dollars, which has been cleared up. All right, 21 Savage did pay Adin Ross out the $250K. And then 21 Savage calls Adin back after watching that shit show of a stream and says this.
Bro, $2 million, bro?
What? He didn't get the full $2 million.
$1 million?
Stop it, bro. No.
Bro, why the fuck you ain't pay me, bro? That's crazy, bro.
You're fucking.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's fucked up, bro.
Brother, I was gonna buy you cars and shit. What the fuck do you mean?
Why didn't you pay me? Why didn't you pay me after trying to scam? It's got to be one of the funniest things ever said. I'll come full circle on 21 Savage. Anyway, that's it. That's it. So, look, Adin said it himself. He did not pay him the full $2 million. I don't even think he paid him $1 million. But I think he paid him hundreds of thousands of dollars still to come onto that stream.
It was $250K. Security guard leaked it. White guys are moving like the IRS now after this Adin stream, Lamau.
For that. And it was number 1 and 2 tracks.
What does Ludwig know about these rappers? He knows that if he talks about Playboy Cardi and Adin Ross, he's going to get a fucking million views in 24 hours. And he's right. And that's why he covered it. And he was right to cover it. And yeah,
trending on Twitter. And I don't think people are very happy with Playboy Cardi. But if his album's good, then all will probably be forgiven, because that's kind of how it works in this world. Anyway, there's the largest ever scam. It happened to Adin again. Damn, Adin, let's avoid getting scammed.
Yeah. This is streamer drama, not rapper drama. I think it's like streamer and rapper drama. Let's be honest. Cardi wouldn't do this to a top G like Andrew Tate. Okay, sure. This is just snatching a white boy's chain turned up to 11. Anyway, look, the point is, yes, he is, he definitely got clapped here. And overall, it's a win-win-win. Adin had also bought a jet for Cardi, but canceled it, and Cardi's manager was mad as hell. Yeah, does anyone have a clip of that? I think I saw that as well. I saw Adin Ross like getting called on the phone by Cardi's manager or something, being like, "What the fuck? You canceled the jet, son of a bitch," that sort of thing. Which, for the record, I think is yeah, he had called he had chartered a private jet for Playboy Cardi and his crew. Wait, what the fuck? Why did that link get you clapped? Oh, it's because the person that you linked is like a horrible fucking farmer.
That shit is so fucking crazy to me, bro. Yo, that shit is so crazy. Yo, chat, I even got him a jet, bro. I even got him a jet. I swear to God, I paid for that out of my own pocket. I got Cardi a jet, bro. Back to home. Out of my own fucking pocket. I'm taking that shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm taking that jet. I'm going back home. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. That shit is.
Yeah.
And it was part of the deal. Oh, okay. What is it about? Is it about the jet? They're not getting it.
I think it's so valid.
They're not getting it.
There's nothing more valid than reneging on your side of the deal when you're getting fucked over, by the way. Just for the record. Like, this is the most valid thing that could have ever happened. Okay?
Yes. Eddie's in the chat. Eddie, I got you, bro. Eddie, I got you. Eddie, I'm gonna text you off stream. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Eddie, I'm gonna literally know exactly what I paid. I got you, bro.
Stop making me feel sorry for Adin, but that's my point. That's why it's a W, because like now people see him as like a victim and not an annoying scammer himself. So it's phenomenal PR for Adin too. Like, I don't even think Playboy Carter should be paid to do media appearances. That's crazy. Like, that's insane. If you don't want to go somewhere, just don't go somewhere. Also, you had to apologize to the CEO after. It was embarrassing.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that part I don't care about as much.
I'll fucking stream 20 hours a fucking day. I'll do a subathon. I'm sorry, bro. On God. I feel horrible about it. I wish I would have known.
So I'll do a subathon. That I don't care about as much. Those guys have more money than God, okay? They don't give a fuck. 2 million, 1 million, private jet. He don't give a shit.
Let that happen. I'm sorry, bro. I waited 4 fucking hours. I took a jet to LA from Miami when I have fucking actual family shit going on. I'm literally going back to Miami tonight, bro. I got too much family bullshit going on. I'm going back to Miami tonight. I tried, Eddie. I'm really fucking sorry, bro. From the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry, bro.
Wait, what is this? Will Neff officially joined OTK? Wait, what? What? During the OTK shareholders meeting on February 5th, 2024, the popular Twitch organization revealed that Will Neff is their newest content creator. Wait, what? Wait, let's take a look at their shareholder meeting. Wait, what do you mean?
Before you show what it should become, what if vagina tone?
I would really not like that shit.
I think that would be really good.
No, I feel like that's, we already have an emo with that, so pussy down.
Wait, what?
Well, I just feel like...
I don't understand.
Or maybe
Are you guys sure about this?
What about wide techie gay sex?
Yeah.
Are you guys sure about this? Because Dexerto's saying it, but they haven't talked about it. I don't believe it. Nah, you guys are fucking around, dude. It's probably not real. Shut the fuck up. You guys debated me. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. That's bullshit, dude. Oh my God. You fucking...
I used to think Tectone was kind of annoying, but he's been growing on me lately, and he's actually a pretty cool guy. And that is
no.
In every single chat, OTK wide, and I really feel like this should be the new wave. It's a damn good emote. You can use it everywhere because
I have this really.
Okay, no, it's on Forbes. Wait, what? It's on Forbes? What the fuck? Fake news, dude. No way. No way. Get out of here. How far does the rabbit hole go, dude? What the fuck? That's crazy. I can't believe the fucking fake news got to... I can't believe fake news from Forbes like this. This is just nutty. That's crazy. I don't know about any of this. You're crazy. All right. All right, let's get to the CNN town hall in South Carolina cold open.
And now use AI to impersonate politicians.
Will announcement? What do you mean? What will announcement? What are you guys talking about? What is this?
I can go straight up to your car with you right now.
Don't worry about my car.
Wait, what? Why is Will on here?
You know? Okay.
A little drink.
Wow. Okay.
Use your phone.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'll follow you.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Wait, what? Whoa, this house is sick. What the fuck? Will's just an actor. They probably hired him.
No.
Will's an actor. They probably hired him just for this bit. You know what I mean? You guys think it's like something bigger than that, I think.
That phone call?
No.
No, I think I'll make it tomorrow. This is a nice house here.
Yeah. We got invested. Dow Jones, Big Corn. State of Ohio gave me the big key and everything.
The house that Corn built.
Let me know if you need anything. I got a lot of alcohol. I'm gonna call it a night. Also, there's a latch in the pantry. You open it up, there's a lot of corn in there. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Good night.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
I'm confused. Like, what?
We'll get my car tomorrow.
It's an ad for an A24 movie starring Will. I think so too. Or it's Will probably just like flexing his new house that he bought or something. Whoa. Was this filmed in your house? I would have known about it if it was being filmed in my house. You guys are crazy. God, this is so tastefully done. Look how tasteful it is. Creepy as hell, dude. What the fuck?
These corns look delicious. Thank you. What's the matter? You haven't touched your cobs. Why are you here? Why am I here? Why are you here? I built this place. Korn built this place. Yeah. Korn built this place. The house that Korn built. Korn paid for all of it, huh? That doesn't sound ridiculous to you? If only you could fucking fathom the complexities of the corn industry. But you can't. You're right. I'm a novice. Tell me about corn. It grows. It grows. So simple. Why didn't I think of it? Then how about this? How about you fuck off, you take your little fucking phone call, and you leave me the fuck alone. I'll have the rest of my corn in bed. Fucking head. No mas. No bleach on the table. What? I speak English.
What? I didn't know. I was just there cleaning the house. I don't know. I don't know what's fucking going on.
How could she not? It's so
I was just there cleaning the house. I didn't even realize they filmed me doing that. That's weird.
He's my friend.
That's weird that they did that.
He wouldn't lie.
You have no friends. I'm your friend. Wake up!
We have to make him see. We have to make him understand.
Ignorance is no defense. We have to make him pay.
He has to pay.
We have to make him pay.
It's Donna.
We have to make him pay.
It's so good.
Will, you don't have to do this. Okay?
Yes, I do!
He shot him! That's real, bro!
What do you want? I want you to wake up! I want you to wake up! You think Korn paid for this house? Wake up, Seer! Think! No! Think! No!
Next to the Starforge PCs, baby.
Hey man, what's up? Is that cocaine?
No, what? Absolutely not.
Hey! Go back. Go back.
It's not doing hella coke. We don't just do coke, we fucking sell coke. Alright, we got a business and this is an ad. Not a joke.
No.
Yes? It's not crack. Don't worry.
To be honest,
I'm gonna start doing cocaine right fucking now.
Chat, should we take cocaine today? You down? Go for it. So what do I do? Just stick it in my nose? Inhale. Give it a nice whiff. How is it? Does it wake you up?
I just kind of woke up, quested a bit, talked about doing drugs with the stream. I said I wanted to try coke once, so it's like rich people shit.
It was always in front of your eyes, chat.
Well. You finally figured us out.
That's right, motherfuckers. We got you figured out. OTK? The K stands for Coke. This is a front. Isn't that right, Seer?
We'll cut you in.
Deal!
Requesting a refund on my PC, on my Starforge PC.
Fucking go!
Welcome, brother. Welcome, man.
Nobody saw that coming. No one knew. They were so surprised.
I had no idea, man.
Yeah.
You'll need this.
Oh, thank you. I was so happy that the Dexerto Ardo came out an hour ago. Yeah, it was really good for that level of surprise. But as you can see here, I've joined OTK.
What?
Yeah, guys. First of all, I just want to say, Finn, Jay, Seer, we had a skeleton crew on that video, and they made it possible. It was awesome. And as you can see by what I made, I love movies, and I love making film, and I love making videos. So hopefully, joining a new org, I hope that I could weave those passions a little bit.
It's crazy you never discussed this specifically in that podcast with OTK that was weirdly delayed for a couple weeks. What do you mean?
So perfect. Yeah, it's...
What? What just happened?
Hello. I am Sergeant Phillips. I am here to defeat thy enemies. Where art thou? Because I am ready. My sword is sharpened and my horse is proved.
Madame? Yes, what have you? I would like it if I could ravage you in front of all of these people.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing a little bit of turbulence here. Buckle your seatbelt. And our air control flight attendants, please get your seat, please. Oh my God!
Oh, this is sick. They're doing like a live improv green screen show. That's awesome.
Told you I wasn't bald.
Look at that! It's a box! Or something, I don't know. You're using a green screen. It could be fucking anything. Maybe I'm digging up a shit. Am I looking at a shit? I don't know.
It's like a Germa bit. Yeah, it is like similar to the Germa bit, but who cares? It's fucking sick. OTK Film Festival, Will Neff's debut event. Chat will be able to edit it.
That's right. My debut event is the OTK Film Festival, an event that was promised many moons ago, but is finally happening. We're very excited about it. The rules to the festival are as follows. Submissions are open today, and they run through till February 29th. It's an OTK green screen competition, but you don't necessarily have to use our green screen elements as long as the video somehow relates to streaming or OTK or me or something that I find funny.
Or me.
Yeah.
Me too. It's fine.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty sliding scale of what we accept, and there's going to be $10,000 in prizes for the submissions. So you're going to have to February 29th to submit, and why not? You know, cut something up. Let's see how creative you are. Check out our post on the OTK Network subreddit for more frickin' details. Yeah, live action, stop motion. What's up?
You just joined today?
Yes.
You already got a show before Sear?
Damn.
Jesus. And that's
Actually, I have a question.
Yes.
Where do you get the green screen footage from?
That's a good question.
The internet. Surely on the internet somewhere. Where? We just don't know.
Fortunate. We're just gonna clap that one right there.
Footage. It's going to be made available eventually, very, very soon. It actually might even be up.
These are open today, so
I think it's happening today. So, yeah, check Twitter, check Reddit, check all those places. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be on Force's channel.
Where's Twitter and Reddit? Twitter and Reddit.
Also,
what are the benefits of joining a content org versus staying independent? Content orgs have a lot more funds and they do a lot of they do stuff like this. They have a lot more capital. They also make money off of like selling product and stuff. So then they can put it down on. They have resources. It broadens your reach. It broadens your horizons. They have events.
We're also doing a giveaway. We're also doing a giveaway today. We're giving away a camera. Wow. Yes, there you go. Enter now. OTK FF giveaway for chance to win a Sony Alpha 6.
Collaborations are very, very important.
What is that? For a chance.
Collaborations are very important in growing your audience. And developing a larger following, things like that. It's just a win-win-win. It's great.
Yeah, but
sponsorships.
I want to use my time in this org and over the next year to empower more filmmakers to make stuff because it's my passion. And here you go. This is the first little.
Like, think about it this way. OTK is so good.
Sorry, guys. Good luck.
Oh, sorry, guys. Nick's gonna win this one, but yeah, guys, I'm super excited.
OTK is also very good at like developing talent. They're very, very, very good at developing talent. Why don't you join a content org? Brother, do I strike you as the type of person that would benefit from joining a content org? Are you crazy? Glazing them up so you can join their stuff without fully joining. Yeah, exactly. That's why I need to glaze them up. That the organization that my best friend just joined, so I can join their content instead of just flying to Austin, Texas.
So, again, guys, yes, it does.
But yeah, no, there's
it does.
Like Emaru is a great example. Emaru was like 3K average. Now she's 10 to 15K average, like even larger than that. OTK does a very good job of like OTK does a very good job of like developing other other talent in general. They're very, very good at that. So they have resources and they'll let Will, I think, thrive creatively. I'm very, very excited overall for Will.
OTK's top streamer, the Games Expo, of course, State Dynamics Live.
And for me, it's like, it's great because for many, many years, I've pushed Will over and over again, time and time again to continue streaming because he was like so perfectly built for streaming in general. And no, he didn't move to Texas. He was waiting for this. Okay. He was waiting for this so that he could announce it. Because they pushed it. They changed the location for the shareholders meeting. It was supposed to be in LA, I think, or something. I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter. But he stayed in Texas specifically for this. It doesn't mean he's moving to Texas. But overall, here's the thing. No offense, I don't have any interest in any of this shit, but I'm happy for Will. Yeah, I mean, this is like a platform-wide situation, right? But what was I gonna say? Yeah, no, this will blow up Will even further. But my point was, I would always selfishly tell him for the past 10 years or so to never stop pursuing content, specifically so that I could ride his coattails inevitably, because I was always like, listen, what I'm doing, it's got a ceiling, brother. I went above and beyond, didn't even realize I would ever reach the levels of success I did. But I was like, you are actually talented. I'm not. Okay. So, you know, make it big and I'll come along with it. So my golden fucking parachute is finally opening up. Okay. He is phenomenally talented. He's a phenomenally talented guy, as you guys already know. You already know him. You already love him. He's incredible. And I think that he will be a genuine asset to OTK. And I think OTK is a really good fit for him as well because they fuck around. You used to rate him every time after stream, so boost him. I recall you saying. Will you be garnishing his wages? Yes, of course. I'm taking a 25% cut of any wages that he makes because you know, that's the MTV style. That's the MTV style process that we have. Bro, you are on camera for a living. That shit is daunting. No, I'm not talented at all though. But anyway, yeah, like I said, it'll be a good fit for him. OTK will be a really good fit for him because, like I said, they're not like Corpo in the same way that like they do stuff that obviously makes them money, like Starforge, shit like that. But also at the same time, they're very good at like building talent, and they're also very good at pursuing creative endeavors in a way that actually works well with the platform. Okay, that's it. Am I just too familiar with him, or isn't Will already a big known streamer? He is a relatively sizable streamer, but he is a relatively sizable streamer in and of itself, but he will grow even further. But yeah, it's a win-win. I think it's great. OTK, it does a really good job with their events, for example. Like two groups make really good events in this space that aren't like directly fucking streamers themselves, right? You have OTK, you have Mogul Moves, you have obviously like Cutie Cinderella and whatnot and Germa, but like those are just straight up streamers, right? But as far as like a production space goes that is not almost exclusively comprised of streamers, I would say that like the OTK OTK crew is very good at it. So people don't understand how fucking talented Will is. Give that man an audience that will transform an entire platform. Yeah. Will also is obviously very good as a standalone content creator, but beyond being a phenomenally talented standalone content creator, one thing that Will is even better at almost, okay? One thing that he's even better at almost than as a standalone content creator is like, and he'll say this himself, an aperitif. Like he is so, or not an aperitif, but like he's so good at elevating other people's contents as well. So he is really good at that, and I think that is going to be really beneficial for OTK. He is very good at amplifying other people's content. How would you contrast an org like OTK from something like Maker Studios early days? What do you mean? OTK is like run by streamers and is much smaller, whereas like Maker on the other hand is like a VC play and always was. And their goal was to like tap into a couple big names and then simultaneously move on into. Oh, here this is it's shifted over to Will's stream. A couple big name people that they basically used to manage a giant chunk of like YouTubers that they didn't do shit for. If anything, it's like the exact opposite. If anything, it's the exact opposite because like OTK does a really good job of building their own talent. Like taking on people and like hyping them up and building their own talent rather than like getting pre-existing audiences, like massive content creators with pre-existing audiences that they then turn around and like basically utilize to sell ads for those big talents and with the hopes of inevitably like selling it off to like a group of people that don't know any better but just simply look at the number. Yeah. Imagine having Pewds, Marzia, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye fucking up. Nice one, Maker. It's because they were... Maker was always... Maker Studios, and I literally worked across the street from them. Like, I know I was in the space doing biz dev shit while this was happening. I found you from Ludwig's Rose where Will was invited instead of you. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Maker sold for $500 million to Disney, but that wasn't successful at all. The point was that was a major fucking L for Disney, and it was never supposed to be. It was never supposed to be a thing that was good for the creators themselves, whereas OTK is good for the people that join. Look at fucking Emeru. Look at Extra Emily. Look at Seer. And you'll see this with Will as well. Every single content creator that they've brought on board has been has gotten phenomenally successful. Rather than having a parasitic and Tectone, rather than having a parasitic relationship, with the content creators by like having them look good on a spreadsheet that you can show marketing agencies, they were able to develop talent, and they did a really good job with that, I think. But yeah. Hey, yo, why not speaking about politics gives you more viewership? What do you mean? I mean, this is a big deal. It's like, that's the reason why there's like people here watching and interested, but NLRB rules that Dartmouth players are considered employees of the university. Nice. Wild West event is one prime example. Exactly. Anyway, I already listen. I already enjoy hanging out with these guys. Obviously, like, you know, Nick and Milena, as you guys know. So I'm stoked on it, and I will fear and no more. Wait, what? Why? What do you mean? No, nothing is changing. Will's just joined OTK. He's coming back to fucking Los Angeles. He's doing his like regular shit, and I'm sure he'll like go back to Austin more. But like, y'all, Will is not moving to LA. Caroline, why did you say that? The fuck? You made it seem like everyone consistently keeps saying that he's staying in Austin. He's staying in Austin. Now you said he's not moving to LA. Fuck. No. No, if anything, there will probably be more OTK people here than vice versa. Will you be doing more things with OTK? I think I'll probably do more stuff with OTK as well, yeah. He's going to forget about you, little bro, Cope Harder? Probably. But yeah. But you can't forget about the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. I'm going to move on to some other stuff, to more news again. Hasan should have done Wild West, though. Yes, that was my biggest L, dude. I said it already. I was like, so... I missed out on that. It was so much fucking fun. It was awesome. I should have definitely done Wild West. Yeah. Would you do OTK Game Day? Yeah, I mean, I'll do more collaborations this year in general, but I'll definitely do more OTK stuff and just collabs with other people in general. But yeah, here's a 3-minute ad break now. It's always good. Emmy said on her stream with Will that you surprised her when you said libtard because she thought you were totally PC. People basically don't know you. Yeah, I know. But that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I don't think any streamer event will top the summer camp you did with Lobo AC Myth, etc. Yeah, well, some things will not come back, unfortunately, but could you share the story that came out yesterday about the dangers of energy drinks on young people? Is really concerning. No, I love energy drinks. Asma's dad literally watches you sometimes. Yeah, it's true. Dude, here it is. It's real, dude. It's real. Turns out it was real. Statement from President Joe Biden on OTK signing Will Neff. I thought it was fake. I had no idea. I did not know. I did not know that this was the truth. Turns out it is the fucking truth. Okay? Turns out it's real. You knew this for weeks? No, I had no idea, guys. They were like, hey, can you be in a sketch? And I was like, fine, why not? Let's do it. Why not? You know? Surely there's nothing else going on here. That's what I said to myself. No, the State Department quietly walked it back. They knew it was a lie. People in Hoscourt are debating about Will Neff joining OTK. Oh, God. I hope not. Whose fly-ass house was that? It's a... Dude, that shit was crazy. I really like Will's intro film, but the guy they had playing the dishwasher was really not a great actor. Top of the hour, by the way. I already ran it. What are your thoughts on Shane Gillis hosting SNL? Great. Kick Formula One car is... Kick as a Formula One car? Yes. Kick is like a great way to basically still do steak sponsorships, but like not directly, because steak sponsorships are very limited in Europe, especially. So that's what they're doing. It wasn't us. It was a Twitch slap. Discord is happy for Will. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. This is totally not why you last minute visited Austin a week ago. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. How come you didn't tell us? Yo, guys, chill, dude. Don't leak it. Yeah. Phase 9/11. Fuck. Anyway. All right. Oh, no. They didn't fucking put the special thanks. No.
That's the shot, then? Yeah.
Wait. Special thanks to Hasan for letting us use his absolutely mammoth multi-million-dollar home is huge. No! No, I told them they could say that. Real, that's my house. Leaked. That's right. I bought that multi-gorillion-dollar mansion, okay? The truth comes out finally. Yep. That's right. That's a summer home. Exactly. A tasteful vacation home. Because I like to vacation in Austin. Anyway. Yeah. No, the house was incredible. Yo, that house is crazy. You fucking drive up to it. It's like next to some goddamn creek, and it's like you can hear the river the entire time, and it's actually sick. The house is sick. I don't know how the fuck they found it. Finn is a legend, really. Everyone's a legend on there. They had they used, I don't know if you guys noticed, but they used a squib, which I thought was sick. That was like, we were in the background when the squib shot was happening, and we all got fucking pieced up with the blood. Yeah. Practical effects, dude. Like, no, I'm no film guy, but think about that. Soda holding the green frame is supposed to be Nick. Oh, yeah, Nick wasn't. It looked great. Yeah, I know. Well, you know, these guys don't do half measures, all right? I used a squib on a Sweeney Todd show. It was so much fun. Yeah, it's like, it was a little bit terrifying as well, but it was sick. Incredibly well produced. Only posting one more time. Funny.
Jay Schlatt, I'm convinced that you are Norm Macdonald's bastard son. And congrats on joining OTK.
Thank you.
OTK
Thank you.
looks like a group of Make-A-Wish kids that survived the program.
What
no.
the fuck?
Oh my god.
He's not wrong.
Do you think they started posing before OTK kind of disrespectful? I mean, I think they fucked up on the launch. They fucked up on the launch aside because like Forbes already had an article lined up, which is weird. Like, I don't know why the fuck Forbes already had an article lined up, but I mean, who cares? It's fine. It's whatever. Everybody forgets. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to the real world. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. King Charles from Buckingham Palace is diagnosed with cancer. The nation mourns.
Breaking news from Buckingham Palace, which has announced that the King has been diagnosed with cancer.
That's right.
Let me bring you that statement.
I need to
from
bring my
Buckingham Palace
fucking
in
food
full.
in real quick.
During the King's recent hospital procedure for benign prostate enlargement, a separate issue of concern was noted. Subsequent diagnostic tests have identified a form of cancer. His Majesty has today commenced a schedule of regular treatments, during which time he's been advised by doctors to postpone public-facing duties. Throughout this period, His Majesty will continue to undertake state business and official paperwork as usual. The King is grateful to his medical team for their swift intervention, which was made possible thanks to his recent hospital procedure. He remains wholly positive about his treatment and looks forward to returning to full public duty as soon as possible. And that statement concludes by saying that His Majesty has chosen to share his diagnosis to prevent speculation and in the hope that it may assist public understanding for all those around the world who are affected by cancer. Well, that statement just through from the palace in the last few moments. Our royal correspondent, Daniela Relf, is here with me. And that note of optimism within that statement, Daniela, but nonetheless, a huge shock.
Yeah, on a personal level, clearly for the King, for the Queen and for the wider royal family, this will be a shock. Coming so early on, just 17 months into his reign, he is now facing such a serious health challenge. It was exactly a week ago today, this afternoon, that I was outside the hospital watching as the King left. He'd been there for 3 nights being treated for that benign prostate condition. He was actually on reflection in hospital a little longer than we had anticipated. We thought he would perhaps be out after 1 or 2 nights, but he stayed in for the whole weekend for 3 nights. And we now know that it was during that stay in hospital that this cancer was discovered. A secondary condition was found, and that's when it was spotted. So clearly a difficult period of time now for the King and the wider royal family. He'll be stepping back from all of his royal duties, bar some of the admin of royalty. He'll be able to deal with the red boxes. We're told that he will carry on, hopefully having his audience with the Prime Minister each week and also taking part in the Privy Council meetings. But he's going to step back. We are going to see more of the Prince of Wales, his son William, and of his wife Queen Camilla. They will be picking up some of his duties. But for now, he is going to focus on his treatment and his recuperation, that treatment that started today.
Yes, and just a slightly further thought about the positivity, because we saw him with the Queen very, very recently, walking around, waving to the crowds, waving to the cameras.
That's right. We saw the King yesterday on his Sandringham estate in Norfolk. He was on his feet walking to church from the main house of Sandringham up to the main church, Mary Magdalene Church. That in itself is around a 10-minute walk, so he was well enough to do that. We saw him there with the Queen. He saw the photographers. He waved as he saw them, but he came back to London today to start his treatment for that cancer.
It's so funny to be like, he's doing his duties, and then you think, like, what are his fucking duties, man? Like he did, what is the duty? The entire job is, I guess, to survive, really, when you think about it. Which he's ironically failing. Like, your job is to just be alive, and you're kind of taking an L on that. It's the entire purpose of the fucking king and the queen, you know? Living like you're on vacation 24/7 is a job is just, it's so weird. A weird ass situation, brother. Odd. His duty is to produce more kings. Somebody needs to extract his seed. Oh, fucking dude. IDF guys are just going to be all over this shit, dude. Extracting cum. Hello? The royal cum. This is a cum extraction mission that I never even thought was possible. The greatest cum extraction mission of all. Well, I guess he did it already. He already nutted once.
And in terms of the workload, you mentioned some royal duties will pass to Queen Camilla and to his son, to the heir, and of course, health issues with the Princess of Wales as well. So another element of the royal family also dealing with an awful lot on the health front.
Yeah, this has been a tricky month for the royal family. There's no getting away from that. Prince William had scaled back his own diary to help look after his wife while she was in hospital. And now that she's back home in Windsor recuperating, we are due to see him for the first time since the 11th of January. This Wednesday, he's carrying out 2 engagements. That's the first time we've seen him since his wife was unwell. But clearly going forward with both his wife and his father now out of the picture, he is going to have to pick up some of those royal engagements.
All right, Daniela, I know you'll stay with us. Our health editor, Hugh Pym, is with me. Scant details, of course, as we would expect, Hugh, but that note of optimism and that interesting, striking last sentence of the statement from the palace in the last few minutes, that awareness on the part of the king that people around the world deal with cancer every day, and he is now one of those.
Well, indeed, Jane. All we know is that the King came down from Sandringham to London today and began his treatment as an outpatient. We don't know precisely where, and according to the palace, he continues to be at home in London this evening. Now, we don't know what form of treatment this involves. We know it's not prostate cancer. It was discovered in the course of treatment for his benign prostate enlargement, and prostate cancer was ruled out at the time, and it's been ruled out now, according to the palace, but we don't know what form of cancer it is, and it's still not entirely clear how it was discovered. Was it through scans or some other form of examination in the course of that treatment for his prostate condition? And yes, according to the palace, the King remains wholly positive about his treatment, and he's chosen to make his diagnosis public because he was very keen that the public should know, because he is a patron of cancer charities, and he certainly believes in as much information as possible, because when his prostate condition was reported, the NHS reported a considerable number of extra calls coming through to various helplines, with others just taking on board what potential risks they may have.
Yes, and we have just passed World Cancer Day, and the NHS was grateful, putting out all those details about the awareness raising that came from the King being so open about what we are told was a benign treatment and something that millions of men get and was treated very.
That's so weird. So, like, what? When the fucking King gets cancer or potentially gets checked up for prostate cancer, which, by the way, is like other British people are like, oh, mate, it's time for me to fucking look at my asshole too, mate. Like, is that what happens in England? This guy still has the clout. I mean, I guess, like, for old people, that is the target audience, really. Me bum. I put a finger in me bum, lad. Like, if there's anyone that gets, like, influenced by the fucking King, it's going to be an old person. And those are the primary target for prostate cancer, I suspect. So technically it's a good thing. I don't know. It's wild to have it's wild to be the doctor that fingers the butt of the King.
very successfully, we are told.
Yes, indeed. And I think the point is cancer, the risk does increase with age. That is a known fact. And certainly awareness is very, very important. Any cancer specialist will tell you that. And certainly what the King has done today with this statement, by making it public, certainly should raise awareness.
Hugh, thank you for now. Hugh Pym, our health editor.
On Capitol Hill, Senate leaders from both parties say they're backing a breakthrough plan to control immigration at the southern border. Now, it's part of a broader national security bill that took months to work out, but it's strongly opposed by many House Republicans and even some Democrats. Nicole Killian has more on that deal.
Bro, this is giving like the exact same energy as when the Barack Obama administration tried to capitulate to the Republican Party and do bipartisanship and cut Social Security spending, and then the Freedom Caucus nuked it. It's the exact same situation being played out in front of our eyes, where like the grand bargain, famously, exactly. The Democratic Party, which by the way, Joe Biden was also leading that charge last time. The Democratic Party keeps conceding and capitulating to the stupidest, most far-right, nonsensical notions on issues that are supposed to be winnable as long as you dedicate some messaging to it. And instead of dedicating any time or energy into messaging against the Republican Party position, they just adopt it entirely, only to have the Republican Party go, yeah, nah, dog, I still don't trust you. Your immigration bill is still gay. So all you did was basically concede that there is a problem instead of countering against it. When there is no problem, by the way.
A bipartisan trio of senators unveiled their final product Sunday in the form of a $118 billion national security package.
These are powerful new tools that allow any administration, this one and future administrations.
I fucking hate her so much, dude. I hate her so fucking much. God damn. I don't want to even say anything any further than that.
To actually gain control of the border.
The compromise would give the administration new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border, allowing immediate deportation before asylum is requested. The government would be required to close the border when migrant encounters reach a daily average of 5,000 over a week. It also ends catch and release policies and streamlines asylum cases by processing claims in 6 months or less.
There are Democrats willing to change the asylum law to make it better, to deal with parole, to enhance expedited removal.
In exchange, the bulk of the bill includes more aid to Ukraine, Israel, humanitarian assistance for Gaza and other conflict zones, and support for partners in the Indo-Pacific. But as soon as it was released, House GOP leaders struck it down, with Speaker Mike Johnson warning this bill is even worse than we expected. It will be dead on arrival. Instead, Johnson told members the House will vote this week on a standalone package to fund Israel, and he denied taking orders from former President Trump, who opposes the border deal.
He's not calling the shots. I am calling the shots for the House. That's our responsibility.
That's so funny that they have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because this will never get passed under a Republican administration. They constantly chirp about how much they want to kill immigrants. And the Democrats are like, yeah, no, here you go. Here's the we're going to kill immigrants bill. Okay? And then Trump was like, dude, what are you doing? Don't pass the kill immigrants bill so I can fucking keep complaining about how the Democrats are not killing enough immigrants. So then they go, yeah, we're not going to pass this kill immigrants bill now. If you actually wanted to fucking kill immigrants, this is the bill, okay? The Democrats literally are like, oh, dude, we love the killing immigrants bill. We'll do it. Oh, no, you don't understand. Like, I also want to drown, like, Guatemalan children in the Rio Grande Valley with booby traps and, like, drown them. That's my favorite type of bill. It's great. I say this all the time. It's just not, it's not like a real need or interest. It's not beneficial to the economy anyway. It's more beneficial as a point, as a talking point for them.
President Biden urged House Republicans not to play politics and said doing nothing is not an option. But some progressive Democrats and members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus are also pushing back, claiming they were left out of the border talks. Still, a test vote is set in the Senate for Wednesday. Tony?
It's amazing it got this far. Speaker of the House seems to be a tough job. Nicole, thank you very much.
Joining us now, Democratic Senator from New York, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. It's really good to have you on the show, Senator.
Great to be here.
You have
Happy
said
Monday.
that Happy Monday. We love Mondays. You've said that you worked very closely with Leader McConnell on this bill. Now that we see what's in it, seems to be as bipartisan as it gets.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't this?
It's only bipartisan because Democrats have conceded on every point that the Republicans have made on immigration. That's why it's bipartisan. I love that they're selling this as though it's bipartisan. It's literally just a Republican bill. It's like in an alternative universe, it would be as if like the Democrats pushed for Medicare for all, and then they were selling it as a bipartisan bill because the Republicans conceded on all the positions. Except in this world, the Democratic Party would also have to be in support of Medicare for all.
Why wouldn't both sides really want this to go through?
Well, it's a great question, Mika. Look, it took a long time, 4 months of arduous negotiations. They fell off the tracks a whole bunch of times. I had to be on the phone even at midnight saying, we got to keep going. Why? We're at a turning point in America. This bill is crucial, and history will look back on it and say, did America fail itself? Why is it crucial? Well, if we don't aid Ukraine, Putin will walk all over Ukraine. We will lose the war.
Bro, I can't believe this, dude. It's a Republican immigration bill with the Republicans yelling that the bill is weak, woke shit, and demand that migrants be blown to miss in the next one. No, but it's a Republican immigration bill, and okay. This bill, the only reason why the Democrats are desperately pushing for it is because, one, they think they will look stronger on immigration, and two, which, by the way, will not work. It will not work. I cannot stress this enough. You can never out-racist the Republican Party. All you do in that situation is just make racism more prevalent. And then you look like a fucking clown ass next election cycle when you go, well, sweetie, if you don't vote for us, the other side is going to kill immigrants. It's like, bro, you just voted to kill immigrants. You're on Morning Joe pushing for the kill immigrants bill. Suck my dick. Like, I didn't fucking forget that. I'm not going to forget that. It's so close to the goddamn election cycle. You think I'm going to lose sight of that reality? Like, it's right here. It's in front of my face. These guys literally are like, oh, God. Oh, the fascists are coming. The fascists are coming. It's like, bitch, you're here. You're here. You're welcoming them with open arms. Suck my cock. Fuck you, you fucking monster. And the major reason why they're doing it is because they want to give money to Ukraine, but more importantly than Ukraine, they want to give money to Israel, okay? They're like, let's pass the Guatemalan child murder bill here in America, which will feature the fucking Palestinian child murder spending package associated with it. And then I have to sit here and act like they're the fucking lesser evil, dog. Get the fuck out of here.
And we could be fighting in Eastern Europe in a NATO ally in a few years. Americans won't like that. If we don't help Israel defend itself against Hamas, that perpetual war will go on and on and on. If we don't help humanitarian aid to the starving Palestinians in Gaza, hundreds of thousands could starve. And the border.
That's the grossest part about it, too, because it's like, the grossest part about it is that they're also like, hey, we're gonna give Israel like $17 billion, but also we're gonna give like a couple million to the Palestinian children that they're killing too. Sick, man. Why are you keeping them alive at that point? Just like, don't give them any money so that Israel can kill them faster. Like, what the fuck? Like, you want to keep them alive so that Israel can like torture them further? Is that what's going on in your fucking ethnic cleansing bill? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, UNRWA is explicitly named and banned from receiving any of the money, too. So that's the other part about this. Speaking of UNRWA, we will talk about the Channel 4 video that came out that, by the way, completely, that examines the UNRWA Hamas allegations, the UNRWA connection to Hamas allegations, which apparently is a fucking lie. Oh, my God, I'm so shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. How shocking.
Everyone has said it's chaos. A speaker, you just saw Speaker Johnson, he said it's chaos. We have to do something legislative a few months ago. But what has happened, in answer your question, so this is crucial for America. It's a turning point. History is going to look over our shoulders and say, did we rise to the occasion? To his credit, Mitch McConnell did.
He's right about that. He's right about that. It's a turning point for America. History's going to look back and go like, remember when the Nazi regime of the United States of America aligned perfectly with the Nazi regime of Israel? And they got together and they passed this Nazi bill to give the Nazis in Israel more fucking money to kill literal children. Yeah. Fucking turning point it is, for sure. This is definitely an important pivot point in history, for sure. Full tilt fascism, yeah.
But too many Republicans, including Speaker Johnson, are just scared to death of Donald Trump. Donald Trump has said he wants chaos. Donald Trump has said, well, wait till I become president. That'll take at least a year. Ukraine could be gone. The border will get much worse. War in the Middle East will get worse, maybe bringing us into it. He's doing it all for political
maybe bringing
reasons.
us into it.
And let me just say, will senators, the crucial...
Guys, Donald Trump might bring us into war in the Middle East. As the Democratic president is bombing Iraq, Syria, Yemen. Might as well bomb Gaza, too, while they're at it. All to defend Gaza, really. Oh, man, dude. If it would suck. Jordan? No, not Jordan. But it would suck. Dude, it sure would suck if Donald Trump brought us into war in the Middle East.
Question, the $64,000 question. The majority of Republican senators know this bill is the right thing to do. It's a compromise. I don't like everything in it. Neither does McConnell. But it's a compromise. That's the only way you get things important done in the Senate. We proved that 2 years ago in our bipartisan legislation. And will the senators drown out the political noise from Trump and his minions and do the right thing for America? It's a crucial question. History is looking down on every one of us right now.
So, Senator, what do you say to Speaker Johnson, who says this bill is worse than he thought, or whatever it was he said? I mean, how does one not see how these House Republicans are responding to this bill as not the hand of Trump and even Putin at...
This is so funny. Dude. Again, it's so insane. It's so insane that we are giving everything to the Republicans and they're still blowing it up. The Democrats are giving everything to the Republicans in this bill. Everything. I wasn't saying it sarcastically. We literally did strike Jordan. Wait, what? We strike Jordan? Wait, what? Attack on you? No, that's attack on U.S. bases in Jordan. We didn't strike Jordan. They struck our base in Jordan. We have bases everywhere, including a secret one in Jordan. That would have been wild if we also struck Jordan. Here's Tower 22, by the way. That's like, it literally borders right here. That's what they struck. Bomb ourselves as a flex, dog. Yeah. It's like America energy is like going up and being like, yeah, dog, I'll pay hey man, I know my copay says $40, but I'm willing to pay the entire fucking procedure at urgent care. Guess what? I'll just grind extra hard. America's doing that to itself. It's like, oh yeah, Iran, you said you won't bomb our targets in retaliation, but guess what? We bombed our own targets anyway. That's right. I'm trying to beat your ass with a handicap. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. What would you change in the bill? I would literally not put this bill forward at all. It is an idiotic bill. Oftentimes I talk about how Republicans have bad policy, but very good politics. And what I mean by that is they're very good at playing the political game. Democrats, on the other hand, are supposed to have good policies and bad politics. They're not good at playing the game, but they're supposed to push for good policy. This is a situation where it is the worst of both worlds. It's both bad politics and bad policy. It's bad politics to concede to your opponent on a pivotal issue such as immigration, basically completely remanufacturing the notion that immigration is not a separate standalone economic policy circumstance, but instead a matter of national security. That is nutty. The notion that immigration is supposed to be considered from the lens of national security is so crazy that it was objectively viewed as a white supremacist position not that long ago. 8 years ago, you would look at that and you go, the fuck do you mean? Wait, what? Immigrants are coming in and raping our daughters? Hello? Excuse me. Sorry. You are the most racist person I know. That's what we used to say 8 years ago. Now we're like, dude, actually, they are raping our daughters, and we have to rape them back. Here, I'm pushing for the We Rape the Immigrants First bill as a Democrat. What the fuck are we doing? What is going on? Like, what the fuck? This is out of control. It's so psychotic. We've lost the plot entirely. Bad politics because it's literally like, it's bad politics because, like, obviously conceding to your opposition on this issue is psychotic. It's just wrong. Okay? Conceding to your opposition on this front is so wrong. All you did is normalize it. All you did is basically say, you know what? We got to hand it to the right wing. They're right. Immigrants are raping our daughters. Okay? That's all you did. And guess what? They will always outfuck you on the racism side. Okay? That's number one. Number two, it's bad policy. What do you mean? We're not going to do catch and release. We're just going to do permanent detentions? Really? That seems like a good idea to you? The notion that we even talk about this as catch and release, like we're talking about motherfucking, as though we're talking about fish and not like real human beings, is also really fucked up. Okay? We're talking about legal asylum seekers following the actual legal processes, okay? Like 95% of them return to their court cases. 95%! There's no reason not to allow them to legally seek asylum. It's so fucked up. It's just pure vitriolic racism that guides this entire bill. Okay? It's pure vitriolic white nativist immigration policy that is guiding this. It's like psychopathic, bloodthirsty, racist bullshit that's guiding this bill, and the Democrats completely fucking caved on it. Suck my dick, dude. Why did they cave on it? They caved on it so they could give more money to Ukraine and go give more money to fucking Israel especially. Holy moly, dude. Chill with the white stuff? What do you mean chill with the white stuff? White nativist? Smart as liberal? The fuck is he on about? I like fish, chill with the white stuff? White nativism is a very specific type of policy that we're talking about here, okay? If you want to know more about the white stuff, think about the white stuff I put on your mother's face last night, okay? I'm talking about my cum. I came on your mother's face last night. She loved it. I mean, it was consensual, of course. I'm your dad, though. I'm your dad. I'm your father, okay? And you're fucking grounded. Let's continue with this fucking demon has to say.
Play, and what do you say to Speaker Johnson directly
I say
about
to Speaker
how
Johnson,
they're playing this?
Yeah, I say to Speaker Johnson, don't let the 30 hard right people in the House who are extreme. They wanted us to default. They wanted the government not to pay its debts. They wanted us, the government to shut down. They're extremists, and they're running your show. Do the right thing. You know what the right thing to do is. You know we need to fix our border. You know that it has to be bipartisan. The bill that you passed didn't get a single Democratic vote in the House or the Senate. How are you going to get anything done? Or do you just want to make a speech? As you admittedly say, you say the border's in chaos. Do something about it. Don't just politically posture.
So, Leader Schumer, Speaker Johnson is...
Oh my God. Oh, they're so horny. Oh, they're so horny. Dude, they are literally, oh my God. Oh God. What a world that we live in. What a world that we live in. It took us 4 years ago from do not build a border wall. That's a white supremacist thing. Children in cages, no thank you, to literally being like, no, I'm going to put the fucking kids in cages, actually. I'm going to kill them. I actually don't even want them to fucking go to cage. I'll kill them myself. That's what the Democrats are doing. That's crazy. God, I fucking hate this party so much. They suck so much ass, dude. Oh, fuck, they're so shitty. Yeah, vote for Biden or fascism will win. It's like, bro, fascism is winning. Close your eyes and imagine this being the Trump administration's doing, and you will maybe then realize it's really fucked up. Unless your only disagreement with Trump is an aesthetic one. For many, that is the case, I think.
just noted, came out against the bill, saying it's worse than he expected. He's also been very clear. He's like, this is dead on arrival. He's saying this has no chance to pass the House. But if this does pass the Senate, which is you're confident will do.
It's insane to me that there's not a single fucking media person on MSNBC chat, MSNBC. Not one person is going, hey, why are you giving the Republicans everything that they want on borders issues after running for an entire fucking year? Like, why is it that you are, you complain so much about all the Trump shit, and we did too, and yet for some weird reason, what happened? Like you forgot about all that shit? Like now you want to do it yourself? What's happening? Yeah, Kirsten Sinema's getting her comeuppance a little bit, and we'll talk about it too.
Confident, hopeful is the right word. This is hard. And our Republican senators, we need a bunch of them, are under a lot of pressure from the right-wing Trump part of the party.
So let's do it in two parts. Talk to us a little more about the dynamics in the Senate and why you are hopeful. And then secondly, but even if you get it through the Senate, if he's saying it's dead, what happens next? How do the dynamics change?
Good questions, both. How do we get it through the Senate? Senators have to rise to the occasion. A large number of senators have shown real courage.
I hate this. I hate this piece of shit. Dude, we have the top Democrat in the Senate, the majority leader, a New York Democrat, on MSNBC, MSDNC, right? Democratic Party's Fox News, promoting, nay, begging to push a white nativist comprehensive immigration border proposal. That's insane. This is a genuine, ginormous shift in attitudes. Like we went from saying Trump is a fascist to literally pushing for Trump's agenda and offering it and even advocating for it. Like, please, we need to pass this bill. Please, I beg you. It's so Jover.
Senator Langford. I mean, he was chosen by Mitch McConnell to negotiate this because he's very conservative. He's not in the middle
never been
of where
more
the
Jover.
Republican senators are. He's somewhat to the right, a very religious, deeply God-fearing man. And he had the courage to do it. McConnell, you know, I mean, maybe I'm not supposed to say something good about McConnell because the right wing will go, ow, 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 which they always do. But he's shown courage because he knows it's the right thing to do. I've had private talks with McConnell. He knows what will happen to America if Putin.
Bro, they sent 10 Venezuelans to New York, and Chuck Schumer's like, we have to literally murder them. They are poisoning our bloodstreams. I'm losing it. I swear to God, every American is like one minor inconvenience away from being an Adolf Hitler supporter, okay? I swear to God. Dude, literally every fucking American, especially above like, I don't know, like 200 grand a year in salary, is one slight inconvenience away from hailing the Fourth Reich. Like liberals, Republicans, all of them. There's no like, hold on, let's like reimagine the world. Let's fucking, I don't know, dial it back a little bit. Let's fucking build housing or shelter or like, let's get some federal funding allocated specifically to the migrants that were kidnapped and fucking shipped like they're pieces of parcel to New York. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Putin and Ukraine succeed. And we have some of these right-wing Republicans in the Senate who used to decry Putin and now say don't aid Ukraine. All political and really horribly political because of so much is at stake. So let's assume that our senators in the Senate rise to the occasion, okay? And I hope they will. Everyone's talking to each other. Once they look at the bill, when Langford showed some of the Republicans the bill, they finally saw what was in it and say, oh, this is a real compromise. This isn't to sell out one way or the other. If it passes the Senate.
Bro. What compromise? What compromise? What is the compromise? The compromise is only considered a compromise if the Democratic Party's position is now firmly in the Trump camp. I think 10-7 might have genuinely broken a lot of liberals' brains to genuinely become more Israel-coded in their politics, kind of like the same way meteoric rise of Donald Trump enabled more and more right-wing racists to become more prominent and proud in their bigotry. I don't know, maybe. I always have like maintained the position that there is a level of like cynicism in our defense of Israel to make it seem like we are defending Israel because like it's a military industrial complex play. But nowadays, maybe it is more zealotry. Like I always feel like everything politicians do is cynical, right? Like that's my position usually. Like that they know that it's not doing any good, but they do it anyway because like it's just, you know, that's how their wheels are greased. But I feel like you're not wrong. I feel like post October 7, like there are some people who just straight up are just like, no, you don't understand, dog. Like we have to start killing people. Like I'm not sure I agree with this has anything to do with Israel. I think they're just always been ghouls and they're pivoting to try to win in November regardless. Yeah, I think it's bad. It's also silly because like it's not even a good way to win. It's not even a surefire way to win. It's actually a bad way to win. You're not going to win. You're going to lose. You are caving to your opponent and saying, my opponent has a lot of good ideas, actually. Okay? The notion that this is like... Here. The notion that you have caved on the You've caved on the immigration issue, and you are looking at it, okay, as though it is a national security concern. Is so bad. Let's see if I can look at it from here. As far as some of the key points goes, there is a 5,000 encounter limit that automatically triggers shutting down the border completely at a and never really opening it again at a later date. Basically, it's deleting the process that we have called catch and release, which is, I think, a gross way to frame it anyway, where legal asylum seekers that have to step on U.S. soil and get apprehended by Border Patrol get a court date that they arrive at 95% of the time, by the way. That process is now gone. They're in permanent detention. They're easing the deportations as well. It's basically like I mean, it's literally Donald Trump's immigration policy. Like it's almost identical. That's it. It is not. Hold on. Here, I'll pull it up for you. I mean, here, this is from The Hill. 5 things to know about the Senate border deal. It doesn't really shut down the border. If there's one thing this bill will be remembered for, it has made President Biden change his tune on immigration. Exactly. Biden pledged to shut down the border, given the authority to do so late last month as talks were drawing close and pressure was growing on negotiators. While the phrase means different things to different people, it was clear from the context of his remarks that Biden has had meant the authority to stop processing asylum applications. The Senate proposal will give him just that. It would create a border emergency authority that allows the Secretary of Homeland Security to summarily remove from and prohibit in whole. By the way, this is, remember when fucking dumbass libtards always fucking yapped about, like, if we put more Supreme Court justices on the Supreme Court, then what happens when a Republican is in charge and they do it too? Okay? Can you imagine giving the fucking executive authority this level of power, this level of authority, and then Trump wins? Great, dude. Fucking great. That's awesome. Thank you so much. New border closure policy is 5,000 per week, which would be a maximum of 360K per year. Current DHS statistics for a year of immigration at the border is 2.5 million. No glazing, but the amount of times you get vindicated by the national news should be studied as by any serious leftist. You should teach a lesson on materials analysis. I'm just saying, it's like, this is the classic Democratic Party play. The authority would be optional if the cumulative 7-day average of the Border Patrol encounters between 5,000 a day, and mandatory if the average exceeds 5,000. The mandatory authority would kick in after any single day with more than 8,500 encounters. During that time, U.S. border officials would summarily expel most migrants encountered between ports of entry, with the exceptions for minors and U.S. obligations under the Conventions Against Torture. During that time, I'm going to repeat, U.S. border officials would summarily expel most migrants encountered between ports of entry, as in the legal entry point for asylum seekers would be completely shut down. Border officials would also be obligated to process at least 1,400 asylum requests at ports of entry during an emergency. But the exceptions and processing requirements were not enough to bring Biden's left flank into the fold. Advocates say the entire concept of substituting asylum for quicker expulsions, even a pinch, is pure Trumpism. Advocates are correct, by the way. Okay? They are correct. Leah Greenberg, co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible, said the group opposes bringing back failed Trump-era immigration policies. This is literally a Trump policy. Huh. It's not even, at that point, it turns away from like, oh, well, 99% Hitler versus 100% Hitler to like, no, now it's 100% Hitler versus 100% Hitler. The fuck are we doing? Yeah, it's 100% Hitler, but it's Democrat doing it, so it's cooler. You don't understand. It's a Democrat doing it, so it's fine. It's good. Having a limit on how many can come in a day makes sense, though. The border doesn't have infinite staff and resources. That's really cute that you said that. Okay. The point is funding the processing part and integration. Okay. That's the point. Not like limiting access or shutting it down because of like arbitrary reasons, for arbitrary reasons. Or even analyzing the situation from the perspective of like some kind of national security concern, because that's fucking bullshit. That is not valid. That is invalid. Okay. Ridiculous. And also, we have a shit ton of staff. It's just about what you do with that staff. We have hired a shit ton of people to apprehend and arrest and detain and hurt. Now, imagine if we hired a shit ton of staff to not apprehend, arrest, detain, torture, and deter, I guess. But instead, to manage, file paperwork, file processing claims, process, put into houses. These are human beings, man. Anyway, here's the National Immigrant Justice Center. It says, in short, the bill will violate the Refugee Convention by closing the border to people seeking safety. The centerpiece of provision of the bill requires the U.S. government to seal the border to people seeking asylum when the numbers of people arriving at the border reach a certain trigger number. This would force the United States to close its doors to countless people in need of asylum protection and send them back to harm. It exacerbates the humanitarian and operational challenges on the border, like the procedurally similar Title 42 policy. Expulsions and unpredictable border closures will create chaos and incentivize organized crime on the border. Refusing to process people so they may seek safety in the U.S. means that they're trapped, unable to return home, and vulnerable to kidnappings and violent crime by cartels and other armed groups. In this untenable situation, we're forced to try multiple times to re-enter the United States, exacerbating processing delays. It makes asylum largely inaccessible for those who are permitted to ask for it at ports of entry. This is a key part of this, okay? These people have the legal right to seek asylum in the United States of America. Many of them are refugees, okay? A lot of them have temporary protected status. Venezuelans, the major group, alongside Ukrainians, which, by the way, not a lot of stink on the Ukrainian front. I wonder why. People only complain about the Venezuelans. But Venezuelans have temporary protected status, just like Ukrainians do. Why? Because Venezuela is a communist shithole, right? It's a communist hellhole. Politically, we want to, one, starve out Venezuela, and two, pull a Cuba on Venezuela. So we offered Venezuelans temporary protected status because they're escaping communism, so we can use them. We can say, look how bad communism is. Venezuelans are escaping communism to come here. Okay? Now, of course, Venezuelans are brown as fuck. So when you see them, you go, oh, gross. They're the rapist immigrants. Ukrainians come in, they're white. Oh, good. It's fine. These are our people. Okay? That's it. That's the major point. That is the major point here. That is the major difference in opinion. That is the major reason as to why this is a big fucking deal. As someone that lives in a border state, I wish we would just build fucking affordable housing to get people out the streets. We don't need to kick them out. We just need to help them. Making it hard to get here just makes it shittier when they obviously still come regardless. Yep. The bill creates a rush new process for people seeking asylum, starting with a screening interview. Most will fail under newly heightened standards. People facing rush deportations under this new process will have no access to immigration judge, federal judge review, effectively guaranteeing wrongful deportations. What? Frontal lobe disconnected take? Wait, what? Are you talking to me about the difference between the way that we treat Ukrainian migrants versus Venezuelans? By the way, I was a major advocate for bringing in as many Ukrainians into the United States of America as possible. I don't know if you knew this or not, dumbass, including your dumbass bitch ass who now does live in America, Moldovan Mama Liga, instead of writing the one cow that the Moldovan military has in order to defend the goddamn country, the slice of country from the Russian orcs. Okay? How about the only thing you defend is the top of the hour by subscribing for 47 months. Okay? For 47 months, this man has defended himself against the top of the hour ad break. Anyway, don't be worse than Moldova Mama Liga. Subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite podcast. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. This is so true to the point that even my local community college hired a person to help them transition to education. A great thing, yet not something we have for all of the migrants. Interesting. Lily, the Chaos God, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Moldovan Mama League is your favorite chatter. Don't lie. Oh, 100%. We will also punish asylum seekers with imprisonment while enriching private prison companies. Hey, by the way, yeah, we have to get fatter contracts with private prison companies, because guess what? We have all these immigration detention centers and they're all filled to the brim. Oh no, it'd be a real shame. Anyway. So yeah. Lero Bang, thank you for the 5 gifted. Pay, please. Thank you for the 2 gifted. Anyway, so yeah, there's in-depth analysis here as well. I'm not going to go through it, but I think the top line approach is pretty solid overall. Wait, wait, what company runs these detention centers? Asking for my accountant? Oh, come on, dude. Don't go and fucking buy stocks on these dumbass private prison facilities. Jesus Christ.
There are a large number of congressmen in the House. First, there's a big group of hawks in the middle, and they care about funding Ukraine. They always have. And the strategy of Johnson is right now do nothing. There's a large number of pro-Israel people. They care about that. Then there's a large number of progressive legislators, I'm included, who want to see that Gaza, the people in Gaza, don't starve, and we get that aid to them. Plus, there are some who care about Taiwan, and there's money there to bolster us.
Dog, you literally just said we have to give money to Israel so they can end this quickly. Like, we heard you say that. The fuck do you mean? I heard you say it with my own ears. You literally said you care about getting money quickly and expeditiously to Israel to defend Israel, and so that they can do what needs to be done. You know what I mean? We also cut off aid to Gaza, like the international community, international organization.
Against China's aggression there. You know, we're in an aggressive world. And we've got a lot of dictators linking up, Russia, China, Iran. If we don't defend ourselves, we don't want this to be like 1938.
So you just spelled out that there's a lot of constituency.
We're the Nazis, dog. You. Okay? Us, the Americans. We're the Nazis. It is like 1938. We're the fucking Nazis, man. We are the Nazis. You're literally pushing a comprehensive baby murder package that has baby murder on both of the conditions. Every part of this is baby murder maxed out at the behest of the U.S. military-industrial complex. What the fuck are you talking about? Bro, how do you not support China, Russia, and Iran? It's absurd. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. It's always... we have to kill Palestinian children or else I'm supporting Iran. Okay? We have to. We have to kill Guatemalan children at the fucking border. We have to just like deny asylum processing to like refugees that are trying to legally come into the country, because if we don't do that, then I'm supporting China and Russia. That's crazy. Wait, no, I agree with you. Yeah, we are worse than Russia. I will stand on that 100%. We are worse than Russia. This doesn't mean Russia is good. Russia is also very bad, okay? Russia does America shit. Russia does America shit in Ukraine, okay? 100%. But we, pound for pound, are worse overall. We do so much. We do all over the world. We do Russia shit everywhere. Two wrongs don't make a right. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I guess, like, unless you're saying, like, two wrongs don't make a right, that's why America can't behave the way that it's behaving.
He's there for this bill. But Speaker Johnson is suggesting he won't even bring it up for a vote.
Well, he's saying that now because he hopes, his nightmare is we pass it in the Senate. So he's doing everything he can to thwart us passing it in the Senate. But once we pass it in the Senate, God willing, I think there'll be huge pressure from within his caucus and without to get this done. If he put this bill on the floor of the House, excuse me, if he put this bill on the floor of the House right now, it would pass. It would get a lot of Democratic votes and would get some good number of Republican votes.
Senator, you've always been candid with me. We go back many, many years.
We sure do.
When you look at the fact that the Hispanic caucus and others, Menendez and others, have opposed it, is part of the battle to get enough Republicans, since you have some Democrats, for whatever reasons, that are against it. And in the House...
Wait, what do you mean, whatever reason? What do you mean, whatever reason, bro? I guess he means like some Democrats like Menendez maybe are pushing for it from the right or something. Like, there's definitely good reason to be against this bill. Come on, Al Sharpton, what the fuck? He lost all the weight. And half of it was from his brain, I think. Menendez, well-known right-winger? Wait, yeah, Bob Menendez is a well-known right-winger. I don't know why Menendez is opposing this bill, but I would suspect that, like, he probably is opposing it because he's got really bad press right now, and he at least has the fucking smarts to recognize that this is an idiotic fucking bill to be on board with. Damn, he's cooking. I hate that. Fuck. I hate that. He's right. Fuck. I hate that so much, dude. Fuck me. God damn it. Worst day of my fucking life today. Jesus Christ. God damn it, dude. What happened? Did Egypt send him more money to fucking oppose the bill or something? What's happening? Why? You just don't want to see a Latinx king prosper. That's what it is. My Latinx king, dude.
Talk about Johnson, but Johnson doesn't have a huge majority in the House. It's only like a couple of votes, and our fellow Brooklynite Hakeem Jeffries can has so far been able to deliver a lot of the Democrats. Even some progressives like you and I may have some questions, but it's the overall good. Can you etch out enough Republicans in the Senate and in the House, since you only need 4 or 5, given Johnson's not playing with a strong.
God, he's such a this fucking old bitch, dude. Shut the fuck up, Al. You dumb fuck. Like, what do you mean? Oh, look at him. He's like, he's talking about this as though like it's established fact that this bill is good. No interest in doing even a fraction of a little bit of a crumb of journalism. Okay. It's so funny to think that Al Sharpton used to be like a pretty rugged black nationalist in this country in the 90s. Jesus Christ. It's pretty funny. Oh my God.
Hand here. Can you get enough to pass these bills when we're looking at cities being invaded, Democratic mayors, particularly black ones, being invaded, and you see cops.
I'm sorry, what? Bro, how is this different than Fox News, man? We're watching fucking Fox News. Oh God, this country is so goddamn fascist. Oh my God, suck my dick, America. America, suck my cock. You have nothing. We can't redeem this country. Oh my God. Oh my God. This makes me sick. He's gross, dude.
It's being beat up in Times Square, and it should have a humanitarian migrant kind of situation here. But at the same time, we are looking.
How is this different? He's still a nationalist. Goes to show you black nationalism is nationalism reactionary.
At the fact
He's
that
not. You think Al Sharpton is still a black nationalist? What are you, crazy?
A crisis.
It should alarm you how fucking little you understand. Like Al Sharpton's politics, I guess, that it is indecipherable. You literally turned around. You turned around and you're like, wow, man, black nationalism is really bad, actually. Because, like, it makes you what? A fucking regular run-of-the-mill liberal who says the exact same things that the Republicans say? Yeah, the only thing left in Al Sharpton is, like, as far as any kind of, like, liberatory, emancipatory black nationalism is that he's black and maybe a nationalist.
This level here.
It's broken. Everyone admits. Left, right, center, the border's broken. So we can all sit in our corners and say, do it my way or no way, and get nothing done and let it continue to be broken. And by the way, it's going to be more broken next year than it is this year if we don't fix it, because you have all these gangs and other coyotes and others bringing even more innocent people who are just struggling for their lives across the border. So the question is, are we able?
Allah is going to take him, dude. It's in his throat.
To get, we will lose a few Democratic votes, but not many. The overwhelming view in my caucus is, first, for Ukraine and aid for Israel. Second, to fix the border. So I think we'll get the vast majority of votes in our caucus, but the way the Senate works, as you know, you need 60, we have 51. So we at least need 9, but probably you need a good, the more the better, because that puts more pressure on Johnson to go along in his body. And in the House, you know, as you say, Hakeem's doing a great job, our fellow Brooklynite.
Right.
Brooklyn's in the House. I think that if Johnson were to make an effort to make this pass, he'd get the votes, because there's a large chunk of people in his caucus who don't want to see Ukraine go down the drain. And that's it. This started as Ukraine. Now, the Republicans said add border. We need their votes. So we did add border, and then we negotiated, much to the surprise of many, in real good faith. So it's not everything you or I would want. But it's clearly an improvement dealing with the chaos in the border.
Well, Senator, this definitely has a lot of foreign policy priorities in it. Do you support congressional authorization for ongoing kinetic action against the Houthis?
Yeah, well,
it's
thus far,
a bipartisan group has come forward.
Yeah, they have.
Supporting
Thus far, the president has given us adequate notice on every one of these, and that's.
We are doing the meme. When do I get to vote for someone who actually represents the working class? That's the neat part. You don't. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's just like, oh. Sometimes your reactions confuse me. None of this surprises you, right? And if we can't vote and change any of this, are we just doing copium acting like voices we heard? Like, acting like voices are heard. I've been real depressed about this lately. Would love your insight. Even just going to Palestinian protests obsesses me now. Sorry for reposting. I'm dooming right now. No, it's actually uniquely bad. Because like some Democratic Party never ceases to amaze me. And always rushing to the bottom of the barrel for bad politics. Bad politics and bad policy all the way down. The saving grace here in this situation is the even more fascist coalition in the Republican Party is like, this is not fascist enough, / we're just simply blowing this up so that we can get Donald Trump to use this as a fucking talking point in the election. So that's it. That's like the major point here. That's the one saving grace. Thank God for the fucking white nationalist wingnut group in the Republican Party that is like blowing up the goddamn bill. Oh. Yeah. I do love that the Republicans literally kept saying, oh, you want to fund Ukraine to help Ukrainian border security against Russians, but you don't want to fund our border for like 4 years. And then the Democratic Party just looked at that and was like, we shouldn't even counter message against this. Like, this is brilliant. This is a brilliant take. We should just adopt it as our position. Like, this was Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay? A year ago or 2 years ago, this was Marjorie Taylor Greene's like message on Ukraine. Why are we funding Ukrainian border security, but we can't fund our own border security in the South? And now it's like Chuck Schumer saying that same thing. That's crazy. Of course, when Chuck Schumer concedes on that and says we must fund the fucking border and also Ukrainian borders, then Marjorie Taylor Greene goes, we must execute Mexicans on sight. So next year, Chuck Schumer is going to turn around and go, we must execute Mexicans on sight. I guess that's what we're doing. Is that the goal? That's the ratchet effect right there. Al Sharpton said the cities are being invaded, man. That's crazy. Hold on. Sorry. Hey, have you seen the Channel 5 videos on the border? What do you think? I have not seen them. Do you see the Syrian president talking to the UN today? No, I did not. I am losing my motherfucking mind, though. It's not even the ratchet effect anymore. It's just a call and response effect. Yeah, it's actually, you're right. It is worse than the ratchet effect. I'll tell you why it's worse than the ratchet effect. Because the ratchet effect implies that like Republicans are pushing the boundaries and then the Democrats aren't able to like push back against it. Okay? Bashar al-Assad talked to the UN? Yeah. I don't know what he talked about at the UN, but oh God, that's wild. Most popular man in Syria, dude. The lion. Anyway. There's a difference between the ratchet effect and what the Democrats are doing now. What the Democrats are doing now is like basically cutting the Republicans or trying to cut the Republicans out and outflanking them on right-wing shit.
Satisfies me at this point.
All right.
Which is really interesting because that's exactly what Labour is doing as well in the UK. It is kind of crazy when you think about it. The Labour Party in the UK is doing almost the exact same thing where they're like, we're going to outflank the Tories on issues, real issues like funding the police. That's right. And like austerity measures for the NHS. It's so weird. What the fuck's going on, man? What are you guys doing? You guys are so stupid. You fucking dumb bitches. Oh my God, you all deserve to lose. And you are going to lose. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. And Democrats are going to lose. And every single dumb liberal is going to come in here and be like, Hasan, you did this. Hasan, you did this. Why didn't you tell me that the Democratic Party's border proposal bill was actually good? Even though it was identical to the Republican Party's border proposal. Hasan, you and the 20,000 leftists that fucking still ended up probably voting for mostly Democrats. You guys did this. It's your fault. I will not look at my own stupid fucking party and all of its dumb, idiotic policy ideas and bad politics. It must be the Bernie bros. Oh.
Actually, Fox News did have a number of positive reactions to Friday's jobs reports. Here is Larry Kudlow, a top White House economic advisor under former President Donald Trump.
I know many of my conservative friends are trying to drill holes in this report. But you know what, folks? It is what it is. It's a very strong report. Not every economic stat should be viewed through a political lens. I've been in this business a very long time, and sometimes you just have to throw away the ballot box and just recognize the numbers. They are what they are. This was a very strong report.
That's so funny that they're sad. There is nothing funnier than watching a Republican be sad openly. That, like, the jobs numbers look good. That's so crazy, man. Anyway, the real reason why a booming economy isn't boosting Biden's approval numbers is because we already mentioned that for the most part, under the Biden regime, under the Biden agenda, the economy wasn't fucking booming, okay? Real negative wages for far too long under the Brandon agenda, and the economy still hasn't perfectly recovered from that. People still remember that. You could say that that wasn't Brandon's issue. That was actually Trump's fault. Fair, but it doesn't matter. People recognize it as Brandon's fault. Okay? And not only that, but also the major reason why the booming economy isn't boosting Biden's approval numbers is because people associate Biden with being old. So they look at all the bad things and they say, Brandon did that because he's asleep at the wheel. And they look at some of the good things. If they do start recognizing that things are good, okay, then they're going to be like, well, that's not Brandon. Because guess what? Brandon fucking too old. He didn't do any of the good things. He only did all the bad things because he fell asleep at the wheel. So that's it. And I don't know how you can fix that. I don't know. You can't make him young. Okay? You can't hit him with a young ray. You can't do that. He's too old.
There you go.
All right, Friday's numbers showed the U.S. economy added 353,000 jobs last month. Economists had predicted gains around 185,000. So that's a lot more than expected. But despite continued strong economic data, new polling from NBC News shows just 36% of registered voters approve of how President Joe Biden has handled the economy. And when asked who they would trust more to handle the economy, 55% said Donald Trump, compared to 33% who said Biden.
So, Jonathan Lemire, the numbers are stark, despite the good numbers in the economy. And let's keep that one up right there, 55 to 33. Why? What's the Biden White House's explanation, and what are they going to do about it?
I was speaking to some senior aides at the end of last.
You're covering it? What do you mean I'm covering it? I'm covering it because this is huge. The latest polling results show that on every top issue, I'm covering the percentages. Oh, I thought you meant like I'm covering the story. You were like, oh, why are you covering the story is what I thought. God, my brain is so broken. I just think like everyone is being a fucking cynical enemy, dude. Holy shit. That's crazy. This is what has happened to me. Okay, once a beautiful mind, it's all gone. Okay. You need to go to therapy. I fucking need to quit streaming permanently. The only thing that's keeping me alive right now on the streaming front is like the celebration that it would cause the likes of like Keemstar adjacent content creators and Keemstar himself and all of his fucking disgusting neck-bearded gross fans. So I will never hand them an L. You know what I mean? I'll fucking die on this goddamn chair before I hand them a W. It's spite, baby. All day, every day. I know you're philosophically opposed to the idea, but sub-only mode would help sometimes. Not necessarily. Why are your lips so thick? It's because I kiss your mom. Your biggest haters are subs, to be honest. That's true, yeah.
Week about this very matter, and they're still confident that they can turn this narrative around. That they point to the jobs report, this other strong economic metrics. Most importantly, they feel consumer sentiment. They feel like people are feeling better about the economy, and that translates usually into votes for the incumbent, the president who's overseeing that strong economy. But at least for now, there is a disconnect between Americans who now are starting to think better about how things feel economically, but they're not giving the White House any credit. There's
Can you speak on why the polling shows shit? Why can they get a larger sample size than 100 or 1,000? First of all, 1,000 is a perfectly valid sample size. And they don't do sampling on 100 people.
That is something they need to work on. That's about messaging. That's about salesmanship. That's certainly something this White House is going to do. Now, some aides say to me that they feel like that inherently Americans will vote for the incumbent even if they're not in love with that person, if they feel economically stable. And that's where we're trending right now. Also, we heard from Jerome Powell over the weekend in a rare interview suggesting the rate cut's still coming. They might be delayed somewhat because of, frankly, the strong jobs number and other measures, but there's still probably 3 cuts.
Bro, every meme on TikTok is about how expensive groceries are. What are they smoking? Yeah, the point is inflation is always going to happen. It's just that you're supposed to manage the inflation, which means that prices are still going to go up. But by how much? That's the major point of contention here. Inflation being limited now, which it did. The soft landing did happen. Okay, shouts out to the econ boys. That was true. Inflation does not mean, inflation going away does not mean deflation. Okay? Inflation being manageable simply means that prices will still go up. It's just that it just won't go up by so much. Now, that's number one. Number two, and perhaps more importantly, is that inflation is supposed to go up alongside your wages increasing. Okay? And people, I think, don't recognize or don't choose to recognize, for some weird reason, that people's wages have not matched the rate of growth for the things costing more overall. Okay? Now, wages have gone up, but not your take-home pay. What does this mean? Well, yeah, your wages are technically going up because one of the things that your bosses are paying for, or you're paying with your working hours, is your insurance. So health insurance has gone up. So when health insurance goes up, that all of a sudden magically has this effect of making it seem like your wages have gone up, but it doesn't translate to more dollars in your pocket at the end of the fucking day. So technically your purchasing power has not gone up. So when that happens, like your real purchasing power of groceries has not gone up. So now all of a sudden you're in a situation where like everyone keeps telling you, no, your shit's great, actually. Your shit's awesome. The fuck you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Your situation is great. Look at the wage growth. 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 And it's like, okay, I see that, but I don't see it in my pocket. Make this make sense. And economists, for some reason, some of which do see this reality, I think, others that don't see this reality because they're fucking out of touch, will just be like, these guys are so dumb. They don't recognize that this is not a real thing. They don't recognize. They're so stupid. They don't recognize that their fucking wages have gone up. Now, even if their purchasing power and their take-home pay had gone up, for the record, okay, there's also a second problem here. Weirdly enough, all these econ boys who cover the economy all the goddamn time don't see this. I don't know why. But even if your take-home pay went up, okay, alongside inflation, it's going to take you a long-ass time to start recognizing that. That's why whenever Democrats come in and like try to balance the budget or whatever and fix the economy, quote unquote, the Republicans that come afterwards always take credit for a healthy economy, which they end up inevitably turning around and breaking once again, only for the Democrats to come back in and try to fix, only to be able to fix by the end of the fucking 4-year period or 8-year period, only to have the motherfucking Republicans come back, take advantage of a healthier economy, and fuck it up again. And people don't recognize that it is happening under the Democratic administration. It has to fit perfectly within the boundaries of the Republican administration so that I guess people can recognize that it's a consequence of the Republican Party that did this. Donald Trump looked at cartoonishly high profits, okay, and literally gave them a supercharger in the form of a ginormous tax cut for the corporations and the wealthy. That is inflationary. Here's what's deflationary. At a time when like the economy deserves to be cooled down a little bit, you can do fiscal policy. He did do fiscal policy. He did the fiscal policy in the only direction that people do fiscal policy in this goddamn country, which is fucking tax cuts. It's so dumb. And guess what, by the way, the worst part about this, or the funniest but saddest part about this, is that those tax cuts were marginal for you. If you were under the top marginal tax rate, those tax cuts were tiny for you. They were minuscule. And now they don't even exist. You know whose tax cuts are permanent, though? Mine, motherfucker. Mine and corporations. Only the top marginal tax rate and the corporate tax rate cuts were made permanent. Every other fucking tax cut trickled out. They expired. You were already saving like $5 anyway at the end of the year. Now you fucking don't even save those $5. It's like a ticking time bomb. How many rich dudes do you think lie about ever being Democrats and then vote for Trump for tax cuts? No, fuck that. I don't even think you need to vote for Trump for tax cuts. I think Democrats will offer it to you as well, if need be. Nah, it's bullshit. Dude, I'm telling you right now, the only reason why you vote for the Republicans is because you're like openly racist, okay? If you're secretly racist, just vote for the Democrats. They do the racist shit too. And on top of that, they do pretty much all the deregulation and shit that the Republicans want to do. They also engage in. Okay. It's like, it makes no goddamn sense. It makes no sense to be a Republican in this fucking country. The Democrats give you everything you want. Unless you want to be able to like scream for the rooftops that you love the Confederacy or something. And like you just want to kill teenagers that were like victims of rape and wanted to get an abortion. Then you're like, oh, that's all right. The Republican Party is my party, brother. You don't understand it. White power. I love it. I love fucking my cousin.
This year, and that would certainly boost the economy as well. And that could be even, frankly, well-timed for this president as he heads into the re-election, which are so often economic referendums on the incumbent.
Well, and Elise, you look at the numbers, obviously a lot of Democrats panicking as Democrats do. We're in the beginning of February, long way to go. Joe Biden's numbers are very low. These are, and this is, you know, there was an FT article on this last week.
Ripped ass.
Week, I think, that we talked about. Donald Trump could win. Who knows? Maybe he wins in a landslide.
Hooters.
Not saying he's not. I am saying, though, if you look at numbers across the West, you see leaders that have low approval ratings. You saw Emmanuel Macron when he was going into re-election with approval ratings in the low to mid 30s. He ended up with 58% of the vote. I just think staring at approval ratings and panicking about February polls, that's just time wasted.
No, and so much can happen from now until November. And you look at what really matters more than anything. Our price is going to go down. Not just inflation, gradually trending down, but our price is going to go down. And I think that's what's really hurting Joe Biden right now, because unlike the stock market, every American is impacted by rising prices. And so to be going out there and have your message be Bidenomics and that everything is fine and dandy, it's not the way that they should be messaging this. We feel your pain. We know it's been a tough time, but things are trending in the right direction.
Is Morning Joe sucking Brandon's dick? What the fuck is this? What are you talking about? That's like their whole thing. It's MSNBC, dog. That's what we do. That's what we do out here. What are you talking about? This is all MSNBC is. It's just like Fox News dictates policy for the Republican Party. MSNBC simply gets their notes from DNC and the Democratic Party and just defends it. Sure, Fox News will also defend the Republican Party or the Republican Party figureheads, especially during an election year. But having said that, they also have the capacity to dictate what the Republican Party's policy should be. Tucker Carlson used to do this all the time. Now he's trying to interview Vladimir Putin like the little Klaus shark he is. Also, this show quite literally is his own Fox and Friends, as Empty Rian Max says. This show that we're watching right now, Morning Joe, is his own Fox and Friends. Like, you know how Trump used to watch Fox and Friends? Yeah.
Direction. The fundamentals are good. It's getting better. I just think that it's come across, the Biden administration's messaging has come across as tone deaf on the economy, and there just needs to be a little shift of acknowledging that Americans have been really hurting.
Yeah, let's bring in right now the president of the National Action Network and the host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, Reverend Al Sharpton. Rev, I want to talk about the wars. There are a couple of wars that are raging right now. It's distracting for people. I know you brought it up the other day on our show that you have people saying, hey, listen, I support the president, but we're spending a lot of money overseas. I look at the news. There's a lot of news about what's going on overseas. I want people to help me here at home. You're hearing that, and I'm just wondering how much, despite a strong economy, how much are these wars distracting from what the president's doing?
I think a lot of it is distracting. When people look at the fact that you see the economy may be inching up, but prices are not going down, and people are still kind of trying to make ends meet. And then they see these big...
The dick riding is out of control, dude. It's out of control. The dick eating on Morning Joe, this is pornographic. I didn't realize that MSNBC was in the game of doing pornos, okay?
Millions of dollars.
They're just like, yeah, all of this is a distraction. Mr. Brandon has the fattest cock, okay? He is so hard, and he thrusts it so good, and I love it when he puts in, okay? I love it when he puts it in, and the people are... These wars are distracting. The economy's a distraction. It's just fucking awesome.
Going abroad, even for legitimate reasons. They say, but what about me? Why are we spending all of this money, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's wherever? And it seems like I feel like I'm a second thought. And I think the politics of that is reflected by these startling polls for the Biden camp this weekend. Is people feel neglected. It's not that people may disagree that we should be on the right side of international conflict.
My mom's in the car, bro. Okay, well, your mom is currently listening to Al Sharpton take Biden's pee-pee, okay? So me basically describing the terms and conditions of Al Sharpton's sucking operation is not going to change the reality of Al Sharpton sucking extra hard, okay? Guac guac 9,000, you know what I mean?
People want to feel like, wait a minute, I'm a priority.
I think President Biden is actually a very good sort of teacher on this front about not just the respect for democracy here at home, Rev, but for stability in the world and for the, promoting democracy around the world. I just wonder, does the White House need to focus on the explaining part? We were talking to Jeremy Bash about this earlier. As much as our participation in Israel and Ukraine is definitely draining resources and time, that it is vital to stability of the world and ultimately America as a superpower, Rev.
I think that they must make the...
It's so funny because Mika's dad openly said that the Israeli authorities, Mika's dad, Mika Brzezinski's dad is Zbigniew Brzezinski, okay? So I didn't say his name correctly, but he was a formative, Zbigniew Brzezinski, okay? There's no way I'm going to say it correctly. That's insane. Polish names are impossible to say. But yes, he worked in the Carter regime, and he is, or at least was hyped about like basically creating the Mujahideen and the Taliban, because he brought the Russians into their own personal Vietnam, in his words. But that guy very openly was telling Joe, before Joe and Mika got married, by the way, on the Morning Joe show, that Joe was a fucking dumbass for constantly complaining about Palestinians actually eviscerating negotiations with Israel, and literally openly to his face said, Joe, you're stupid. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm literally Zbigniew Brzezinski, okay? And I'm right, that it was actually Israel that fucking butchered the negotiations, the round of negotiations. Yes, that's Mika Brzezinski's a father. Okay? Fucking alphaed him in his own goddamn show. God, I can't watch the rest of this. This is so fucking stupid. Sad and pathetic. Newsom's MAGA conspiracy about Taylor Swift. Sure, whatever. White House vows more retaliation for drone attack that killed 3 soldiers. We're so fucking horny. Donald Trump interviewed Maria Bartiromo, but he's washed. I don't care about it either. China fear-mongering pairs nicely with the migrants crossing the southern border illegally exploding on 60 Minutes. Oh, dude. Oh, yeah. This is the other part. The Chinese. Our border isn't only scary because Mexicans are coming over the border. Now we got to worry about the Chinese coming over the border, which literally, we just live in a fucking Nick Mullen bit, okay? At this point, this is just a Nick Mullen bit, okay? We are doing that. That's American foreign policy, is just listening to Nick Mullen.
They said it is on their priority.
Bro, they ran this B-roll, I think, 13 times in 13 minutes. As in, once a minute, they ran this exact same B-roll. What base are they claiming asylum from China on? If I'm a Chinese dude and I come to America, I'm 100%. I'm like, dude, President Xi, he's so communist. Okay, you don't get it. I hate communism. Okay. It's always political asylum. It's just like, I have anti-communist thoughts literally in my mind. Like, it doesn't matter why I ran from China. I could have racked up like $1 million in debt. Okay. Gambling debt. If I fucking escape, if I go through the Mexican border into the American side, and I dodge the Yugoslavian bullets being shot at me by old man over there, I'm hugging a fucking border patrol officer and going, dude, you don't understand how fucking anti-communist I am. I love America. I love freedom. China is so bad. They are so communist, dude. You know? You kidding me? No, the border bill is dead. Leader McConnell recommended a no vote on the supplemental Wednesday in a closed Senate GOP meeting. No. Yeah, this is the funniest guy. I don't want to hear a single Republican whine about the border about this after this. Dog, they said no so they can whine about the border, and you so stupidly said that this would somehow prove anything.
Very well, unwittingly or semi-wittingly, be a link in the chain of trafficking these children.
We are. It's not just that we're unwitting. You know that is happening.
Yeah, we love trafficking Mexican babies when it's like some fucking fundamentalist psychopathic Christian cult that's like literally purchasing the Mexican children so that we can give it to like white American parents who are properly Christian enough, okay? Excuse me, there's a proper way to be trafficking children, okay? What is the ruling class's interest for trying to manufacture anti-immigration policy? And to the conversation, doesn't America benefit from cheap labor? What do you mean? It's, dude, it is the basis to keep that labor cheap. That's it. How do you keep that labor cheap? How do you maintain that labor is like, and I don't mean like Polish migrant worker in London cheap, okay? Which is not even a migrant worker. Like, I'm not talking like regular conversion and therefore it's like easier to hire like Polish people or whatever the fuck. I'm talking straight slavery, okay? This is the basis of American immigration. You fucking keep them in impossible to live circumstances because you know they're fucking desperate. The threat of deportation is always there. They can't speak up. And when they do actually speak up, you deport them. The poultry facilities that I've talked about in Alabama and all around the country basically work hand in hand with the INS before and now ICE. They work in unison. They do job fairs specifically in undocumented immigrant populations. They set up trailer parks designed to house undocumented migrants. They hire the undocumented migrants knowing full well that they're undocumented. And when they deny them their back pay, which is also baked into their profit margins, when they deny them their back pay, when they fucking rape them, physically abuse them, all of this stuff happens in these poultry facilities, okay? And the workers say, enough is enough. What the fuck's going on? Give me my back pay. You promised it to me. They call ICE on themselves. They call INS on themselves, even before ICE, to get them deported, only to go back to the exact same cycle and repeat, rinse and repeat. If these guys weren't constantly being treated like they are some scary, unique group of individuals, okay? If they weren't treated as like scary individuals and they were properly documented, they could actually demand legal recourse for all the fucking mistreatment. That's why I always say the racist Republicans aren't like actually racist in that regard. Like, they don't have that Oregonian sensibility of like denying white Americans that have black slaves because that's how fucking scared they are of like living next to black people. If they were truly with the shits, they would literally just target not the workers themselves, not the undocumented migrants, but the actual fucking workplaces. They'd be like, oh yeah, dude, you hired undocumented immigrants? Sorry, sucks to suck. You're going to fucking jail for harboring undocumented immigrants. That's what they would do. Which, by the way, that would be truly fascist. Don't misunderstand me. What the fuck? If we know America has no revolutionary potential, should we ban immigration to collapse our populations of the third world? Okay, that's ridiculous. Anyway. Senator Brian Schatz is shatzing himself over and getting duped by the Republicans. Just gobsmacked. I've never seen anything like it. They literally just demanded specific policy, got it, and then killed it. Oh, I'm so shocked. Bro, I'm sorry, but if this is your take, if this is like you're shocked by this, when I saw this a mile away and was yelling about how fucking stupid it is to even like come to the table with this conversation, you don't deserve to be a fucking senator, okay? This is so dumb. By the way, I want to point to something here, okay? I want to point to something here. The real problem here isn't the fact that, like, oh no, the Republicans don't want to deal with the Democrats. The real problem is the Democrats themselves were willing to concede on absolutely monstrous Republican immigration policies. Okay? That's the issue. It's so dumb.
So our tax dollars are paying to sell children into sex trafficking, paying to sell children into sweatshop trafficking.
Essentially, yes.
It's election year. If things are bad leading to an election, it helps. It has nothing to do with fixing or not fixing it. Same with them. Trying to get reform in before the votes. Both sides playing a game. Yeah, I know both sides are playing a game. It's just so fucking stupid that it's like that they're even playing this game, though. The Democrats should have been playing another game. A game where they, like, say the truth about immigration not being a fucking major burden, and that we should do more to offer humanitarian help to those who are seeking asylum legally. We should be utilizing the opportunity of all of this immigration, which is majorly beneficial for our economy, by setting up new jobs specifically for integration, new jobs specifically for processing. All this shit that we should be doing, which would be great for the American economy, we're not doing because it's fundamentally broken so that corporations can continue having incredible profit margins. That's it. You want to hire migrants as border patrol? Is that what I said? I feel like your doom takes are fostering accelerationists. Yeah, whatever, dude. Shut up. Would you concede border policies restrict your gun laws and gun control? It's so dumb. There is no... First of all, that wouldn't work anyway. And secondly, why the fuck would I do that? It's like, would you give every American a nuclear bomb if we got Medicare for all? Okay. Like, would you agree to the notion that every American must be armed to the fucking teeth, but we get free healthcare? Like, no, I don't concede to any of that shit, okay? That's so dumb. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I want every American to have a nuke. Fuck it. YOLO. Let's blow this shit up, baby. I don't want to listen to Dr. Phil at the border. This dumbass knows his ass from his elbow. Yeah, would you agree to bringing back slavery if union membership increased 3%? All right, I'm done. I don't want to fucking cover news anymore. We're done. We've done enough. We've done enough. Okay? 21 Savage calls Adin about Cardi. Adult star Lisa Ann was arrested, by the way. A fucking legend. How dare you? Get your hands off of her. My goat. And here is I don't know what's happening here, but they need to arrest me now. Oh, finally some real justice, okay? Fuck, dude. A suspected Chinese spy pigeon was released after 8 months of detention in India.
A suspected Chinese...
You heard that right.
A suspected Chinese spy pigeon was released after 8 months of detention in India. Yes, you heard that right. A spy pigeon. Here's what happened. The suspected avian agent was captured back in May 2023 near a port in Mumbai, marked with words that appeared to be in Chinese. Police believed it was involved in espionage activities and took it in before sending it into a Mumbai animal hospital. In the end, it turned out the pigeon was an open water racing bird from Taiwan that had escaped and flown to India. The bird was sent to the Bombay Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals animals and set free by doctors this week. It's not the first time a bird has been suspected of espionage in India. The Associated Press reports that in 2016, another pigeon was detained after it was found with a note that threatened Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Homing pigeons have been used in spying and combat throughout history, including in both world wars. Some of them were even awarded military decorations like the French Croix de Guerre and the UK's Dickin Medal for their service in saving human lives.
That's... I don't know what to say about that. Hiss becomes Megan Thee Stallion's third #1 on the Hot 100. Congratulations to all the girlies. More than 10 inches of rain have fallen across Los Angeles since Sunday, with plenty more to come. Significant flooding is ongoing and expected to expand and worsen as rain continues to fall. Don't put yourself in harm's way. Turn around. Don't drown. And that is, of course, because our infrastructure is dog shit. And I don't think I've ever seen the LA River like this. The roaring LA River in Long Beach. Yeah, I'm gonna go swim in it so I can fucking die. Can we do a weather watch? Dude, it's so... I mean, there's nothing to watch. It's just nastiness. And the only reason why it's a problem... is because it's
all-you-can-eat buffet for under
sucks.
$2 and the food is delicious. I mean, the city I'm currently living in, China, has a low cost of living, but even this is extreme. Basically, pay your money, get your tray, and attack the buffet.
So we've got a whole range of veggies here. We even have like 西红柿炒鸡蛋, we have green peppers, we have douya.
Then in the next section, we've got our meats, noodles, and this gravy-licious mashed potato. And thanks to the high turnover here, fresh food is constantly being added.
And over here, we actually have a lot of cold dishes.
What I saw a lot of people doing was grabbing some raw veggies like cucumber, spring onion, and then pouring some of this sesame dipping sauce over it.
A lot of options when it comes to carbs, not just rice actually.
Foolish, bro. The Chinese don't fucking have the Amerifat brain. Okay, this is where we destroy them. Okay? Listen, this is where I thrive. You go to a fucking open buffet like that for $2, doesn't matter how expensive it is, doesn't matter how cheap it is. You're eating vegetation? Are you out of your fucking mind, dog? No rice, no vegetables. Meat only. Meat only. Dummy. What the fuck are you doing? Meat only. Not a single burger in sight. We're suffering. I'm just saying, this is a weak and cowardly way to tackle this buffet.
Actually, you've also got mantou, sweet potato, and even eggplant. Everything was hot, fresh, home-style cooking, delicious, and a real crowd pleaser. Even within China, such low prices are a huge novelty, and people come from all over to try it. At one point, this dish came out, and people went crazy to get their hands on it. I've learned it's this restaurant's signature dish, sweet and sour fried egg, and it's freaking delicious. It's still super crispy from the deep fryer, sweet, sour, saucy, with a tender egg inside. And of course, couldn't leave without getting some of that mashed potato. In this region, people like to mix it with rice to add to the texture.
I still can't believe 13 renminbi. I'm gonna walk out of here. I'm gonna roll out of here. I'm not walking.
Follow me for more food adventures.
Dude, that was sick. Blondie in China? What is this? How Chinese people beat the Pizza Hut buffet? Where I'm from, we call that a salad bar, brother. I went to Golden Corral once, got a piece of steak behind me, yelled at me to get 2 more pieces. That's what I'm talking about. That's like... America is so behind China, it's not even funny. No, dude, China is behind America when it comes to buffets. Get out of here. Come on, dude. More China slander by local 3 head. What is this?
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. In this world, everyone wants to be unique.
Yo, have you seen this hair design everywhere? Ask everybody where they got that shit from. Tell them where it started. They're gonna look at me, you heard?
But there is a place on this wonderful thing we call Earth where that is not the case. Where being individual, being unique, is seen as gross. And that is China. There's a phrase in China which is that the
Chinese people come here and are amazed at our Chinese buffets. Brother, our Chinese buffets, at least the one on New Jersey that I used to go to from time to time, literally is like the furthest from Chinese. Okay? They had like pizza, burgers, dude, they had mozzarella sticks. I mean, it went hard as fuck, but I wasn't going there to be like, oh, I can't. China Star Buffet. Wait, was it China Star Buffet? I wonder if it was. I don't remember what the name was, but if it's just that, it's like, was it China Star Buffet? I don't fucking remember, but there was a place. Dude, it was so good. That's how you know they got good Chinese. Listen. There was, oh my lord, dude. They had everything, dog. They got everything on Route 18. I think it might have been on Route 18. I don't remember. Dude, fuck. My mouth is watering thinking about that shit, dude. Fuck.
The big tree, the tall tree, attracts the wind and it destroys them.
That's bad.
And that is exactly what happened to today's subculture, which is the shamateurs.
What the fuck?
At first glance, you'll probably see him and you'll think, Jimmy, that's an emo. And this is where I'll say, my friend, come close.
I'll put you I know.
Come closer. Let me tell you about the origins and the nuances. I'll give it to you that the women, to be honest, look very much just like your standard emo scene girl. I'll give you that. But it's really the boys where things get a little spicy. If we start in the leggial region, they have skinny jeans with rips in them. But they do differ from the emos because they all choose different colors. So the chamois might wear red. They might wear blue. They might wear sort of pastel colors. Also, very closely, you must look at the ankle. The chamois love to reveal a small, slender piece of the ankle. If we move slightly up top, they also will wear typically a belt around the trousers that is more often like a knockoff Gucci kind of belt, in which they'll then tuck in a tight-fitting, either plain t-shirt or a tight-fitting vest just to show off the fucking guns. And this does differ from the emos. If you look at the emos, they're wearing band merch, you know, Last Days of November 2010 tour. Whereas a big difference is with the music. These lot don't listen to that style of music. We'll get into it more in a bit. And also you've even got like nice leather jackets with studs. That, again, that's not something you'd see emos wearing.
Bro, I'm sorry, but he's talking about China's most hated subculture in 2024. And I assume they hated it into oblivion. Like they ended this subculture. They must have, because every photo he's using is circa 2010. Like I feel like this was a subculture in the same era as it was a subculture in America. You know what I mean? Like I've yet to see one new one. Like one photo is all MySpace, dude. Look.
Chamois, it's really important to have a full understanding of Chinese culture. And to do that, we need to go all the way back to the 90s.
It all started at the beginning.
That guy's funny.
In the 90s, whilst you were wearing Jenko jeans, doing the Macarena and getting strangled by slinkies, in China, these fads and gimmicks were nowhere to be seen. And that's because throughout the 1900s, China was completely shut off from the rest of the world. Close the doors. No one's coming in, all right. But then man like Deng Xiaoping came in and said, open the doors. Deng, mate, you can't be serious. Do it. All right, fine. In the late 70s through to the 80s, China was transforming from this lonely, isolated bruh who watched a few Charisma on Command videos and now was this charismatic Giga Chad. Everyone wanted to be China's friend. Your $200 Nike Aero Pump orthopedic waterbed mattress with big bass fish and PlayStation 2 built in. All of that.
This is like, I mean, he's using the other guy who's like kind of cool. And also he seemingly is like kind of understanding. Which is shocking from an Oi bruv. I don't know anything about Jimmy the Giant, but it seems like a cool content creator. Like he's like not instantly talking about the Chinese as though they're like some scary alien or some shit.
That was being made by 10-year-old Li Ming, who was chain smoking cigarettes in his last 16-hour shift in the sweatshop, making 20p an hour. And for the big businesses, the factory owners, the government officials, this was pretty ideal. But for the factory workers, it wasn't so ideal. What would start happening is a wave of workers from very rural parts of China would come to big cities and migrate and start working there. Places like Guangdong, which is a part of China that is kind of known as the factory of the world. This place is massive. It's a fair bit bigger than England, with double the population of about 120 million people. And these rural migrants came to Guangdong with this dream of having a better life, making more money, getting a good job, and making something of themselves. And they arrived in Guangdong and their souls were destroyed. They would literally be paid pennies an hour to manufacture goods for the Western world, working ridiculously long shifts in these horrible conditions that literally had nets surrounding the building to stop people jumping.
It's funny when people go, wow, that's really fucked up. I can't believe they're like yelling at this guy, or I can't believe he's saying these things. It's also not false. Like, what the fuck? If you're talking about like if you're talking about instantly after like foreign capital flooded into China, yes, there was a very long time where conditions were fucking horrible. It's not wrong. This is correct. He's right about this.
Out and deleting themselves. And so it kind of created this underclass of migrant workers. The people who lived in Guangdong originally and all these other parts, the locals, they would look at the migrant workers in a sort of negative way. They would see them as lower class. They would be rejected from most of society. They've also moved away from their friends and their family into this cold, brutal city. And like after just having all this optimism just sucked out of you and becoming a grunt worker in a factory with no personality identity, no friends. When one day you log on to QQ.com and you see this man, Luo Fuxing, and you think to yourself, fucking hell, I want to be just like him. Luo had actually started to set up groups on popular social networks like QQ and Taiba, and he would make these groups called the Shamate family. He actually created the term Shamate by looking into fashion. You know, he developed this new interest, and he was looking at English websites, and he saw the word smart, and he kind of poorly translated it back into Shamate. And so like the Shamate family group started to just organically grow, and Luo Fuxing was like the be-all and end-all. He was the kingpin. He was the leader of these groups, and they were very organized. He would do things like,
yeah, I'm not an advocate for the liberalization of the marketplace, especially as it pertains to China or any other country. I simply am stating that what the government does with that foreign capital flowing in is what matters. I just want to point that out. And China's prosperity has almost nothing to do with the foreign capital coming in as a standalone. It's just because if you look at foreign capital, then you could just point to India. Plenty of foreign capital is flooded into India as well. Also another power, a global giant that was colonized. It's what the government does with that foreign capital that matters.
like tell everyone to go and invade different forums on different websites, on Badu and Tayanya, and they would post their pictures promoting their hairstyle, promoting the Shamate, and this kind of spread the group even further, leading to him organizing these offline gatherings in person.
杀马特开始迅速流行，共同的风格让他们相互靠拢，形成一个大家庭。
I'm bothered by their hair.
Insane haircut that he would open his own hairdressing studio where he could do it for people. And he wasn't the only one. Like, this haircut became so popular that there were hairdressers making good livings off of just doing that style. Enough to buy a house, have savings. And the Shamate family, that group itself grew to 200,000 members. And it's estimated that there were millions of kids across China doing this thing. If you go to shamate.org, you can see all of the comments of people saying, please let me join. I want to join. Please, I want to be in the face clown. Come on, I'll fucking quickscope someone. Please.
It's a cool video. I recommend you guys watch it. It's from Jimmy the Giant. I'm gonna go back to shorter form shit though. Apparently, this boxer has a white beard tattoo, which is pretty sick. Where is this coming from? Like, what is this? What is going on here? Day 5 of trying to get you to watch this shit.
Hey guys, I'm gonna show you my favorite yoinks from 2023.
Oh, it's Fishing Garrett. This guy's awesome. Love this guy, dude. This guy does not see the top of the hour ad break, okay? Yeah, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. This guy, not seeing it. Why? Because he subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting his Amazon Prime account to his account to get 1 free Prime subscription a month. And he's never looked back, okay? That's right, baby. You can too. This can be not only a dream, but a reality for you as well, as long as you subscribe. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Hasan, you're getting lazy now? I missed the cheeky days. All right, fucking hell, mate. I'll do a cheeky one.
In Puerto Rico, me and my buddies found this 15-foot reticulated python. Yoink. This is one of the most powerful snakes I've ever grabbed a hold of. He was incredible. We also got some hatchling retics and some albinos. So cool. Check out this gnarly centipede. You know I had to yoink it. This thing is...
Bro, this shit is like Alveus times 1,000,000. What the heck?
So sketchy. Gotta show some love to the smoky jungle frogs. Absolutely love this beautiful rainbow boa. You get a very gentle yoink. By far the most gorgeous snake I've ever seen. Right here we have a spectacled caiman trying to escape the yoink. This yellow-tailed Crebo is probably my favorite yoink so far. This thing was massive. He's the king of the jungle out here. He even eats the deadly bushmasters. I love him so much, definitely a yoink I won't forget. Here's a little jump scare for whoever has arachnophobia. We can't...
Wait, what? Does that have one eye? What is that? Look at that. Are those both of its eyes? Dude, you are a trust fund baby, Lamau. Dude, you should trust that I'm going to fund my dick in your mother's pussy. Fucking got him. I swear to God, people come from... This guy was on H3 now. He completely nuts in nature. No, I know. I wish, dude. I wish I was a trust fund baby. I wouldn't have to deal with any of this shit. I have 2 tarantulas. So what's up with the fucking eyes? What's happening? Is it like, are these both the eyes, or is it a one-eye situation? What is it?
Arachnophobia. We can't forget about the anaconda. I really had to put in some hours to yoink this beauty. In Florida, I removed tons of invasive Burmese pythons. I'm still looking for that 20-foot mama. I got a really close encounter with a Florida black bear. He was a big male and he was incredible. I also went to the great state of Texas and yoinked some alligator gar.
First it has 8 eyes, not 2. That's crazy.
How much did you make last year? About $70,000. Wait, do you have any children?
No. Wait, hold on. What is that?
Do you have a home office?
I was working hybrid most of the year. So then I did go into the office. I have a computer.
Where do you live?
Well, that was sort of tough this year. 3 months in California. Mostly, I'm a New York resident. And I live in New York City. I don't...
Do you have any foreign assets?
What's a foreign asset?
Do you have a Roth IRA?
Yes. I have a Roth. I have a Roth IRA. Why did you?
Are you married?
No, I was engaged, but I'm not married. I'm single. I'm single.
Pick a number from 1 to 8.
3.
You're going to prison.
Hasan's close to getting retired because of these fools. Every time I see a TikTok that I don't laugh at, I get one step closer to retirement. This is what my haters should be doing. You know what I mean? Hoscore does not claim this one. No, this was a Megaphonic special.
Mickey, Mikey, Likey, what is it? Am I some kind of chorus?
Shatter said this. Said this lady votes. This lady lives the vote. Okay, this lady has extended her lifespan by at least 2 election cycles with the only purpose of voting.
Gypsies, what is it? Miley, Michael, Cyrus, Chriser, Mike, Melky, Chris, Kirkus? What the hell is that? Who are you, lady? Miley, Miley Circus, Cyrus, Crisis. Who's that? Takes the stage, performing some of her new and reacting on who she is today. Who are
You know she's driving too. Conspiracy mommy lore drop? Wait, what?
I was legally dead for 4 minutes, and I came back a different person, which is how you know me now. I woke up and just automatically knew that I have a goal of service. I woke up knowing our physical reality is just a projection of our consciousness.
She just killed like 3% of the chat too. With that.
You could say,
Oh my God. How much, dude, how much of American conservatism is directly related to brain damage caused by not having enough oxygen going to your brain for extended periods of time? Someone has to do a study on this, okay? This needs to be studied.
say a near-death experience, or in my case, a legally dead for 4 minutes experience, was like a reset button. I fully understand now that death isn't the end. It's just a transition back to our natural state. Everything you're experiencing now is an unnatural state. A temporary experience, if you will. I understand now what I never did before. If you guys are interested in hearing this story, I'm not sure if you guys want to, that's why I'm making this video. Drop it in the comments and I'll make a video.
New LA discourse for NIMBYs.
Going to town on a 53-story high-rise in downtown.
Dude, I saw this shit. People were jumping off this thing in parachutes, by the way. Yeah, this is another phenomenal use of funds, dude. In a city where there's like no adequate housing. It's awesome.
LA.
An unfinished skyscraper many call an eyesore. Tonight it's even more unsightly thanks to vandals who tagged it.
Floor after floor tagged on several sides of the empty 3-tower complex.
They keep coming. These luxury skyscrapers continue to be under siege by graffiti artists. It's something that's never been seen before.
A neighbor tells us he first noticed the graffiti about a week ago, but take a look. It has only exploded since then.
I'm not gonna gonna lie, it looks cool as fuck. It's just like literally cyberpunk. It looks cool as fuck. It's straight up cyberpunk. And guess what would happen? Okay? Guess what? If people actually lived there, this would not happen. It's that simple.
But now the 3 abandoned LA high-rises are towers of graffiti and beacons for taggers.
The LAPD has posted today Central Division personnel met with the property management and CD14 representatives to collaborate on better securing the property and adding additional security measures.
That's it. What the hell is the rest of this? That much real estate left just empty is the real crime. Yeah. It is a real situation. I don't know. I don't know why we don't just like eminent domain it and turn it into eminent domain it, finish the construction, turn it into fucking public housing. It created jobs though. Dude, what are you talking about? All housing and the building of housing across the board creates jobs. Yes. Yeah, it created jobs while you were building it. Great. Okay. What do you mean? If you have the opportunity to build housing and create jobs in the process, why don't you just complete it and then, fill it up? This guy was there.
Every floor of a 27-story luxury apartment building covered in graffiti.
Your old tweet promoting Will Neff for the first time. Guys, I forced Thrillium Neff to make a Twitch. It's not even his like current. It used to be his. It used to be his old username to make a Twitch because he was born for this. I'm also hosting him, but you should go check him out right now. Yeah. In 2018, August 6, 2018, baby. Look at him now. Funniest Brandon clip of all time.
Teacher, what do you see? I see children looking at me.
Oh, yay, children. Oh, yay, children.
Did he say gay children?
Jesus Christ.
He said gay children.
The United States of America.
That was a jump scare, dude.
3 different countries in one, all with different laws. Gotta love this place. They take fucking half your money. Not much longer. BCLM, Blue Collar Lives Matter, Red Face Official. Made for the people, by the people, to protect the people. We're gonna stop this motherfucking huge sweatshop once and for all. That's a fucking promise.
I don't understand what happened to like all these dudes that got face tattoos and they're like super right wing. I just don't get it. Like, how the fuck did this happen? You had Jenna smelling colors? What is this? What the fuck? You know what's funny? I didn't even see her do this, but I knew. Like, I knew as soon as I walked away that she was doing some shit like this, okay? I knew it. Really, you don't understand why someone with a skull tattoo on their face is right wing? Yes, I don't. Because back in the day, those guys were like, people were grossed out. Like, right wing guys would be like more traditional looking. Like they would talk about like, I hate these guys. They all look weird. I would never hire them. You know, that type of thing. Like tattoos used to be degenerate. Like people used to look at tattoos and go, that's degenerate shit. Like the fuck? Why'd you get your face tattooed? You can't be an accountant. Now people are like, it's sick. I love that. Tattoos mean he's patriot. A car dealership told me I had to cover my tattoos when I applied like 3 years ago. Wait, I want to see this. Millennial versus Gen Z video essays by Man Carrying Thing. Let's take a look.
If you're anything like me, you're probably wondering about current event topical issue.
That's so good.
Look at this map. Now look at this one. What you probably didn't notice is that these aren't just maps. They're images that display the geographical location of things that exist on Earth. This is Ronald Reagan. This is a volcano. This is a little baby. My question is, how did we get from here to here? We might learn that the CIA isn't that bad after all. Hello.
Oh my God, there's a direct shot in the dark at Johnny Harris. Okay, this is the Gen Z video essay.
Hello, idiots. Hello. Before we dive into the meat of the video, we must first ask, SpongeBob, is he a good neighbor? Yes, this video was edited on iMovie. By the end of the video, we'll have learned how the CIA killed the Fairly Odd Parents. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, someone said Curtis Connor. Curtis Connor does that, but he's also, is Curtis a Zoomer? I don't think he's a Zoomer. I investigated New York City's illegal immigrant invasion, this guy says.
This is New York City. This isn't South America. This isn't Guatemala. We're better than everyone in the world for a reason. Illegal immigrants.
Close the border! Close the border!
They shouldn't even be here. They should be back where they belong.
They keep coming. I don't know what to do.
Crime.
Gray sweatshirts and a black puffer vest.
Fighting each other. Yo, yo. Homelessness.
Yo.
They still smoking that cig. That's impressive, I gotta say. And Jews hiding in tunnels?
There's inside a bunch of criminals. Such fanatics must be punished.
People from across the world dream of coming to New York.
Bro, this guy's hitting the final stage of just like doing right-wing content. He's just, God damn, 40 minutes of just like, who the fuck's he interviewing? I live in New York City. I don't even notice immigrants. Yeah, bro. You saw who he's fucking interviewing. He's like talking to the former head of like the Sergeant Benevolence Association or some shit. You know what I mean? He found like the oldest Staten Island motherfuckers.
To chase the American dream and build a better life for themselves, including
more than 110,000 migrants since last spring.
Turning New York into the epicenter of this nationwide migration crisis due to New York City's unique right to shelter laws that forces the city to provide shelter to anyone who asks for it, even if that...
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. Definitely. It's not that like, it's not that people are being, people are just being shipped off into New York without any fucking without any prior knowledge ahead of time, deliberately to fuck up the processing facilities.
That means shutting down entire schools to provide shelter for these migrants.
Taking over my kid's school. I hope you feel good. Yeah,
What are they supposed to do? Like, these guys, should they die? It's like a fucking, there was like a hurricane or some shit happening. Like, are they not supposed to go to a shelter? Like, what are they doing?
We don't believe right to shelter should apply to a humanitarian crisis. The forefathers of that law did not think that one day we were going to talk about 160-something thousand people showing up at our door.
But with over 90,000 homeless people already on New York streets as the homeless capital of America, what are the long...
This guy mostly is discussing viral overdose videos are hurting people at their lowest moments. Yes. An article by Vice News, a media company that totally didn't get a start by making very similar documentaries and definitely didn't sell its soul to George Soros and Disney after going bankrupt. What? I mean, yeah, this is awesome. This guy's just going fucking investigative journalism. That's what he's doing.
Long-term consequences of busing this many illegal immigrants into the most expensive and most densely populated major city in America. Where will they end up once the city runs out of resources?
Bro. Notice how this kind of shit never flies in California? One must ask the question, why? Oh, that's right, because it's a fucking border state, okay? And in the fucking border state of California, when there's like actually a steady flow of immigration coming in, there are facilities to process them, right? That's the difference. When you take undocumented migrants who are seeking asylum legally and ship them to fucking New York without telling them that you're shipping them to fucking New York, okay? All of a sudden, isn't New York a border state? Yeah, with Canada. We're talking about the real border crisis, okay? Let's be for fucking real for a moment. Nobody gives a shit about Canadian migrants coming in, just like nobody gives a shit about the actual leading cause of undocumented immigration in this country, okay? The undocumented immigration in this country is not happening at the fucking borders over regular border crosses, okay? It's happening with visa overstayers. Most people are visa overstayers. That's it. They come in through a legal process and stay. That's it. That's where the real, if you want to talk about like the undocumented migrants, like, oh my God, so many undocumented migrants are coming in. That's it. That's the majority of undocumented migrants in this nation come from people who came in legally and stayed with their visa expiring. That's it. But the only reason why we talk about like the southern border is because brown people are coming in through the southern border. And now something even scarier than brown people, the Chinese. Okay. So that's the real problem here, I guess, if it is even a problem. It's not. The only problem is that they're gumming up the system by specifically shipping human beings into New York without any proper communication ahead of time. That's the real issue, okay? And the federal government is not stepping in to arrest the criminals responsible for this. Governor Greg Abbott and everyone in the Texas state legislature that has allowed this to happen, those are the real criminals.
Resources to help them? How did New Yorkers feel about them being here? And how is the quality of life for the migrants and their families that now live here? I met up with local journalist Leroy at Viral News NYC to understand how this all began. What is this hotel?
So this is actually the Row Hotel. It's a migrant hotel that's been here for about 15 months, a little longer. This is where all the migrants come to stay with families and kids. Some people have been here for about a year and a half almost. And you have to feel bad for them. They're being lied to about coming to America, and they'll get everything handed to them head and toe, and that's not the truth.
And today just so happens to be eviction day for 40 families being forced out of the hotel, including this lady who's 8 months pregnant.
¿Cuánto tiempo estuviste en el hotel?
5 meses.
¿Por qué viniste?
Buscando un mejor futuro para mí, para mi familia, para mi bebé.
¿A dónde irás después de esto?
Al Roosevelt, para una reubicación, a pedir reubicación, poder salir adelante, conseguir un trabajo y poder ser independiente. No depender todo el tiempo del Estado, pero también es complicado cuando uno no tiene papeles, cuando es inmigrante, cuando va recién llegando, pues poder conseguir un trabajo estable.
¿Tu plan es vivir aquí a largo plazo?
Sí, quedarme aquí en Nueva York, sí.
¿A cuánto tiempo tardó en llegar aquí?
Yo salí de mi país en octubre del año pasado.
Basically, the most common answer you'll hear from any migrant is that they're refugees fleeing from their home country due to some obscure threat to their life and that they're here to build a better life.
Why did you come through the border?
En Colombia ahorita, en mi tierra, amenazas.
Did you come here to work?
He venido a solicitar asilo, no porque tengo una amenaza de muerte.
¿Qué te trajo aquí?
La economía.
And did you illegally enter through that border right there?
No. Había una puerta abierta y pasé.
Or is it simply a strategy these people are taught to illegally enter the U.S. without punishment? And 7 months ago, an employee that worked inside the Row Hotel said this.
The migrants being in those hotels have destroyed them. There's a lot of alcohol in these rooms. Housekeeping is there. All we kids getting drunk together, whether it be drugs, whether it be alcohol.
Bro, this is literally like, I mean, this is a different version of just like chasing black people outside of a Walmart to be like, what did you buy with your EBT? Let me see. Let me see what you bought. Let me see what you bought with your SNAP benefits. Oh, did you buy alcohol? Did you buy alcohol? Like this is basically the same exact version of this. Okay. Which is like, yeah, the migrants are here. They're fucking up the hotel and they're drinking alcohol.
Whether it be a gun, they stick it in the strollers, under the baby.
You can't buy alcohol with food stamps. I know, but they say like, but they will, you know, hunt you down. It's like a super fucking. I work for the union that represents this motherfucker. Yeah, this guy is. Anyway.
But alcohol isn't the only issue at the Row NYC. Carlos shared incident reports and internal text messages detailing gunmen on the premises, children getting drunk, and migrants stealing from local businesses surrounding the hotel.
I myself have been assaulted. I've seen other people get assaulted. Threats saying, "Well."
That's crazy, man. Like, I wonder what the average fucking assault incident rate is at any hotel that simply has natural born US citizens living in it, okay? Especially for an extended period of time, or, you know, drinking alcohol rates. It's like, yes, dude, when you fucking shove a bunch of people into a goddamn hotel without processing them adequately, yeah, people are going to be fucking shut in. Okay? People are going to start getting cabin fever. And no matter what happens, of course there's going to be fucking assaults and shit. You have humans living side by side.
We'll be waiting for you guys outside. Yeah.
And why is that happening?
The whole point is singling out migrants as like some infallible population that's supposed to be like undocumented migrants are not supposed to do this at all. It's like, what do you think? They're human beings, okay? There is going to be conflict there as well. But you point to it and then you claim it's a monolithic thing and you act like this is not normal and it's unique to like undocumented migrants. Okay. So the thing you have to look at in this circumstance is the actual empirical evidence, which is what is the likelihood of an undocumented migrant committing a crime versus the likelihood of a natural born US citizen committing a crime. Undocumented migrants cause less crime per capita than US born citizens. That's just a fact. You can hyper focus on like one crime or 10 crimes or 100 crimes committed by undocumented migrants and go, oh, look at this. They're doing all of these crimes. Like, this doesn't mean that there aren't going to be undocumented migrants in this country that are like, you know, DUI, multiple DUI recipients or fucking murderers even, okay? Or drug dealers. Like, of course there are criminals within the undocumented immigrant population. Is still a fucking 12 million plus population. There's a lot of fucking undocumented migrants in this country. Okay? The point is looking at it and then trying to make secondary assertions off of this, like, look at these fucking guys, huh? Come on. And then you always ask the question like, okay, what is this supposed to show you? What is this supposed to show you? Right? And if you ask that question, they'll say, oh, I'm just trying to shed light on this like really horrifying situation. Okay? That's it. By right-wing logic, since the statistics show that illegal immigrants do less crime, the entire country should be replaced with only illegal immigrants. They just cite the wrong statistics. Exactly. Brother, simple question and not testing you, just curious. What would you do in this situation to solve it? Seems so complicated to fix. It's not complicated at all. If anything, America has way too much fucking empty space. This is so idiotic. We should be leading migrants that are coming into areas that desperately need help. Okay? Not to like force them into shittier parts of the country or anything like that. But there's plenty of job opportunities and job openings in all these places. Okay? We should be building public housing. We should be building housing facilities and processing facilities specifically for the incoming migrants. Okay? And that means a shit ton of jobs. We have a way to quite literally work on this in a successful way that benefits America and that benefits them. Do you understand? By the way, this is literally helping keep the New York hotels industry afloat. Housing migrants brought steady revenue to New York City hotels, pushing renovations down the line. Housing agreements kept hotels open during periods of low recovering demand. So glad that they're putting the hotels to use at least, and I'm sure they're making out like
because they want to get away with doing whatever the hell they want to do.
Now, this pregnant lady should theoretically end up in what's called a reprocessing center, where migrants like her, whose 5-month stay has run out, will now stand in a never-ending line to reapply for shelter and pray that they end up in one of the many shelters that are already max capacity.
See, that's the other part. This is so fucked up. It's like, what are we doing? Like, permanent shelter status is awful. Or not permanent shelter status, but like I'm talking about homeless shelters. Okay? Process these people, document them, allow them to fucking work. It's so dumb.
Full line of people.
Oh, it goes down the block.
They're going to process
these people that want to work
all day?
Yeah, all day long. This is a never-ending processing center. Yeah, it goes all the way around the block. This is insanity. Come on, we're gonna go to the end.
What's your number? 7,247. I wonder how high it goes up. 10,897. Wow. Where will you sleep tonight?
En la calle, en la calle, en el tren.
You might be wondering what countries these people are coming in from.
Senegal. Guinea?
Yeah. You're from Africa, yeah.
How long did it take to get here?
I don't know. Maybe 5 months in here.
5 months?
Yeah.
How long
It's a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. In here.
Yeah.
You expect the U.S. to build housing specifically for migrants when we aren't taking care of American-born citizens? Come on, bro. Yeah, that's a fucking crime too. That's my point. There's no difference between someone who's an American-born citizen and someone who wasn't born here. They're both human beings. Housing should be a right, okay? We should be fixing the at least like we should be offering a base level of material equality to those who need it for survival. I think it's like really dumb that we don't do that. It's also unproductive, but that's a whole different point.
Week. Oh my God. Look, it's raining today. It's cold.
Yeah.
I don't have a shelter now, bro. Very difficult, bro.
So if they turn you away from here, where will you go to sleep tonight?
Downtown. The Times Square.
Is your plan to live here in New York?
Yeah.
Do you have the paperwork to get permanent housing or a job out here?
I don't have a job. Not
like if I'm the federal government right now, the thing I'm doing is immediately, first of all, I'm arresting Greg Abbott. Okay, just for funsies, you should do that anyway, but you would definitely have to arrest Greg Abbott for even putting this scheme together. Because what you just did is unimaginably cruel. It's completely fucked up. You're also ruining the immigration processing facilities as well. You're literally kicking the New York immigration processing facilities into like high gear. They're already maxed the fuck out. Okay, you just did human trafficking for political funsies. Arrest him. Throw him under the jail, okay? Push him down a fucking flight of stairs. I don't give a shit. But, like, you have to deal with it. You have to deal with Governor Greg Abbott. What he's doing is absolutely illegal. That's number one, okay? I don't care. But after you're done with that, the thing you should be doing is basically pushing for initiatives or federal funding initiatives to open up for areas like Democrats love doing economic prosperity zones and shit like that. Create a federal processing structure, create a federally funded initiative for low income areas and areas of desperate need for like young working class populations to apply for federal funding so they can bring in an incoming steady flow of incoming migrants, communicate that to the migrant workers and the migrants that are here, and have them fucking voluntarily go to areas where they can have a living wage, they can earn a job, get a fucking shelter. Get shelter. Ironic because like Texas definitely has that. Texas definitely has a lot of places that you could do that with. Terrible take. Why is that a terrible take? Wrong, terrible take. What is terrible about this take? Anyway. Oh my God. Motherfuckers say terrible take and then just move on. That's it. Migrants don't want to live in places like the Midwest. Many want to be in New York City, Cali with their extended families. New York City is already an unaffordable city. Yeah, that's also not correct. Okay. Here's why you're completely incorrect. If migrants already had extended family members living in those cities, they wouldn't be in these fucking lines because those processing facilities, like, they don't have to live in the fucking streets at that point. They can live with their family. What are you talking about? Also, there's a shit ton of migrants in the Midwest too. Every part of this goddamn country is filled to the brim with migrants. This country is built on immigration. I'm telling you. Do we need more people anyway to increase manufacturing and military personnel numbers to compete with China in the future? What? That's a really cynical way to talk about this. Anyway. Yeah, what I'm talking about is already in existence to a certain degree. Here's Topeka, Kansas, an American city with a message for migrants. We want you. Kansas capital hopes to lure migrants with work authorization to fill some of its thousands of open jobs. And there are plenty of cities like this in the United States of America. The issue, of course, is that, like, racism is what you will run into. One of the greatest examples of a migrant population, both documented and undocumented migrant population flowing into a fucking state or flowing into a city and rebuilding that city is Hazleton, Pennsylvania. Hazleton, Pennsylvania had no industry whatsoever. It was completely diminished. There were just old racist people living there. Okay. And then the migrants came. It was ironic because it was considered a massive success or a massive failure, depending on which perspective you had. If you look at Hazleton, okay. If you looked at Hazleton, Pennsylvania, Hazleton, whatever, however you fucking say it, and you saw that the town went from being overwhelmingly white, but with a tiny population, to a brown town, okay, where the white residents were upset because of all the Hispanics that were coming into the fucking town, okay. You could look at it as a success story if you don't make a distinction between brown people and white people, right? And you're like, wow, this town did not have an economy. Now it does, okay? This was a dead town. And now it actually has a bunch of fucking businesses. Holy shit, that's great. You look at it and you think about it from that framework, it's great. Tucker Carlson, on the other hand, had different opinions. This is something I've been talking about for a very long time. Tucker Carlson went into the National Geographic article that wrote about Hazleton, okay, growing and basically having like a robust economy, to now having almost 60% Hispanic, by the way, for the record, and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Tucker Carlson looked at that and said, well, the white guys hate that they don't recognize their town anymore. It's like, bitch, their town was insolvent. The fuck do you mean? Don't recognize their town anymore. Yeah, you had an aging population of white people. Industry had completely left. And there are a shit ton of Hazletons out there. These people just want to survive, man. That's it. It's so dumb. The major hurdle here is, unfortunately, white supremacy, okay? It's so dumb. Most of these people just want to survive. They want housing. They want a job. They want a meaningful living. That's it. But they get scared because they're brown. And then, white supremacy kicks in.
and grow. They don't even have work authorizations.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Good luck. Yeah, see you.
Some of these people have been waiting for 15 days to get into a new facility or just to go through this facility itself. Like I said, they're human, and it's a shame. And we have to point fingers at the Biden administration for overwhelming the system.
Does New York have any space left?
We're done. No, we're full. The mayor's been saying we're full months ago. And you stick a facility like this in a residential area, people are pissed. These are all houses.
What do the locals that live here think about their neighborhood being turned into a homeless migrant hotspot?
Yeah, bro, by the way, if you're a New Yorker and you're complaining about how dirty your fucking city is, like, then you're not a New Yorker, okay? The fuck do you mean? The city's not dirty because of immigrants. Saying New York is dirty because of immigrants is so funny. New York, one, never devoid of immigrants until, I guess, like, the only time New York didn't have immigrants was, like, when the natives lived there, okay? Even before it was fucking Amsterdam. New Amsterdam. That's one. Two, like, it's never not been dirty. The fuck do you mean? Get mad at the goddamn mayor, okay? Yeah, they discovered dumpsters like last week. They were so stoked about the side loading dumpsters in New York.
Spot. How long you been out here?
I've been here about 15 years.
Do you think there's enough space to help everyone here?
There's never enough space in New York City.
Do you think in some ways they're competing with the local homeless population that already needs housing potentially?
It seems.
Yeah, motherfucker. Dude, every other video that this guy does is literally, look at these crackhead homeless people. Look at how dangerous these fucking disgusting crackhead homeless people are. Look at them. Look at how lawless these homeless people are. And then the one video where he's talking about immigration, he's like, why don't we care about the American homeless people? Doesn't that sound really shitty for the American homeless people? Now you care about homeless people? Motherfucker, what do you mean? I've seen your other videos. You're literally fucking putting a camera on homeless people being like, these guys suck. It's typical right-wing playbook bullshit, dude.
That would be likely.
Breaks my heart to see him lined up in the rain.
It's wild, yeah. It is wild to see this guy so very clearly pivot to like right-wing psychopathic nonsense, okay? Going from like, where is it? Going from like Brent Rivera called the cops on me. I flew the Millennium Falcon across America to like, yeah, I flew a Charizard across America to like, homeless people are going to come and rape your daughters. Mr. Beast has YouTube marketing too. Yeah, Americans love this shit. This is the one. This is the one that like popped off so hard. He was like, oh, dude, this is it. This is what I'm doing. He's on that 2015, 2016 YouTube grind set. Yeah, I mean, it works. The thing is, like, he does a pretty decent job of, I think, showcasing himself. You probably can't tell a naturalized American homeless person from a homeless person who's a migrant unless they're white. He's exclusively talking about assisting white homeless people here. Now, I think, like, the thing is, guys like this don't actually go overtly right-wing. Okay? Why is that leftist content doesn't pop off as hard? Well, one, because this is media. It's reactionary. It's, like, super easy to consume. It's digestible. Two, guys like this don't overtly say, like, super right-wing shit. It's just more so implied. If you ask this guy, he probably doesn't even see himself as right-wing, okay? He's just... It's obvious. He's like not ideologically aligned. He considers himself to be apolitical. And when you're apolitical, of course, you're going to have like a right-wing slant because that's just how it is. That's just how politics is. America is a very right-wing slanted country.
Rain in the cold with inadequate jackets, but this is a better class of people than most, right? They got here, they're determined, they're decent. You take a group of young men this size, you'd expect them to be making trouble. They're not making any trouble. They'd be perfectly good neighbors if only we had some place to put them. There's got to be some sort of border control, but I don't know how to do it in a humane fashion.
It's a government disgrace. This is litter. I've been trying to train the migrant immigrants to put their litter in a container, and it's here. So I'm cleaning this up now. For the most part, they're good neighbors.
Are causing a lot of garbage on our street, but I think the mayor needs to spread them out.
and not dump like 2,000 people in one area. We met one guy who came from Peru. He has a family back there. He's an expert welder, an expert baker. He couldn't get any paperwork until a kind lady sponsored him because they can't use an address to get their paper.
When do you think this ends?
I don't think it's going to. I think they've decided to make this a permanent emergency shelter.
There's already mad homeless people out here. Now you just bringing these people out here.
Come here with a working visa or don't come here at all. If I'm being honest, if you traveled from Guatemala or wherever in Central America and you traveled to the United States, you probably have STDs. You probably have tetanus. You probably have, I don't know, like gonorrhea. This isn't a third world country. This is
Bro's like, bro fucked half the immigrants, it feels like. Dude, what the fuck? He's like, dude, I'm sorry. I keep sucking your cocks and getting gonorrhea. It's got to stop, okay? Why do you have such delectable penises that I love sucking? It sucks. You understand? Like, don't come to me with your dirty penises that I can't stop sucking. What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean? Why did you just rat off like a bunch of STDs? Like, what a fucking psychotic person.
This is America. This is New York City. This isn't South America. This isn't Guatemala. This isn't France. We're better than
What's this guy's background, I wonder?
everyone in the world for a reason. Because we value people, and every Republican president that's been the president of this United
Dog, you ain't a part of the team, okay? Holy shit, dude. This guy thinks he's on the team, chat. Dude, there is no better representation that like immigrants assimilate almost perfectly by the second generation than a dude like this who is like very likely of Hispanic background, who's just spitting out the whitest motherfucking shit I've ever heard in my goddamn life, okay? That's it. That's it. It's perfect. It's perfect. He is a living, breathing definition of the idea that like immigrants can't assimilate. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Look at this guy. You know? Bro is Turkish, maybe. He could be. Could be Turkish, could be Hispanic. He's just like spicy white.
United States has been the best president than any other Democratic president. Democrats are out, Republicans are in.
After hearing how controversial these migrants are.
It's so funny that he interviewed like the most mentally unwell person. Even like the older people, he's interviewing are like, yeah, I'm training these migrants, but like, they're fine. Like even the guy who said he was training migrants, like he's talking about, you know, me and Kaya, was literally nicer about the migrants like living there than the fucking one random Gen Z Zoomer Groiper Hitler.
I walked over to this nonprofit near the thousands of migrants waiting for shelter.
So we have a nonprofit right here handing out food. How can these guys even stay afloat with all this?
They can't. These nonprofits going broke.
Yeah.
Look, God bless them for doing it, but this is not their job. Look, the homeless population here in New York City are being thrown to the side.
We've seen an incredible increase in the numbers of people coming through in the last several months with so many migrants who are now in the neighborhood. And as you can see, it's a big need here in the neighborhood with all these newest neighbors of ours.
How do you guys keep up with demand out here?
It's tough, some days, but we do our best to feed everyone who comes to the door. They're just trying to make a new life for themselves, and we need to do what we can to help support them and welcome them here in our city.
And are these people in sort of competition in any way to the local homeless population?
We certainly don't see it that way.
Okay.
We come with an attitude of a.
What do you mean, bro? Why is bro saying this? Is a competition for the local homeless population? Bro, he is literally living. He wants Hunger Games so bad. He wants Hunger Games. He's like, come on, man. Come on, why don't they just like shank each other? All of his questions are so leading. Oh my God.
That there's enough for all. It's just a matter of allocating resources so that everyone gets fed.
But this attitude of abundance appears to be mathematically impossible. As I walked past another migrant shelter that had reached max capacity, with countless migrants waiting in the cold rain for shelter that does not exist. What is this?
This is a migrant shelter.
How many people is it housing right now?
4,000.
4,000?
We try to keep them calm because some of them are a little violent.
So tell me about that. I see people showing the badges as they come in.
Right.
What's going on the inside of this place?
Well, if you don't belong here, you can't come in here. They don't belong here, so they have to stand outside or wait for the
So these guys can't get in.
Right.
What do you mean they don't belong here no more?
They have 30 to 60 days to be at one spot, and once the 60 days is up, they have to go back and re-register all over.
Are the local homeless population allowed to live in these buildings, or do you have to be from out of the country?
To be like a migrant.
Bro, how are you going to be on twitch.tv and be like, Hasan actually has autism? I don't know why I even clicked this shit. Brother, there is literally not a single chat you can find on this entire fucking website that isn't comprised almost majority autistic. Okay? Or even a fucking content creator. Like, yeah, let me go watch my non-neurodivergent content creators like Asmongold and fucking, I don't know, like Miskiff. Like, you're on Twitch, homie. What do you think? Who are you going to watch? Like, this is not even a thing. Like, yeah, let me see. This is the #1 content creator on the platform right now. What's he up to?
See a doctor. All right. Wait, you liked? I'm just kidding. Fuck it. Like, this is fucking. You're selling. Ask her out. Chat. We literally went out to Topgolf last night.
Farmer 21 cheered 500 bits. W. Capavelli.
Okay, can I take a piss really quick?
Yeah, I'll read the chat.
Get that hat back on. I know my
cheered
hair's fucked.
500 bits. I got a question for you, Mr. Lean Rainbow Cheater. Does she tap out when she sucks it, and does it cream or squirt?
Jesus Christ.
Remember, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's TTS. You don't gotta answer anything. You know what I mean? All right.
I'm a pretty open book, but that one was wild.
Yeah, that's like if your book's all the way fucking open with pages falling out of it. I'm gonna take a piss real
You
quick.
all should come down to San Diego.
Wait, I can't even see the
Visit
chat.
Mission Beach and ride some rides or Large Ola Cove and see some seals.
This one, right here.
Wait, what did he say?
Fuck me!
Anyway. The homelessness versus migrant thing is literally our Republican mayor's talking point. This YouTuber is repeating it. The point is to kill the right to shelter laws. Yeah. The idea that there's one, some kind of like functional difference between homeless people that are migrants versus like homeless people that are native born US citizens. Like, dog, it doesn't matter. There's still human beings that are fucking homeless. Okay. That's number one. Number two, you don't give a fuck about the native born US citizens that are homeless anyway. It's like when Republicans talk about like Kai's doing a Vision Pro stream right now.
Wait, I want to see how I look though.
Wait, like I'm a screen side.
Screenshot and send it to my phone right now.
All right, let me show you. I'm actually like recording you.
I bet.
Yeah, bet. All right, let me show you.
Can we get much higher?
Hasan out here making us feel pathetic for being on this platform at all, shaking my head. Man, you're not, dude, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me, okay?
I really don't like how you look though. Like you look better than this.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't give a fuck what you think.
Vision Pro stream when?
Interesting.
It's messed up.
This building right here is
This right is families. The next one is single male and females. The next one is families. They pretty much took over the whole area.
Where are you guys from?
Senegal.
How long did it take to get here? Is your plan to live here in New York City for the foreseeable future?
Oui.
Do you have the paperwork to be able to work a job here?
No, pas encore papier.
¿De dónde están?
De Venezuela.
What did you guys come here looking for?
Una nueva vida, una nueva trabajo
Okay.
para mi familia.
What is going on in Venezuela that caused you to leave?
Oh, dude, come on. Yeah. He's like, come on, give me the good shit about communism.
Por el presidente que tenemos que no es demasiado malo y tal. No hay trabajo ni nada.
Where are you sleeping right now in New York City?
Aquí en el refugio, por los momentos estamos aquí en el refugio, pero ya se los va a vencer, no hallamos por dónde agarrar, no tenemos dónde buscar, no tenemos un refugio permanente ni una ni un apartamento, nada por el estilo, por no tener reales para uno.
Gracias por tu tiempo. Do you think the situation here in New York has become worse than where some of these people are from, or no?
At this point, yes. Some of the Africans I spoke with, they tell me it's better back home,
This
right?
guy's selling pants. So people are doing whatever they can to make money out here. Of
course.
He's selling tea right here. How much?
That's one of the wildest parts. You're absolutely correct, by the way. Immigrants are treated as a monolith. Through this, you can see how diverse the immigrant population is, and yet the questions are the same, and the monolithic understanding remains the same. They're like they're black and brown, okay, and scary, and it's like, dude, you just talked to like 11 different people from 11 different parts of the fucking planet in a span of like 5 minutes. You know what I mean? If you want to monolithize, I guess, the undocumented immigrant population, is that they are just regular human beings with the same goals and same aspirations that you have. Okay, that's it.
I'll buy some coffee. Hustling. People are creating opportunities for themselves. I respect it.
With insufficient papers to work a real job and rapidly depleting shelters available, it's no surprise the migrants are doing whatever they can to survive, with some alleging they were even employed to dig secret underground tunnels under a famous Jewish synagogue.
Is it true they found some secret tunnels in the Jewish? They were asking me about that.
I just know that there's tunnels and that there's this one video of this guy coming out of the sewer.
What is this? Look at them all. Oh my God!
Jews, they're getting some bad PR lately.
Oh, bro, where is this guy going, dude? To get a rebate? Yeah, what?
Why is there a fucking Chabad tunnel connection here? Like, I don't understand.
For those guys doing those tunnels.
They want to fix this tonight. They need the truth. We don't do that in America.
Here's what
We don't
they're
do that
doing
in
is
America.
they're saying the 770 tunnels were used to traffic kids. All kinds of crazy rumors saying there's blood on the mattress that was pulled out the wall. Like all kinds of crazy.
Soon we're going to meet up with some people from the temple who are in charge of the temple who are very...
Bro, what is this scary ass music? Yo, is bro a Nazi? What's happening here? They're trafficking children in the tunnels and shit. What the
respect the
fuck?
gentlemen of the community, and we're gonna get the full story from them. Like with this migrant stuff right now, right? I've been filming the migrant stuff since it started 1.5 years already. Unfortunately, the mainstream didn't want to cover it, and the reason they told me is because it might create xenophobia, right?
Bro. This is, wait, what the fuck? Yo, what is happening? Okay, there's no way that this is like, he's not going to be like, a channel this big with 5.6 million subscribers is not openly going to be like, the guy he's with is a Nazi right-wing Twitter account that dogs all left-wing movements in New York City. It's unironic. No shot, dude. There's no way he's going to go like full-blown Nazi. Bro, come on. This guy, like, this is like, this guy is like supposed to be apolitical, okay? Like, apolitical people don't go, yeah, Jews are trafficking children in the fucking secret tunnels. That's like, you had to have done some reading in the wrong forums to get to these conclusions, okay? Apolitical people will be like the most right-wing fascist motherfuckers you've ever met. But like, to get to the Jews are trafficking babies and doing like blood libel shit, you had to have gone and done an additional round of reading.
Hatred for migrants. Well, that's and I get it, but here's the thing: if there's a problem, we have to show it to get it fixed. If you hide a problem, it's never gonna get fixed.
Vinny, how you doing?
Oh, wait, you got this guy. Legend.
Here's what I've heard: that there is a tunnel system being built to traffic children on bloody mattresses.
This is absolute bullshit. Anyone that does a little research right away sees that it's absolute garbage.
What did they close off exactly? What happened here?
Yesterday, they broke off a part of the wall, so the cops are claiming that it's structural danger.
Can we go inside? No. Why is that? Hey, is there any way we can go inside?
No. Building is unsafe right now.
The building's unsafe? Yeah. It's all blocked off.
Oh, dude, it's that same cop. Dude, the funniest part about this, okay, let me tell you something. The funniest part about this is that like people don't know the story, I guess, still. That talk about this is like, bro, it was literally the Chabad, a different group in the Chabad that also was the one trying to fucking close down the tunnels. Like, You're talking about how organized these Jews are as a monolith or some shit, and they are not even organized amongst themselves. Then, like, what are you talking about? Like, the actual story is like legitimately funny and not freakish and scary and whatever the fuck.
Oh, look at this.
Somebody pulled up from here yesterday. See, right this right here was a hole here.
Oh, that welding's brand new.
Most of the people inside the synagogue, they come to pray, they come to study. Now, I'm going to talk about this small minority of fanatics inside the synagogue.
Okay, let's talk.
These fanatics must be punished. My God.
Basically, in '78, there was a whole plan. There was actually blueprints and all that of how they're going to expand this place that we call 770. Over the years, people tried. They decided they're going to take matters into their own hands.
Fanatics, is that?
Call them that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it started around 6 months ago. They started from around the corner. They started to dig out dirt that was in underground. There's no human traffic going on.
Sure.
Right?
So it's them trying to expand the church.
Yeah, that's all it is.
After witnessing...
Yeah, no, that's literally it. They were tunnel maxing. I like that the fucking video he's using is still saying like secret unknown rituals and shit. Like, what the fuck do you mean, dog? It's just, oh my God. No, he didn't even avoid the anti-Semitism. He's talking to the guy interlaced with footage of like the weirdo Nazi TikTok videos about it. Okay, come on.
Some unique ways the local community was employing the new migrants in town. Leroy's informant told us this.
Well, I just got tipped off that migrants that were housed at Floyd Bennett Field will be moved into a fully operating school because of weather conditions.
All right, he's like, we moved on. We moved on from the Jewish tunnels. We moved on from the Jewish tunnels, dude. It means blood libel, bro. The dude is peddling blood libel conspiracy theories. It's fairly easy to understand what he's getting at. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that he went to the community, asked like one of the dudes, I don't even know if he's from that same synagogue or not. Okay, probably is. And like interlaced his commentary over it with like secret rituals are happening in these tunnel structures regardless, which is insane because like, it's just, you know, it was still not a great way to cover the story is my point, especially when we know that it's like so susceptible to like the insane hyper right-wing anti-Semitic Nazi bullshit. Yeah, people are like, I can't believe they saw a dirty mattress in the tunnel. That must mean child trafficking. Yeah, dude. Every time I see a dirty mattress in New York City, I'm thinking that's children were trafficked, okay? It's so stupid. Okay. I'm not even gonna. Ay.
At Floyd Bennett Field. It gets really windy at Floyd Bennett Field and the rain comes down and the place floods.
I love the transition though. Like you guys get mad at me at the top of the hour when I hit you with a fucking abrupt transition with a 3-minute ad break. But this guy literally went like, yeah, okay, what's the deal with these Jewish tunnels, huh? Are they doing child trafficking and secret rituals down there? And the guy was like, no. Meanwhile, the B-roll that he's using is literally like, here's where the Jewish child trafficking tunnels are, okay? Like, and then they're like, all right, let's get back to fucking talking about migrants. All right, dude. All right, dude. Come on. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon us though, regardless. You know what I'm saying?
City has no more room, and New York City is housing migrants. Any place they have space. Now we have to empty out a whole school with kids to house thousands of migrants.
Let's talk to some parents who are probably pissed off. Got laundry tools and services going to be used for the migrant situation.
Bareback
here.
Hussein Obama, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. God damn, what a name.
Getting used as like a migrant facility? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
So are you guys getting booted out of school?
Oh yeah, I think for like a few days.
Here we go. Might be right here. That's it. Okay, so these are the migrants in this bus right now.
There's a group of people right there. What is?
All right, let's check this out.
I think that's it, right?
I think so. We got people pissed off right now.
Taking over my kids' school. How does it feel? You feel good? I hope you feel good. I hope you all sleep really well tonight. How long you staying?
Pissed.
That's sick. There is, okay, how much you want to bet she does not have a child? Definitely not one that goes to that school, but like bonus points that she doesn't even have a child, okay? Half the time, these fucking people that go to like the parent-teachers conferences and shit are always like... They're always just like there on their free time. They're just there to yell at brown people.
Oh, I'm fucking pissed. Yeah, he's that piece of shit. Everything for free, right? Everything for free. Think you guys are staying for a while, huh?
We got countless amount of buses.
Dude, who does that? Who does that? Bro, it's raining cats and dogs out here, motherfucker. Who is taking the time out of their day to be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go put a fucking camera and yell at a bunch of fucking abandoned, kidnapped, trafficked fucking refugee claimants, okay? That now have to sit in the auditorium of a school and sit out a fucking hurricane. That is insane. You are mentally ill. You need a lobotomy, lady. Jesus Christ. Get a fucking different hobby, you psychopath. What the fuck's wrong with you? What are they supposed to do? Die in the fucking street? I don't understand. Like, this is so unimaginably weird. You're just literally, you're cruel maxing, okay? You're like, no, I'm going to be doing cruelty maxing today. Hello? My name is Deborah. I don't have children at this school, but aspirationally, I'm like a mom. And I'm going to the fucking, I'm going to be saying all the slurs. I've been reading up. I found out all the regional specific slurs for all the different migrants, okay? We're going to pick them out. Here's my live stream. These guys look Venezuelan. All right, let me look up the Venezuelan specific slurs. Puto. Puto madre. That's right. Fuck you. Just like streaming on Facebook Live to 13 other racist people. What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? What are you doing? Get a life. Get a hobby. The fuck's wrong with you? The fuck is wrong with you, man? You are so insane. She's the most normal registered Republican from Ridgewood, Queens. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, you guys like living in this school? No, they don't. I bet you they don't want to. Nobody dreams of fucking staying in a goddamn auditorium to sit out a fucking hurricane, you psycho. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you, bitch? Jesus Christ.
This is coming in. 1, 2, 3. There are a lot of people being ushered in. 4. My curiosity is how many people end up coming in.
1,900. Yeah, that's a lot.
How many migrants are in New York City right now?
Around 160,000, growing every day. Around 60,000 are in the care of New York City, which means they're in New York City facilities or shelters or hotels.
As you can see in the distance, it doesn't appear to be ending anytime soon.
How do you feel stealing our tax money?
Do you think the mayor's doing a good or bad job at handling the
Yeah, this is a good guy.
situation right now?
I think the whole country's doing a bad job of allowing our borders to be wide open, allowing anybody to come through.
Yeah, I like to talk to the guy with the umbrella that has like Sound of Freedom quotes on it. You know what I mean? That's a sane dude. You know what I mean? These New Yorkers are so disgusting to me. Why? Because the real issue isn't the fucking migrants, dumbass. It's Texas. Like, how are you missing the broader picture here? You should be so mad. You should be so fucking mad at Texas. Like, the fact that the government of Texas is doing this dumb shit, okay? Like, where is your sense of being a part of a fucking union? You know what I mean? What happened? We used to be a country, okay? We used to be a nation of laws, and we used to have a unified ideal. We used to believe in things. How are you going to be a New Yorker, second generation immigrant, okay, from an immigrant family, getting mad at other immigrants coming to New York? The fuck is Ellis Island, dumbass? The fuck is that? Use this energy to get mad at the real problem here. The government of Texas. Hello? The fuck?
And these people are here illegally, and none of them are vetted. We don't know anything about them. We don't know if they're doctors or lawyers or murderers or rapists or drug addicts or drug dealers. We don't know anything about them. It took my family about 16 years just to get our green cards, and then another few years to get our passports. So
I'm losing it. Dude, nothing funnier than a dude who's a fucking green card lottery winner who turns around and dedicates his life to just yelling at fucking other migrants. Dude, stop! Ah! He just openly admitted it took 16 years to get a fucking green card. Dude, you just admitted that. Or did you say that that was sick? Were you like, it took me 16 years to get a green card. It was awesome. I loved waiting. Okay? Do you understand? I loved waiting. It was my favorite thing to do was to wait in those 16 years. Okay? You just described the entire problem and why it's fucked. Very Hitlerian and non-German LARPing is a German vis-a-vis North American LARPing is the most hog-coded American. Yeah. There's just nothing. Average white Latino immigrant. Yeah, it's just, oh my God, dude.
we waited this long, and we went through the right procedures. Why shouldn't anybody else go through the right procedures?
Bro, you just said 16 years, implying that you hated that process and how long it was. You have to have the recognition as to why that's fucked up, right? Like, there is no way. There is no fucking way that this guy's like, I waited 16 years and it was awesome, right? Like, he's saying 16 years as like it was a tremendous burden. Okay? So how do you not recognize that like the goal should be to alleviate that tremendous burden so others don't have to wait for 16 fucking years? Oh my God. I swear to God, dude, it is literally vice signaling. Conservatism revolves around being just a bad person. Okay? Conservatism revolves around being the worst person ever. And that is your political ideology. It's just, I'm a bad guy. I got mine. Other people should suffer even more than me. What causes Americans to behave like this? I don't know.
What do you think the solution to all of this is, if any?
Mass deportation.
What's your biggest concern as a parent out here?
My kids deserve to be in school. They deserve to have an education.
How do you think this ends?
The parents got to be here in the pouring rain like me. Okay. I just left work. They're having a parent conference, Zoom meeting at 7 o'clock. You think they're going to allow us to say what we want to say? They're not going to allow us to say what's on our minds.
He's lying too. Wait, what? In Tyler Oliveira's 40-minute anti-migrant chudgasm, he runs around with far-right propagandist Oren Levi. Leroy praised Leroy Johnson. And the interviews Oren's brother Ronan, who's holding an anti-vax umbrella while claiming to be an immigrant calling for mass deportation. I flipped the videos as the messaging on the umbrella is supposed to be visible from the outside so you can see it more clearly as what it says. What's really funny here is that a certain part that was filmed a couple days before I was told people had been coming around trying to film them for conspiracy videos. Wait. So he's not an immigrant that spent 15 years trying to get a visa. Actual paid conspiracy theorist. Chabad Lubavitch, always over chicken soup. What is this? Oren Levy is a very, very Israeli name. Oh my God. Brooklyn CBD wholesaler gets wrongfully seized hemp back from NYPD. So where did he immigrate from? Did he immigrate from Israel? Like, where did he immigrate from then? Are you saying that he's an Israeli national first and then an American citizen? Like, or did he immigrate or not? Did he immigrate or not? I'm so confused. I mean, for me, the first thing that I saw that was sus as fuck was a umbrella with these weird ass fucking words on it. Okay. I see that umbrella. I'm like, yeah, this guy's not normal. Like, this is not a normal person. He's insane. Why the fuck would I? Like, the only reason why I would ask him questions is not because, like, he's going to be the straight man of the operation telling me was what. I'm asking him questions because he's out of his goddamn mind. Okay? The vaccine and the media are the virus. I can't do the rest of this, dude. This is too much. It's too much for my little old heart. But yeah, this guy's out of control. It's Tyler Oliveira, dude. He's just like, he's like doing this under the guise of investigative journalism, and it feels like he's not really investigating nor doing journalism. You know what I mean? Yo, King, thoughts on shutting the fuck up? Nice one, dude. I love when dudes come into a Twitch streamer's chat and that's the first thing they said. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and not do that, okay? Side note, but of course Tyler tweeted about you at one point. And of course it was one of his top tweets. Oh, that's not shocking to me at all. I wonder if it was about like me reacting or some shit. Like, oh, was it Reactgate or was it me buying a house and being a left winger or some shit? As though those things are antithetical. Anyway. All right, that's all I got today. I love you all. We'll be back tomorrow with more variety. Okay. Those chuds keep posting your old photo of the what make the rich pay shirt that I was wearing. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't really care. I look good in it. Who gives a fuck? All right, everybody. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in alive. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.